investor or if you're planning, like you mentioned, you're gonna purchase a home next year, one of the participants. So, it's very helpful. As I said in the classes, even if I'm taking it again, but I learn a lot, some new information that I didn't know before. So it's very helpful.
Well, good. Believe me, you're always learning in this business. That's for sure. I was down in Vegas the last couple of days at a mechanical systems convention, and if you guys just happen to want to waste a few days and jump down to Florida, there's actually a very, very valuable thing called the National Association of Home Builders Inspection, convention this week in Orlando. I actually may go down for a day or two. It's a couple million square feet of people demonstrating their products and stuff. Again, I'm sure it's not very easy to be able to take a couple of days off your life, but actually Orlando is probably one of the cities you can go to pretty cheaply. Well, again, Ranjan, the challenge of the class is I'm trying to give you, as you know, not just some knowledge of the construction itself, but I want to give you I try to focus on how to report it. And that's perhaps the most important thing. As I was intimating earlier, everybody, the home inspection report is what drives your income, whether they're going to pay you or not. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the reality of what buildings might look like. And might is an important phrase because I've dealt with everything from 17th century castles to, brand new apartment buildings falling apart. But in New York City, particularly understanding older building types is absolutely critical. And again, as one of the former forensic guys, I was the head forensic guy for the New York City Department of Buildings for a while. So much so they even brought me back. I quit and I went to Washington to design hotels, and then they brought me back in because there were so many collapses happening at the time. Actually, let's take a quick section as we go through this. Let me jump over to tell you who I am. Again, this is first of all, did you guys get the who paid into the course? Did you get the outlines? I sent them. Ranjan, you should.
Yes, the email, yeah.
Ranjan, you should still have access to the Dropbox for everything in the Dropbox.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously the M11 lecture you can download and take that. I'll give everybody Dropbox access at the next break, so you guys can download the couple hundred megabytes of lectures, reference materials, etc. that might help you along. Let me get somebody in. But so again, very quickly for me, I've actually been a design architect for most of my career. I started with a lot of clients I can't tell off the screen down in Washington, D.C., a lot of three-letter agencies. I gained a perspective on, shall we say, how buildings are built and how buildings get blown up. And you don't want to know. Big picture is, from that, I also evolved with New York. I came to do a ton of design work. I work with some of the best architects in the world, and was the head designer for I was on the head design team for Citibank, and I also work with probably one of the best architects in New York City history, Frank Williams, who designed probably about 24 towers in Manhattan. And I also work with great firms like Arup and Raphael Vignoli and et cetera. So I've really done the very high end of architectural work, and I found one universal actually. The higher as people will tell you when you're dealing with high-end design, people are often miserable. One of the reasons why they're miserable is A, projects last forever and they go longer than they should. B, clients seem to think that you don't really need to be paid. And C, another one, unfortunately, is quite a few of the architects, again, they have a lot of choices. So along the way, I've done that. I've also, it doesn't say here, but I'm a broker, but I had the, after doing hotel design, I moved to a little tiny company called Deutsche Bank, $4 trillion in assets. And unfortunately, they just bought a building called Bankers Trust about in 2000. And in 2001, we had the pleasure of having a beam from the World Trade Center right across the street fall right through my office. Of course, that'll also, we'll talk a little about that more when I discuss asbestos later, because the asbestos levels, 25 parts per million is bad. Our levels were 190,000 parts per million. So things to think about. With that, I then went to do some hotel design around the world with Choice and Marriott. I've done everything from 6-star hotels down to 1-star hotels. And it gives you a perspective both on construction classes, as well as just how much people can beat the crap out of a building. It's quite amazing. I just realized I'm going to have to get a little more frontal light. I should have brought my my stage light today. Again, after that, I was asked to be first. Actually, after 9/11, I did some public service. I believe you should do public service in your life, and I left a very lucrative career in Wall Street and became a plan examiner with the building department. That's about as stupid a career move as you could ever imagine, but it was actually something I was very proud of. And I left, came back. They made me deputy commissioner, so I served as deputy in Brooklyn, Manhattan, and the Bronx. So I've seen what I call the sacred and the profane. And if you've taken my M12 class, you know, that's the theme of my work, which is you got to enjoy the great stuff, because especially in construction, there's a lot of really tough stuff behind it. You know, having to order a building demolished to recover bodies is not really a fun thing. But on the other hand, standing on top of a building on Park Avenue that you designed is kind of cool. And in fact, the picture you're seeing here 20 years ago, I'm looking out at that building right now. And you know, from, again, my office is on East 57th Street, and that's why I broadcast from here. I want to, the state is very ornery about us doing these remote classes. So where possible, I'm going to try to do some classes in the city. So is coming into the city out of line for you guys? I'm at Lexington to 57th. Is that possible going forward? Not possible? Okay, because I know obviously you might have been promised an online only, but we want to do it online, or I mean in real time. It's actually much more constructive. You'll learn a lot. Hopefully, we'll learn from each other, and you get that tangible hands-on that is absolutely critical to construction. I do try to have as many videos and pictures as I can. Again, after that, I ran for the building department. I was asked by the mayor's office to negotiate against the concrete unions. Oh boy, that was fun. And with them, I ran the cement league for 2 years, negotiated several tens of billions of dollars of labor contracts. And after that, I went on to, I've been doing a lot of teaching as well as architectural consulting from then on out. And I've done everything from going over to China to give lectures there, to teach at some of their most prestigious universities. And actually, I'm an MBA as well, so I teach the finance end. And today I do a lot of code and zoning. I do everything from advising architects. I'm reviewing a set of plans for a 60 unit apartment building today if I get out of here. And conversely, I advise lawyers on a lot of lawsuits. And ironically, I turn half of them down because half of the lawyers are kind of like lowlifes. And I'd rather not work for a case that I can't believe it. In fact, I can't work for a case that I can't believe it. And ironically, I had 2 cases on the same block this week, and I had to turn one of them down. So that's who I am, and I'll kind of get you going. Am I a home inspector? No, I'm an architect. However, I do know my way around construction, and I hope you'll get that as we go through. I probably should. All I would have to do as an architect to get the license is just take the test, but I think I got to pay him $250 also, but it's not part of my business plan for the most part. I prefer to advise the developers on the building stuff rather than this. So anyway, this is where we are. The section is a look ahead to the classes. The M1 today, inspecting the site, we'll be talking about the structure, roofing, and exteriors. I'm going to kind of merge these lectures today. We do have a lot of time to kill. And honestly, it goes pretty fast. Maybe because I'm talking the whole time, but you know, as again, I can't emphasize enough, you're absolutely welcome to shoot out your opinions, thoughts, questions at any time. Okay. I'm used to lecturing to 50, 60 people at a time in real person. And it's basically stand-up comedy, banging questions out the whole time. So I definitely feel free once the caffeine kicks in, feel free to add a question. Kate's like, oh, I need a couple extra caffeines today.
I'm fully caffeinated, Brian. I am ready to go, man.
That's the spirit. Well, your construction, 9 o'clock is halfway through the day, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
I've been up since like 5. We're good.
All good. So again, as we see here, There are a lot of different subjects. And actually, while we have these classes, I cannot stress enough, we have as the world has evolved the last 10 years, and a lot of the internet has become pretty nasty. As they say, Google has used to say, don't be evil, but for some reason they took it off of their logo. But more importantly, what Google does offer is YouTube. And YouTube has an unbelievably great body of videos about home inspection. And I can't stress enough. I want to put mine up. The state is kind of apparently not happy with the thought. I posted some lectures once and I was asked to take them down, but generally, actually, I'll probably give you links to the videos so you can watch them all later if you really want to go to sleep. But the YouTube will be just an incredible tool for you. I can't broadcast YouTube very well through the Zoom. If you guys took my class the other night, you see how it gets a little jittery when it does that. But we are definitely, what shall I say? Again, I really encourage you, and quite honestly, the class is only one perspective. Being out in the field, I think the best thing you can do, wherever you are, just walk around your neighborhood. Like, what neighborhoods are you in? I keep saying Tiffany. What's your real name? Tiffany or Benino?
Oh,
Benino.
Evan. Oh, Tiffany's my wife. It might be under her name here, but yeah, Evan.
Evan. I was gonna say you didn't look like a Tiffany, but
No, I'm not Tiffany. No.
Hey, you never know.
That's true.
Look at the
to each his own, right?
Okay.
I live in Rockaway Beach.
Okay. Very interesting. You're looking at the 1920s wood frame construction types, the beach bungalows. Most of them, in fact, were designed to be just beach houses. And unless you're down like Bell Harbor, those were really full houses. But Garrettson Beach, all the beachfront properties in the 1920s were bungalows to be used 3 months a year. And then along the way, they stuffed a little newspaper in the cracks to think it was insulation. And these little bungalows became year-round places. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting place and a heck of a lot of growth right now. There was recent rezonings out there. Sure. A lot of new buildings I'm seeing. People are passing my desk. Because in fact, the largest generator of jobs these days in New York City is actually the airport as it starts back up again. I'm actually advising, I advised last year on a couple of new Amazon warehouses in the Rockaways as well. And I just got on Conduit Avenue, I just got a new project somebody wants me to beat up. Actually, I guess Conduit's, this part's, yeah, it's in
Conduit's more like the Linden area.
Yeah, it's on the other side for you.
Howard Beach. Yep.
And by the way, the reason why it's a conduit, there used to be, it's called conduit because there used to be a reservoir that the conduit ran underneath. Okay. And
did not know.
Yeah, totally irrelevant, but hey, what the heck? Kate, what part of Brooklyn are you in?
I live
in every square inch of Brooklyn.
This is great. You might know some of the cool stories of my block. I live in Fort Greene.
Say hi to Tish for me.
Yeah, will do.
I'm in my office all the time.
Really? That's great. I live in the Landmarks area. I live right on Washington Park.
Wonderful.
And I guess one of the stories I've heard a lot of cool stories. I don't know if this one's true. I've never looked it up, but I was told that the Daughters of the American Revolution had all of these homes. And they were gated. It was sort of a gated community where from Myrtle Ave to DeKalb, it was blocked off. So it was a sort of privatized section.
There were a lot of cul-de-sacs in Brooklyn that did just that. I think as my daughter actually applied for the DAR, so I guess go figure. I got a little bit of that, but generally, yeah, Brooklyn's history is, as you know, with Fort Greene, the Soldier and Sailors Monument, the prison ship monument in Fort Greene is quite an interesting history to it. I'm a massive historian, and by the way, most people don't realize the largest battle in the American Revolution was actually the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Americans got their butt kicked, and George Washington escaped by the skin of his teeth because of a nice fog bank. Anyway, that's for another day. But yeah, and construction types, you're dealing with 1870s brownstones. I have some maps from the 1870s and 80s I'll send you at some point showing when those areas were built. And I use those maps all the time all over the city, because what it does, it actually tells me something very important. Not only how it was built, it tells you how it was added onto. If you have the 1887 map and the 1902 map, I just pulled out a 1904 map to explain a warehouse for one of my clients that's a landmark, a warehouse in Brooklyn. And it's got a couple windows. And I said, sorry, those windows are not apartment windows. So you just lost $2 million worth of value for your building. Of course, the problem is the person I was telling was my client, and he doesn't like honesty. Sometimes sucks when it means you're losing several $1 million. But yeah, Brooklyn's history is very, very complex. And it's, I swear by an 1898 map that tells me where things are. How about you, Ranjan?
I'm in
Tell me
Suffolk
about where you
County.
are. What part
I'm
of
in
the city
Suffolk
are you
County.
in?
No, I'm in Suffolk County, Long Island.
Suffolk County. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you still shoveling?
Yeah, no, the snow is pretty much gone. It's just the ice is on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, we got a bad ice storm last night. Okay. What town, by the way, just for reference? I'm doing
West
some stuff in East Hampton.
Babylon.
Babylon.
West Babylon, yeah.
Okay. So again, what happened? Babylon, 1940s construction, wood frame, a lot of single bungalows that got added on many, many times. And conversely, I think there's a few old, really, really old buildings there as well. So interesting housing stock. Derek, real quick for you. I'm talking too much. How about you? Where are you coming from, and what do you see there?
Hi, Brian. I am from Bayside, New York, Bayside, Queens.
Bayside, Queens. Okay. I've got a great image of 1910 in the lot offering for Bayside. I'll put in one of the classes later. Beautiful neighborhood. 1910 is the start of construction. So what do you got? Wood frame, single family, 2.5-story buildings.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Relatively small lots, 40 by 100 or 60 by 100, but very, very wealthy area, and also train connections to the city, which in 1910 was a big deal. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So-
Yes. That's
so
all
what else?
great. But I lived in Sunset Park, Brooklyn for a long time.
Oh, I got a great story about Sunset Park later. Very interesting evolution of a neighborhood. Very interesting to watch it change. And yeah, we could go on
It
about
is.
that. Yeah,
One
but
of my building lands on the zoning of M1-2.
yes, there's a
And-
lot of Sunset Park labeled for that. And that's what's called grandfathered, non-conforming use, where they put the zoning in 1961, but Sunset Park was built in the 1890s. And so there's a lot of houses that are that M district.
Yes. A very interesting area.
Yeah, the downside of that M1 is that you can't add any new units at dwellings. They actually they were about to change Sunset Park zoning to increase the amount of jobs on the Sunset Park waterfront, but the local politicians started calling everybody racist, and they threw up their hands and they stopped doing it. So the politics of zoning have become quite profound, and so your area may stay M1 for a while, but hey, you might want to build a factory there. And in the if you saw some of my other lectures, you know that there were 23,000 factories in New York City in 1925. And Sunset Park was primarily a neighborhood of workers that were working on the docks. And, that the light frame construction very often didn't hold up very well. When it was built in Sunset Park, when it first started, it was actually people from Finland. And therefore, you had a lot of the Norwegian type construction, a little heavier, but a lot of the buildings have been on their way out. Anyway, let's keep moving. Sorry, I'm talking too much. That's the outline for the class. Each one of these, we're going to do a deep dive on the subjects. I strongly suggest before each class, A, I'm going to send some stuff out, but B, go to YouTube and Google, for instance, today, home inspection site, home inspection exterior, and look at some of the videos that are out there that'll show you field work, which I can't really show you here going through the phone or whatever the hell this is, Zoom. But we'll do our best. Again, this is the outline of the book. Does everybody have the book?
Yep.
My camera's stupid software is zapping me out. Everybody got this book?
Yes.
No, I haven't got my book.
Who said that?
Derek.
Derek, did you talk to John yet about this?
He said he sent it out. but I
Okay.
haven't received it.
Well, for today, you'll be fine because the outline of the class is really in these PowerPoints, and you should have received the PowerPoint today. If you did you check your email in the last half hour? I just
Yes,
sent
I
it
got.
out.
I got a PowerPoint. Yes.
Okay, great. So just follow the PowerPoint. I matched the PowerPoint to the book. So as we walk through the course, you'll just be able to walk through the book as well. Kate, I didn't hear. Did you have the book? Did you
I
get the
do.
book? Okay,
Yep.
great. So, again, chapter 5 is our goal for today, and we're going to work our way through this. So I got to stop talking and get moving. Class rules and attendance, as you know, everybody, it's such a small class. I'm not really worried about you having to log in or anything. Again, ask questions at any time. I babble on like crazy, so you can just jump in at any time. This is a duplex free for all, okay? And again, like I said, good questions or good comments help out everyone. Some of you guys have great experiences I don't have, so you're more than welcome to just throw it out there and we'll help it out. Class introductions, we just did this actually. I usually ask for a name, a neighborhood, and fact. I think we just went through this. Anybody else want to add in terms of introduction to yourself? Okay, let me just get cranking. Now, home inspection is a part of a much bigger process of real estate. As we know, what does the home inspector do? He's there to, he or she, of course. We got the lady. We actually have many ladies have been taking this class, and many have been taking from an investment perspective, but I can't emphasize enough. It's a good business for anybody out there. The key thing in this business is to, again, treat it as a business. And to that, you want to under promise and over deliver. And what we're going to talk about a lot in this class is not over promising or over delivering, because it's sometimes over delivery can actually cause you liability. And I think anybody's in real estate in New York City knows anytime something goes wrong or somebody wants to, or somebody has a bill they don't want to pay, they often might want to try to sue you instead of pay you. So the key thing is to let people know up front, this is what a home inspection is. This is what it covers. This is what it does not cover. And in fact, on chapter 5, if everybody jumps in, chapter 5, page 75, I think it is. We'll talk about, in fact, I'm going to be a pest, guys, because my voice can't make it the whole day. So you're going to have to help me out with the reading. Is that mean or what? Let's go back to third grade a little bit. In chapter 70, page 75, chapter 5, we asked, the overall learning objectives of the outside. Again, this is the outside inspection. The book is written as if the home inspection is more or less a suburban lot, but the concepts apply the same to an urban lot. Yes, you got to inspect the front yard, but it may only be 5 feet deep. Actually, you can often find a lot of things about a building in the condition of that front yard. A broker once in Bed-Stuy in Brooklyn did something really interesting. He was trying to sell a house. He got a listing to sell a house in a very beautiful, stunningly beautiful street in Bed-Stuy. And this is actually very similar to what happened, by the way, at Fort Greene, because 20 years ago, Fort Greene was a little on the sketchy side. But
A little, are you kidding?
well, it was 20 years ago, it was a little, 30 years ago, it was
30 years ago.
yeah, it was, yeah. But that's for another discussion. But in this case, the guy went out and he actually planted, he gave free planting and quick yard work for the entire block. And by doing that, he picked up the entire block and he made it, $1,000 worth of plants. Man, we're talking sex appeal here. And with that, he spent 60 grand out of his own pocket as a broker. That's a lot of money. And this is back when, houses weren't selling for 3 million. They were selling for $500,000 to, 500,000 or 600,000 in this area. And again, he saw the beauty of the block. He made it happen and he fixed it up. The place sold really fast, over ask at the time was a miraculously high $500 a square foot. Don't laugh at me. And with that, they, what more importantly, not only did he sell the property at a good price, obviously he got his 6-ish%, but he also got a heck of a lot more clients. And I got to remember the guy's name, but the point is broadly that he from that investment and making the outside look better, the lipstick on the pig was well applied, and he actually got not one, but a whole bunch of listings out of it. Now, and that's very true with you as home inspection. You are probably the bulk of your work is going to come from whom? Hopefully. Oh gosh, I just realized something. You guys are not, sorry, I just realized you're not seeing the same screen I have. By the way, that's me very quickly. You already heard it, but that's the saying of it. I have like 3 screens going right now, and I just realized I was looking at the wrong one as I was going through. This is the outline of the class. I'm sorry, I was talking about this earlier. Okay, as I was babbling, now you know what I was looking at. This is the book outline, inspecting the site. Okay, again, hopefully you all have this in your PDFs. Benigno, I'm sorry, your first name again?
Evan.
Evan, that's right. Evan. Kate, do you have the PDF, the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we're ready to go. So this is the outline of the chapter. Again, Zoom chat bar, questions anytime. Class introductions, I think we did already. The importance of the matrix of people involved in real estate. I better watch using the matrix. I'm trying to get through that movie right now at home. I don't get very much time for movies. Of course, the home inspector's role is to advise who? Is the home inspector advising the bank? Not really. Is the home inspector advising the seller?
No, the buyer.
The buyer.
That's right. That's right. He's advising primarily the buyer. Why? Because the buyer is trying to understand if the place is, a nightmare underneath. Does that happen? Again, I'll say this again. I've ordered 100 buildings demolished. And I'm one of the few people that's ordered a New York City landmark demolished. So believe me, I take this stuff pretty seriously. And sadly, when buildings fail, it ain't pretty. And buildings fail for many reasons. And I'll try to take you through some of those reasons where I can in my lectures, because I want you to know the crazy stuff you're going to see. And, buildings built in the 1880s, like we see in some of the, you're in neighborhoods that range from 1860 to 1930. And of course, hopefully, as you expand your practice, you'll be doing brand new stuff as well. But understanding that historical factor lets you help the buyer make an informed decision. Best of all, by the way, what's the real hope of them when they hire you? To knock the price down a bit.
Oh.
What?
What did you say?
What's the real objective?
To knock the price down. Now we've been in a market for the last year and a half where people were not doing any home inspection at all. They were taking properties as is. They were going to 50 people bidding, and the seller said, "Hey, no contingencies, no home inspection. If you want it, shut up and put your money down, because there's 50 more people behind you." Well, those days may come up every once in a while. It happened in 2013. It happened in 2020, 21. And it also happened, if anybody goes back as far, 92, it was pretty wild too. And I'd say 99 as well. And 2006. These are different years in New York City where there was a very constricted supply and a large demand. In fact, that constricted supply is one of the things that's going to keep you busy, because in fact, it's so damn hard to build a house in New York City. And I say that as both an architect and as a former commissioner who had to enforce it. The regulations of building a new house are absolutely murderous. So people are more than willing to buy new ones. Or buy old ones, excuse me. Again, why a home inspector? As we're just talking, inform the buyer of reasonable risk. Let's think about what that means. Can you be out there and hold on, my screen is not in the right position. Let's see if I can get this at a better angle. Okay. Again, you're there to do a reasonable risk assessment. You're doing a visual assessment. And a lawyer told me once, never use the word inspection in a home inspection. That sound weird? And the reason why is it must be absolutely clear that you are not, you're only responsible in this short 2-hour inspection for what you can visually see. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's behind the walls, and I got a whole toolkit of crazy equipment ranging from, well, we'll get to that in a minute. You may go out in the field with just a pen and a tablet, or you may go out in the field with 2 truckloads of hardware to do your analysis. Again, you're getting a license. You're asking the state of New York to give you a license. Why do we care? Why do they care? Well, again, a home inspector has to know a lot of stuff, and B, they have to realize that what their report does has an impact on a major financial transaction. And because of that, they potentially will come after you if you miss stuff. I know that sounds tacky, but how do you not miss stuff? The answer is method. All about being brutally, mercilessly methodical. Now, again, at the convention, I was just out in Vegas for the large scale construction industry. One of the things they had was one of the companies was demonstrating a little robot dog. You probably have seen the Boston Dynamics dogs, and it had a $50,000 3D scanner mounted on the back of the dog, and it can walk through a construction site and completely do a 3D model of it and document the conditions of the building every day. Well, that's probably a little extreme for home inspection, but I will say, actually, I do something very similar, which, hold on. I'm not afraid to use a lot of technology. My favorite, of course, is this right here, which is a 360-degree camera. These things are gold. And as you take a lot of pictures in home inspection, you're gonna walk around the building, and you're gonna often miss stuff. And if you miss it, the genius of it is cameras like that will help you to document it. Again, let's get back to that New York State license and the requirements. Home inspection is defined as the process by which a home inspector observes and provides a written report of the systems and components of a residential building, including but not limited to heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, and structural. Now, again, this is a definition based. This is law. Okay, this isn't just fun. This is where the law. This is where construction meets the legal world, because you're meeting the banking world. And if you do it right, you can provide a very valuable service that A, informs of risk, but B, potentially provides negotiating ability. I know a home inspector that likes to say that he will guarantee that he'll knock $20,000 off the price of every house he sees. And of course, that doesn't work, like I said, in a hot market, but he's a tough home inspector. Sometimes he's a little too tough and exaggerates, but I think exaggeration can be just as bad in my book. Again, down at the bottom, it's the website link, Department of State, DOS, exactly outlines the stuff. Now, I'm going to quickly go through these. But actually, I want to go back up to the top. Home inspection defines as the process by which a home inspector observes. Okay, that's the key word. You are not diagnosing this building other than a few simple things. I'm not going to go through and give you an exact analysis of the condition of the boiler, although you might want to be able to add a little bit of that. We'll talk about the limits to what you do in each section. Quick reminder, as we go to each chapter, we look at the key terms. Obviously, this is just on page 75. This section, as I said, is on the outside. And as I also said earlier, a small lot doesn't mean there's not a lot going on with it. One of the best things of all in Brooklyn or in New York City generally, Kate would know this, where in her neighborhood, if your house was built prior to 1885, that's the magic number, you might have a well in your backyard. Because when your house was built in 1885, what didn't you have in your house? You didn't have plumbing. That's correct. Exactly. And so unfortunately, one of two things happened. A, the water came into your house through the well in your backyard, but unfortunately it also went out of your house through something else in the backyard, which actually caused a rather unique problem with the incredible rate of death from waterborne diseases, but in the period of New York City in the 19th century. New York City had a death rate. I mean, we just had a 0.01% death rate from COVID. And not to downplay it, I just lost my aunt a couple of weeks ago. But the simple fact is, New York City had a 5% per year death rate in the 19th century from waterborne disease. Continuing, we think about the sections of the classic again. So my screens are out of sync. I'm gonna have to fix that at the first break. This is the law itself, subpart 197 of the New York State law, the property law. As you can see by the titles here, you look at the things we look at. This is actually New York State law, what your minimum standards are. Now, there are minimum standards outlined in the back of the book. Everybody look at appendixes A, B, and C in the back of the book. These are the standards of practice. And in fairness, this book is a little old, but John likes it, so he keeps using it. But in the standards of practice in the back, you'll see 3 different professional associations. Up until recently, New York State did not have a written down outline of the home inspections, but in the back, these associations do give you a guideline. And as I said, and as you'll see with these New York State ones, there's a limit to what you inspect. Again, if you are a real pro, I recently advised a project on Columbia Heights in Brooklyn, where the owner was taking a building and he bought it for 20 and was dropping another 20 into it in terms of doing some fix up on it. And he wanted this building to be unbelievably perfect. And he was if you drop $40 million on a townhouse, chances are we can probably make it perfect for you. But he was doing a lot of inspections and reviews, things like blowing out his ducts, cleaning them, literally running robots through his ducts to make sure there wasn't anything in them. And that's the high end of what might be done. So again, this link is at the bottom. You should be able to pull it off the PowerPoint. If not, just go at it. I want you to kind of read this, and we'll be talking around this outline throughout the weeks of class.
Random question.
Yeah, sure.
When you were talking about wells in people's backyards,
Yes.
spurred a
You
question.
do not have one anymore.
Oh, I know,
you-
that's not the question. What I was gonna ask is, I know that people in the front of their homes have coal chutes, right?
Yes, very good.
Why in the back would they have a coal chute? Because obviously the coal isn't coming in from the back. it's
Well,
coming from the
depending
street.
on the layout of the building, the coal chute might be there to be used for ash removal or removal of other debris as well. I'd have to look at the layout of the building, but generally they didn't care. However, I mean, actually in a sophisticated place like Fort Greene, you perhaps would have had a corridor running an alleyway running through the back of the house. And the answer is very simple.
Mhm.
The perception of a house was the only people who come through the front of the house are the owners, and they walk up the stair to the parlor level, and maybe the servants go in the side, but all the yucky stuff would come in the back.
Mhm.
And if the people had to bring the coal around the back, so what? That the simple fact was from an architect's perspective, I would believe, my guess would be, they would want that multi-ton coal delivery once a month to be out of sight. I think it's the perception of out of sight, it'd be my guess. But it also, again, would be multifunctional as well. It also is a function of where the boiler is located, where the boiler was originally located on the
Mhm.
inside. Or in your case, they may not have had boilers yet. It would have been the relative locations of the fireplaces. And
Mhm.
as you know, when you burn coal, there is a very important part called coal ash. So taking the coal ash out the back would also be smart.
Yeah.
That's a quick guess. But yeah, it's good that you observe the coal things. They're all over the older parts of Brooklyn. And it's a reminder of course, it might not have only been coal, would have been firewood as well. But by the 1870s, Brooklyn was entirely coal. In fact, one of the products, if anybody knows the Whole Foods at 3rd and 3rd down in Gowanus in Brooklyn, it is sitting on top of probably one of the most polluted sites in the country. And it was called in the 1880s map, it says the American Coal Gasification Plant. And that was
Wow.
where they would actually take coal in the 1880s. and turn it into gas for burning in your lights. And because
How did
Brooklyn
they
was
manage to
also,
build on that?
what's that?
Shouldn't that be a Superfund site? I mean, how did they manage to build on top of that?
A very complex question. The answer is it was a Superfund site. They spent about literally 5 years remediating it.
Okay.
And the answer is the pollution goes down 200 feet. They
Wow.
originally wanted to actually build the site underground. And I kind of vetoed that in a couple of different ways. It was a zoning trick if you put it underground. But I was also in charge of warning the city of what would happen if there was a big flood someday in 2009. And I kind of smacked them around. So if you go there today, they're actually built at grade. And but yeah, the answer is there's incredible pollution under all of New York City. And with that, we just have to deal with it.
What is a Superfund site?
Aha, you haven't taken my M12 class yet, which you will. Superfund is part of a federal program, the CERCLA program, and the Superfund is a large program where everybody who gets caught polluting has to pay into a massive fund. And for instance, there is on the Newtown Creek waterfront in Greenpoint, there is a place called the Phipps Pratt Oil Refinery. Yes, for all the politically correct types, the Pratt Institute was founded by incredible pollution that funded the creation of that university. And that Phipps Pratt refinery started in the 1860s, the first oil refinery in the world. Along the way, they dumped 50 million gallons of oil, by some estimates, seeped through the wooden oil tanks. Think about that. And with that, all that oil underneath Greenpoint makes incredible pollution. If you ever go over to the Newtown Creek these days, which I have spent, there's been a lot of construction there in the last 10 years, last 20 years. And the oil just constantly seeps out of the ground. In fact, new buildings all over Greenpoint, they actually, similar to the Whole Foods site, to meet the requirements of these pollution sites. Again, the broad fund helps clean it up. And then an individual's project has to, if you want to build on a site, you have to remediate the site. Like I'm advising on a building that had a 1920s gas station. So I don't think they may not have ever taken the oil tank out of the ground. So in this case, the owner is going to specifically take care of it, but there may be times where the owners have walked away and it's so serious, they have to call in and immediately mitigate the problem. Like they found a radioactive site in Irving Avenue in Queens on the Brooklyn border where a plane was flying over and the Geiger counter went absolutely crazy because this warehouse that people had been working in for 50 years, probably 70 years ago, they had been building some stuff for the nuclear powered ships that were built at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. So again, very quickly, it's a general fund that's used to clean up messes. And Brooklyn is one hell of a mess. Brooklyn, the Brooklyn waterfront was one of the most prolific and profitable practitioners of the Vulcan arts, the black arts, the heavy chemistry, the heavy metals work, again, because of the Navy as other things. And so you'll see that in buildings all the time. I've had 3 different clients that have lead-based paint. The buildings were originally a lead-based paint factory. One of which is a warehouse in Williamsburg. Another one is a single-family home illegally converted in Park Slope. And the third is, ironically enough, what was the one thing you would not want for a lead paint factory? Hold on. For my clients to go away. Don't feel like taking California calls right now. Again, the answer I was going on. The last thing you'd ever expect to be in a lead-based paint factory in New York City. Believe it or not, I kid you not, an elementary school in
I was
Millbrae
just
in
gonna
Brooklyn.
say, I was gonna say like child labor.
I'm gonna say nursery or something. Yeah.
There you
Oh,
go. Yeah, no kidding. It's well, in
wow.
fairness, they remediated the hell out of it. And this is actually a great point for both the brokers as well as you as home inspectors. Now, a 1-to-4 family home, you in many ways are going to be dealing with, particularly any building built prior to the 60s, you're going to be dealing with all kinds of assumed problems, asbestos, lead, etc. And in many cases, in your home inspection, you'll have to call in an expert for those things. Anyway, I'm ranting on too much. So as we can see on the screen, we go through a lot of the sections of the property law, and we're going to kind of go through these outlines. It's a little painful, but I do want to give you a legal aspect background as we move forward. If I can get my mouse to work properly. Okay, again, we think about the overall rules of how you work. Being methodical is going to be the absolute key thing here. Our written contracts, just like everything else, you're providing a service. You need to identify what the service is, and you need to describe it. The best way to describe it is to say, I am going to provide you a home inspection based upon New York State and perhaps HI standards. And by doing that, the great thing about these agencies setting up the outline is that they give you something to fall back on in terms of, hey, I told you this, but I didn't tell you this, but I didn't have to tell you that the third layer of paint underneath the living room was lead paint, because I'm not doing a deep probe. And if they try to sue you, hey, you didn't tell me there was lead paint. Well, when I inspected visually, I didn't see it. And although I might have seen it and suspected it, and I would put it in a note like that. Written contracts, one of the many ways people do it today. And I actually strongly suggest you just go Google home inspector Queens, home inspector Manhattan, home inspector Staten Island, wherever, Brooklyn, and look who's out there now doing it. Look at their websites, because really the best way you're going to probably get going with this is to set up a website to drive traffic. And ideally, somebody needs a home inspection. They Google you or hit you on Craigslist. They go to your website. They see a description of what you do. They say, wow, I want this guy to come out or this lady to come out and come inspect my house. And so you'll literally schedule, you'll make a schedule online, you'll pay with a credit card, and you say, please come out from 3 to 6 p.m. That's the available time slot on Tuesday, and do the inspection. And I put $400 in the credit card box after I filled out a profile of the house, or however much you got for the inspection. Non-disclosure. This is a great debate I'm having with people right now, which is one of the things that drives me crazy about things like Street Easy and Zillow and stuff, is that once a floor plan of your house is done to try to sell the house, that floor plan never goes away from the internet. And I actually would be pretty annoyed to have people have a floor plan of my house. A, because again, I've had a lot of security clients, and B, because literally you could rob your house based upon the plans, which is kind of scary. So non-disclosure also, who gets the report? Pretty obvious. Unlicensed and unlawful activity. Can you walk through somebody's house without a home inspection license and tell them anything about it? Sure, absolutely. Can you write a report? Sure. Can you collect a fee? No. Again, that's the key thing, to inspect for a fee. Okay. And now why do they have that weird reason? Because again, that's your threshold for providing a service. And again, the key thing is that this report could potentially affect valuation and decisions in the property. So your knowledge or lack of knowledge can really be a problem. Competence. What can I say? You're taking the class because you're always learning, and you will always be learning. Again, I was just out, in Vegas. I was just in mechanical systems that I was looking at, heat pumps and all the new heat pumps and stuff. Guys, there is 2 million square feet of displays. That's just one small segment of this industry. Again, if I can get a couple of days to run down to Florida this week, there's that show is going to be a 5 million square foot show on just small homes. I focus usually on larger buildings. Competence written reports. You have to provide a basic written report. You're going to come up with a format, or today, the great tool is to use online software. I want all of you to absolutely, by next week or 2 weeks ago, two weeks from now, when we do the next class, I absolutely want you to go on your Play Store or Apple Store and look around at some of the software that is online. lot of it's free to demo in terms of home inspections. Because guess what? If you think you're gonna, go out with a blank sheet of paper every time and pound out a Word document, two things are gonna happen. One, you're gonna miss a lot, and two, you're gonna be wasting time. Now, I don't know if I don't think you guys bill 300, 400 bucks an hour. But if you do, that's great. But most of the time you got to write these reports in a, $400 to $500 for a small house. You can inspect up to 4 family houses. Maybe you can get $1,000, $2,000 on the high end for a specialized inspection. By the way, landmark ones are great specialized inspection. And like I said, I've ordered a few landmark buildings demolished, so I get asked a lot of questions on those. So the more specialized you are, potentially you can add value. And anyway, let's keep pushing on. We talk about the written report and can you write it fast? I can't emphasize that enough. It's so important. Can you deliver a product quickly, completely, and done? And the best way now by far is I think tablet-based or phone-based software. Used to be tablets were the way to go, but I've some of the apps that are out right now, you really can do on your phone. And so I really want you to play with that and go to YouTube and look at the demos for some, as well as you can demo the software, you can actually go to YouTube as well. And the companies have their software demos online. Your software that you use will allow you to have consistency. Because here's the secret. If you're busy with this, you'll do 2 or 3 inspections a day, every day. Yes, it'll make you a lot of money, but guess what? Unless you have, I think there's an actress named Mary Lou Henner that she has absolutely perfect memory of every minute of her life. It's really amazing. And I'm not kidding. There's only like a dozen people in the world that have this. Well, I'm not one of them. So I got to rely on method rather than memory. And so the key thing will always be have the software that provides you the outline, a method that goes through the building. We'll talk about this over and over again, and that will get you and keep you profitable. Again, conflicts of interest. Now let's talk about this for a second because we have a contractor here. This is and a potential buyer. Can you do a home inspection on a building you're going to buy?
I'd say no.
Well, actually, the answer is yes. Of course you can, but you can't collect a fee from yourself. So I guess that's a dumb question. But let me rephrase that. What type of conflict of interest might you have? One of the things the home inspector is not allowed to do is recommend a contractor. They technically, again, I apologize. The buyer, that's kind of a dumb comment for self-dealing. But what they can't do, for instance, is say, look, I see $30,000 in problems with this house. And, hey, here's my contractor buddy. Now, can you have cars available, and provide a list of contractors? Yes. But you're not there to be the salesperson for the contractor. And so you've got to be very careful about conflict of interest. We'll go through that more later. Again, fraud, misrepresentation.
Hey, Brian, I have a question.
Yeah, Derek, what do you got?
Yes, you said we cannot recommend a contractor. If I inspect the home without a fee, can I recommend a contractor?
Sure, that's a scouting report for a contractor. As a contractor, that's perfectly fine. Again, what I mean is, we everything's about informed consent. I mean, can you recommend a contractor? You can say this is a person, but you don't want to steer them towards it. If you make it available, we'll talk about the nuances of that later. Again, the key thing is you don't want to force them to use the services of you or somebody else. If they want to, that's up to them. But they want to have, the whole point is your report is supposed to be financially detached from the repairs that it might recommend. Okay. I hope we'll get more into that later. Again, fraud, misrepresentation, dishonesty. I mean, what can we say there? Promotion and advertising. I think in John's class, hi, John. John has checked in here. There is obviously the marketing aspect of home inspection, like any business today, has really moved online. That's why I said earlier, you should really kind of check your competition. There's an old saying among architects, good architects borrow and great architects steal in terms of design. I've worked with some of the best architects in the world, and they're the first ones to admit sometimes that they're inspired by other things when they design something. That said, promotion and advertising is probably what's the best promotion? Deliver a really good report. Again, when you give that report to that home buyer, he's going to, maybe his couple of friends will get it, and so on and so on. Actually, the most important person I would say really directly in New York City, the most important people to have a good marketing rapport with are the real estate salespeople and brokers. So, I strongly suggest you can drop into the real estate classes if you want. I think John would more or less let you guys sit in for free if you want to listen to any of the classes. You have to pay if you want to get the real estate license. But promotion on the tactical level is to make sure you know the potential. Who might recommend a home inspector? Obviously, something as simple as Google. You could buy the ad name, or you could buy the Google AdWords for Brooklyn home inspector or Queens home inspector. Anyway, let me stop talking, keep it moving. Again, what is that home inspection? As I said earlier, heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, structural, foundation, roof, masonry, exterior and interior. And while it says any other related system, there's going to be a lot of don'ts and systems that are things that we don't inspect. There are a lot of specialized systems like solar panels that while you'll inspect how it's connected to the building, you're not going to certify the photovoltaic quality of a solar panel. That's going to be for other people to deal with. I like this little house down here I happen to show in this picture. This was a broker friend of mine bought this house in Syracuse, New York. Cute little thing. He bought it for $20,000. I'll show you a number of properties in Syracuse during the class. I like to pick on them for a very important reason. Their market has completely collapsed. You can buy, he bought this one for $20,000 because he bought another one for $1,500. That was actually bigger than this. Yes, $1,500 for a 2,000 square foot house. Yes, I said that right. 75 cents per square foot. Again, a little reminder of how the wide range of building types and building prices you'll see in New York State. And of course, can you do an inspection upstate in Buffalo? Yeah. I'm not sure you're going to be very profitable in that commute, but you never know.
Other related systems, would you comment on the systems and not put it in your report, or would you not even touch it at all?
No, I would put it. And for instance, I'll use an example. One of my favorite things is a water filter. I was actually one of the things I spent a lot of time in Vegas looking at companies that make water filters, because clients are absolutely screaming to have water filtration. But as a home inspector, you're going to say, snap a picture and say water filtration system observed, appears to be 3-part with tanks. Please have a technician, a water technician for that company provide additional certification. You're not going to certify throughout your report. You're going to see, you see a cracked beam. You're going to say, please have an engineer review this. You're going to see a solar panel on the roof. Solar panel is attached, appears to be well attached to the building. Please have a solar panel technician observe this and take a look. You're going to actually be calling out a lot of things you don't know. Do you know how to spot termites? Yes. Are you a New York State certified termite inspector? Well, might be a little side gig you might want to do. Asbestos, same thing. New York State has a separate certification for that. Lead-based paint certification, you got it, same thing. Your Kate is sitting in, by the look of that windowsill, probably an 1880s house in Fort Greene, 1870s. I can 100% guarantee that there is lead-based paint in her walls. I can 99% guarantee that the pipes that she's drinking from have a little lead in them, perhaps. But good news is New York City, by the way, the water going to your house, the city says it's 99.9% lead free. But ironically, it usually gets polluted inside the buildings.
How would you go about certifying yourself on something like you were just mentioning, termites or lead-based paint? Or
actually, well, I'll put a link to all these different certifications at one point later on. You can literally just Google it. New York State or instead of Google, I say DuckDuckGo or whatever the search engine. Point is, it's this, I believe most of them are from the same agency. Some of them are from the Department of State, and some of the environmental ones, such as asbestos and lead, I believe that is the Department of Environmental Conservation. The New York State DEC, I believe, offers those licenses. Again, send me an email of those specific ones. If you can't find them, I'll dig up the things for them.
Is the
But again-
process as detailed as, say, like a license for home inspector, or?
Yes, it's things like, I believe the lead inspector class is like 50 hours, for
Gotcha.
instance. And, there's a person who certifies the well, drills the well. New York State has an incredible amount of licenses. And that's just the way, in many ways, it's your job protection because it limits the amount of people that are your competition.
Right.
But the goal is to set a minimum standard like anything so that everybody feels they're properly delivering a product. Okay.
I have a question about lead paint.
Yeah.
I'm skipping ahead. I'm sure we'll cover this much later, but it came up recently in a conversation. So I was told there's a machine that for lead inspection. Actually, some of my clients had this done. A woman came in to inspect for lead, and she had a really expensive machine that sort of takes an X-ray. But the thing is, she said that the issue can be with it that it doesn't read depth really well. So she could be reading lead inside your walls or in the walls of the house next door.
I am a really big fan of some of the issues of radiometry. And in fact, lead is a 2,000-year history. And my brother's a scientist with NASA, and they actually scream to find 2,000-year-old Roman lead. And they'll actually pay like several $1,000s a ton for it. And the reason why is it's been above ground and its radiation has dissipated. Lead is a radioactive material. In fact, it's very close to, on the periodic table, to uranium. And we'll talk about radon later, which is a derivative of uranium as well. There are many types. As you know, lead is great for the lead paint density means that you're going to detect it from a radiography thing. I actually have an Israeli tool that can see through a wall. It's what's called millimeter waves. I won't get into the physics of it too much, but if anybody knows what a terahertz wave is, the idea is to bounce a very high frequency signal. If it doesn't come back, you've got a density. You're doing what's called a densitometer. In reality, as a tactical fact, basically every house painted prior to 1960, lead paint was used. And as you'll hear in my lectures, there was a reason for that, because lead paint was and still is by far the best and most durable paint you'll ever find. I know you wouldn't expect to hear that. And it kills your kids. No, just kidding. No disrespect. That was meant tongue in cheek, unfortunately. But again, what gear do you want? In fact, I have this weird background on in my phone or my Zoom, so I'll take it off later, but I have a whole counter full of some of the technology I use out in the field, both in my architectural inspections or when I do home inspections. This, for instance, is what's called an anemometer, which is used to gauge wind speed. It's also used to gauge duct velocity, which helps you know whether you're getting enough air. The newer energy code. This gear, for instance, this detects 15 different gases. This detects light levels. You can have a whole bag of toys. And at the architectural level, I'm actually required to have them. As a home inspector, you don't necessarily have to have all these gadgets. But the gadget that Kate just described, probably a densitometer. There's a lot of variations on that. They can be anywhere from $100, one I have, to perhaps thousands. Anyway,
Can I ask quickly a question?
Yeah.
On lead? Is lead paint it's a respiratory issue, I assume, or is it like a poison? Is it have to be ingested in order for it to be an issue, or is it a respiratory thing if it's just on the wall and it's not disturbed?
All of the above. And again, to some extent, there's the fear factor involved. Lead is everywhere, asbestos is everywhere, dust is everywhere, COVID's everywhere, whatever. The point is, we're in a world where there's, of course, airborne allergens, pathogens, etc. Lead-based paint is usually pretty stable, but over time, it will, or if irritated, the dust will go in the air. And lead dust is probably not as much of a worry to adults, but the big threat is, of course, to kids. And the real threat with lead dust and from paint is that it settles down on the floor, and perhaps at some point it might go airborne. And that's true with asbestos as well. Often the best way to, what are you going to do? Tear down your house?
Right.
No, the answer is you just put a new coat of paint on it, and you reduce, you get rid of the chipped parts. We'll look at some, I'll give you a quick overview of that at a later time, but in the interiors chapter, but it's there. You can't make it go away.
Just cover it up.
But you clean you cover it up. B, you keep cleaning up the dust, and C, you don't panic. I mean, if you listen to some of these stuff I'm telling you, I've been told that, Bryan, you're fantastic at generating panic attacks, and I'm like, good. Well, I say that because I like to scare the crap out of people, because I want them to think about the worst case. As I said earlier, I focus on what I call the sacred and the profane, the best and the worst cases. When I was with the building department, the old motto was, in a city of 8 million people, 1 in a million happens 8 times a day. So, and I usually had to go out to those disasters. So I see the negative side, as well as the ability to, I helped design a 550-meter tower in Shanghai, and I put a 50-story building up in Times Square. So I've been pretty blessed on the upside too. So again, you want to balance your response. In fact, one of the biggest criticisms of home inspectors is that they're psychopaths. They go out and write in their reports, the whole building's going to fall down, it's death, destruction, and there's a hairline crack. I just had this with a lawyer client I did recently. They were panicking that their building was about to fall down, and I could see the hairline crack and nothing else. So the lawyer hires me because he knows I'm tough and I'll beat people up if I see stuff I don't like. But I spend half my time actually making the particular tenant feel, no, you're okay here. There's a lot believe me, I've seen cracks that matter. This is not one that matters. So again, risk management is, I think, the thread here. If you see lots of paint chips down at the, down on the floor, and somebody's got a baby, maybe there's a problem there. I know I'm in a 1960 apartment building in Queens, and there is paint chips fall, and I know it's lead-based paint chips because it's on a steam pipe, and those paint chips are sitting on the floor next to my bathroom sink, and I'll clean them up at some point, because I know damn well they're asbestos. Excuse me, not asbestos, but they're lead. But they have obviously a couple coats of vinyl on top. But again, it's a balanced risk, and we'll go through this more later. Let me keep pushing on, guys. Again, who must apply for a license? As I said, people performing home inspections for residential buildings, no problem. For compensation, that's the key phrase. By the way, can you be a real estate broker and help people broker deals and help your friend buy a $20 million building? Sure. Can you collect a fee for that? No. In fact, that's particularly important because if your license expires, this happens in real estate once in a while. It actually happened to me last year. My broker license, I didn't get my continuing ed in on time, and they disqualified my license for 2 weeks, which was kind of a joke, but that's okay. I didn't have any products that were underway at the time. But in that period, technically, I'm not allowed to collect a fee. And this happens to brokers. In fact, it is taught in my classes that the first thing you should do if you're the buyer and you're going to the closing, go online and make sure that the day of the closing, all the brokers' licenses are active. Because if the brokers' licenses are not active, they do not get a commission. And this, believe it or not, this is particularly good with if two brokers are splitting the fees. If each side gets 50-50, the brokers check each other. Because what happens if a broker fee is to be paid, and what happens if one broker doesn't have an active license? The other broker gets the 100% of the fee. And probably a bullet in the back of the head. Oops, we didn't say that. Anyway, back to who wants to apply for license. What is a residential building? Residential means structure of 1 to 4 dwelling units. Can you do a five family building?
No.
It's a trick question. Yet, no, you cannot do it as a home inspector. However, is there a license for a 5 family building and above? Well, there isn't. However, they usually will, most banks will require an inspection by an engineer above 4 families. But technically you can do, I just recently did a 500,000 square foot mall in Staten Island I had to beat the contractors up as they were trying to sign it off. And yes, they actually, believe it or not, are still building malls. Very, very ironic. Again, that's not 1 to 4 family, but again, I'm an architect, so it's a different beast. If you are a home inspector and they ask you to do that, you will say, I will gladly inspect your property. However, I am not doing it under the license or insurance of my home inspection. Okay. That's a pretty important statement there. Now, Kate, for instance, is sitting there with a contractor's license. So she's got insurance out the wazoo. And she will probably say, no problem, I'll give you a report because I can be protected generally while I'm on the site by my broker's, my contractor's insurance. By the way, one of the things you have to think about when you're insurance, ask this question. If you're walking around a site, you have no insurance for your company, you're walking around a construction site and you get, or excuse me, you walk in a client's house, you're walking in a client's house and you break your leg. Who's paying the bill? I'm walking through a client's house, a potential buyer has asked me to walk through a house that he'll potentially buy. Now, I'm the owner of that house. I'm selling that house. Do I want you to walk through my house?
If you
No.
want it sold, yeah.
Well, you don't want, right? You want it sold, but let me ask this. The only people I want to come into my house are people that are insured. Okay. I've been told before, I used to work with investment banks, so I had to carry a lot of insurance. But I was told that you can't even come into the property unless you have a minimum of $1 million in insurance. Now the state says $250,000 for a home inspector, but the seller has the right to deny you access. And especially at the high end, I've seen this a lot in Brooklyn and Queens, where people will deny you access unless you have a minimum of $1 million in insurance. Okay, so just keep that in mind as we get to the insurance thing later. So back to the issue: 1 to 4 family and associated garage and accessory buildings. And you do not. A home inspection report does not officially go towards a brand new construction. So you're not doing the TCO inspection. If you guys know everybody know what a TCO is?
No.
When you build a new building, your goal is to get a certificate of occupancy. But very often people will do an inspection before it's 100% done and get what's called a TCO, a temporary certificate of occupancy. They just got a new name for it in New York City. My brain just went. The point is, you may very well, you're not doing the technical inspection that issues that TCO. I do that as an architect. That's why I have a lot of this gear. But when I do, I'm certifying that the building is, livable and safe. And that's a potentially big deal in our legal environment. I'm going to keep saying legal environment a lot because I want to pound that into your heads that the home inspector's duty is to report for the client, but his duty also is to keep, keep him or herself out of trouble. Kate, I apologize in advance. I usually refer to everything as the male, but
You know what? I just wanted to point that out. I meant to say it the last time this occurred. Go right ahead and say guy or he. It's not worth it.
Thank you.
I also just referred to, I'm going to go get a guy to do that for me. Trust me.
In our politically correct
Hands in
world
the
these
tree.
days, it gets a little tricky. And thank you very much.
Don't worry about it.
I do
Yeah,
try to be
no.
respectful, but I can't stand that either.
No.
Bravo.
Okay. We don't have to rewrite gender right now. It's okay.
I'll let that comment go. That's probably not for this class, but I do have some opinions that are better not shared. Okay. So again, back to the outlines of what is a residential building. Hey, are these buildings right here? Do you think they're residential buildings? Would you be able to inspect these? They
Looks like it.
are, they're attached row houses. And to be clear, this, I believe this is New York Avenue in Brooklyn. Now, these are
Looks like it.
actually single family houses. Can you inspect them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They are attached, but the attached doesn't matter from a legal entity. Now, if this was a 20-unit building, all as one building, structurally, you would argue this is one building, but from a legal perspective, of course, these are four separate, each one of these is separate ownership. And again, from an inspection perspective, you got that really big front yard there. And then you can be guaranteed that that rear yard is exactly 30 feet in the back, because that's the zoning requirement for backyards for the most time, unless you're in Fort Greene when they had much older buildings and they might have been smaller. Although actually in the Rockaways, the zoning of the Rockaways also would have allowed for much smaller yards. The big picture is it's a single family house, or maybe it's got apartments. Now from your billing, one of the things you want to do in your website, if you drive your business that way, you're going to ask, how many square feet is it? How many dwellings is it? How many floors is it? These are things that'll help you determine your price. Do you want to have a fixed price? Yeah.
So if there's a determination via zoning on how much backyard there has to be, if you wanted to add an attachment to the backyard, does that change zoning, or do you have to apply for? How does that
As a
work?
home inspector, my answer is no comment. As an
Sure.
architect, as an architect, that's my expertise. I'm actually, I'm a zoning expert, and people call me to know exactly how much you can add. Very often you'll see the brokers, for instance, will often say there is 1,000 extra billable square feet possible in this building. Most of the time, they don't know what they're talking about. So I always tell people, like everything else here, we say you should get a second opinion and evaluation. I'm actually doing one of those evaluations on a project today, where I'm going to try to find every square foot that I can, because each square foot I find is $1,000 pure profit for the guy. This class isn't going to cover zoning. I do teach that in other classes. And if you see, I'm not doing the M10 class anytime soon, but if you send me an email, I'll actually be able to send you one of my lectures if you want to bore yourself to tears and listen to my zoning lectures. I taught it, or actually I'll send you the PowerPoint. I taught several classes just on real estate zoning at Baruch College. And because zoning is so insanely profitable, I actually taught that in NYIT in the business school, as well as at Tsinghua in Beijing, and the Shandong Institute of Technology, where I'm still a professor in Yantai in China. The point is that zoning is absolutely everything. As I tell in my real estate classes, I say there's three things that matters in real estate. What are they? If there were three things, what would you say? Derek, do you remember? Ron John? Is it location, location, location? No. What is it in real estate?
Zoning, zoning, zoning.
Yeah, that's my man. You taking my class. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, I believe in repetitive psychotic dogma. It works, baby. The funny part is I've had people walk up to me on the street and I didn't recognize them, because I've taught about 6,000 people in real estate. And a couple of guys came up to me one day on Fifth Avenue. I'm walking down with a client, talking with a client, and these three guys go, zoning, 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 really loud, and it was pretty funny. But so the answer, Kate, is every building varies, yard size varies, and lots of variations on that. I mentioned 30-foot rear yard as a typical, but there are lots of exceptions to that. One of my clients, for instance, he is in the 4 Comma Club in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Yeah, his company manages $10 trillion, which would actually tell you exactly what the company is. But yes, that was with a T. He couldn't build into his backyard. And so he did in Manhattan, as well as what's very, very common in Brooklyn, he went under his backyard.
Mhm.
And that's a trick, when done properly, can add a lot of floor area for free for zoning, but not for free for engineering. And more importantly, not for free, because you're going to make the buildings next to you collapse if you're not careful. I sadly spent probably upside of a year dealing with foundation and underpinning collapses in Brooklyn because people wanted to expand their house and accidentally or sometimes intentionally destroyed the building next to them.
So you can build underneath the ground and not affect the zoning law?
That's correct. There's some nuances to that, but primarily the zoning is what is above the ground. We'll talk about this a little in the M12 class, I think in a
That's
week
a
or so.
loophole.
It is a very lucrative loophole. In fact, in London, they call them iceberg buildings. In New York City, I know some buildings actually, I know a couple of Fort Greene that have done this. They went about 25 feet down, but the most egregious ones in New York City are on Ocean Parkway in Brooklyn, where these guys actually went 40 feet down. They have an existing house. They're not touching the existing house. They're digging under the house and living in it while they go 40 feet down below and all the way into the backyard, 40 feet down. And in that, they add a swimming pool, a half basketball court, and as you can imagine how much fun this is.
It's all underground?
What's that? Yeah.
It's all underground.
All underground. Now, that's called, and this is an important thing for real estate, but you really want to listen to my M12 class, that's called occupiable space. Now, you're allowed to play underground, store underground, do that stuff. What you're not allowed to do is sleep underground. That's called habitable spaces. Habitable spaces, that means you're going to be sleeping there. The primary living room and the bedrooms all have to be above ground. And if you've seen the fires I've seen, you understand why they really don't want people sleeping underground. But that's actually a state law. And by the way, the multiple dwelling law, that's the same law that makes, don't laugh at me here, that's the law that makes Airbnb illegal in New York City. Anybody believe me on that? 25,000 listings of Airbnb, 99.9% of them are illegal because you're only allowed to do Airbnb when it's a 1 and 2 family home and the boarder would have complete access to the entire house and share the kitchen with you. If that's, and you have to be there.
Class.
And you have to be there. I thought, well, actually, it's actually very important because a lot of people are buying houses on the predicate that they're going to be doing an Airbnb with them. So again, now you're not a code enforcement, but I just want to keep that little thought in your brain as we go through stuff. And yes, that's another class. Okay, one more time. Who's excluded? Who does not have to get licensed? Person regulated by as an architect. That's moi. I can do inspections if I want, and but hey, trust me, it's a lot harder to get an architecture license than a home inspection license. Person regulated by whatever. This is just gobbledygook. Who's excluded?
Someone asked me, I'm sorry. Somebody asked me, they had an engineer come to do their home inspection when they bought the house.
Yeah.
And said, why would I hire someone, not trying to offend me, but why would they hire someone like me who's not an engineer versus an engineer? And
that is a great question.
My answer was just cost.
That is in fact the case. The engineer is responsible. You as a home inspector are doing a visual. Okay. The engineer, potentially, depending on how he writes the contract, could be doing a much more thorough. He is the one that's going to certify the structure. You will, if you see a crack, you're going to say hire an engineer. Okay. If they see a crack, they're going to be able to pull permits to remediate that. Or, and we'll get to this in a second, essentially, as we see actually in the slide right now, home inspection performed in the license of, the engineers are required by most banks for properties above 4 family. It's also,
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Derek.
Yes, I want to ask this before I forget. You mentioned that we can only do inspection for only 1 to 4 family dwelling units. So
that's
now we are going by what the buyer telling us, or do we have to do a search?
You got it, buddy. Derek, I think you've taken my classes regarding the certificates of occupancy.
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay, well, I'll make sure we'll definitely get a hit on that a lot. And that's insanely important in New York City. But believe it or not, the way the general regulations are, if the owner wants to call it a three-family, then as far as you're concerned, you're going to say you are inspecting it as a three-family. Now,
Okay.
I would also add that public records, readily available public records, that's another way of saying the DOB website, lists the C of O of the building as a one family.
Mm.
Okay, I would actually put that in my report. Now, technically, they say you don't have to do that. I don't care. I mean, I used to be a building commissioner, so yeah, I'm going to put that in my report.
CYA, right?
Yeah, oh, look, if it's really obvious that it's an illegally converted house, I heard once, I heard this really strange story. Somebody once told me that somewhere in Queens is a legal house. If you guys don't know Queens, the brokers will literally list it. It'll say one family 442. And that's the way the broker lists it. What do you think that would be? The brokers, see, if a broker lies, his butt is on the line. Okay. I defended a lady in a lawsuit. She bought a condo in Manhattan on Green Street, and she paid like 10 million bucks for it. She has a tough day job. She's a Victoria's Secret supermodel. Yeah, literally. But she's really smart. And she bought this gorgeous studio, and it was represented as a 3-bedroom by the broker. But in fact, the 3 rooms were not legally bedrooms. So as a result, what did she buy? She bought a studio. Is there a difference in value between a studio and a three bedroom?
Absolutely.
You got it. So she's a smart lady, and she knows between Swedish and English. She knew enough to say, hey, you got me over. She got a lawyer, and the lawyer sued the broker, and the broker's insurance paid over $500,000, mostly based on a report I wrote saying that these are illegal bedrooms. So kudos to Miss Hosk. She was a smart lady. And the funny part is, what's that?
Touching on Derek's question about the going on what the buyer is telling you. Prior to doing a home inspection or agreeing to do a home inspection, you're asking for this C of O or the T C of O in order to validate?
We'll get to the history of these later, but from a statewide basis, you will, every community has a different way of determining what the legal use is. I mean, most of the state, although there's brand new legislation coming out right now that may change it, the Governor Hochul has just argued that accessory apartments may become legal in the next couple of months. So keep an eye out for that. We'll talk about that in future classes. It's a really big deal. They just did it in California, and they look like they may do it here as well. Now, as you know, there are lots of illegal apartments in New York City. They may become legal. Are you there to say it's illegal? No. Where are you going to get your information? First of all, any unit that is a rental with 3 families and above, particularly in some cases 2 families, they're going to be listed on the HPD website. So 3 different ways in New York City to get information. The HPD website, where my client's unit was listed as a 3-family. There's the tax Department of Finance website, the what supposedly is the official class. They will say, a seller will say, hey, the tax department taxes me as if it's a 3-family, so it's a 3-family. Well, that may not be the case. I had a lady in my class call recently. She called me with a property. She's like, Bryan, I'm in trouble. I bought my house sight unseen from Shanghai 3 years ago. And now she lives in New York City, and she's trying to sell that property. She's a flipper investor, very smart lady, a multimillionaire. And she was trying to she bought the house cash, not really doing any due diligence, right? So she thought it was a 3-family. Sure enough, within a couple of seconds, I'm on the phone with her. I type in the Department of Buildings website and look up the C of O, and there's for outer Queens, a pretty rare 1921 C of O, specifically saying it's a 1-family house. Now, unless they can prove otherwise, there may be some hidden paperwork, but sadly, that lady, her bank or her buyer's lawyer had also seen this, and I confirmed to her that, yeah, the city records online indicate this is a 1-family house and not a 3-family house. What does that do to the value of a property? Exact same building, 3-family versus 1-family.
Drop 50%.
Boom. right? 15%, 20, a lot of money, right? Again, just gauging by the FHA loans, 1.1 to 1.4 million, which is the minimum for a conforming loan for FHA. So again, was she happy? No. Did she care? Well, she had paid cash for it without due diligence. Again, my suggestion is if it's configured, this is the way you're inspecting the building as it is. Okay. And you will, I mean, before I go to the site, I'm going to do research. I'm going to understand I'm going to download the tax map in New York City. For instance, you can get a map of the building on the site, and that'll help you understand it before you go. And, but the answer is you are not a code enforcement person. If you find records that say it's one family, you might be wrong. And so your answer will be that the client describes this as a 3-family, and I'm inspecting it that way. And actually, it might have very often. I've just got a new client on the Upper West Side with the exact opposite. They have a 7-family. It had been configured in the 1940s as an SRO, and it's actually they want to convert it to a 1-family. So they actually have a problem because those SROs are very legally protected things. Housing policy in New York City is very complex, but the big point that was asked, I think, Derek, was what if it isn't what they say it is? And the answer is,
how do you protect yourself?
You're inspecting it as it is. Okay. And that's, you are then going to cover, if you want a CYA, you'll describe it as something else. And you'll put a note saying, hi, some records in the city website indicate this. And in fact, honestly, that's pretty valuable information for your buyer. And that, but again, the person that should tell them that it's a 3-family or 1-family instead of a 3-family, the best person is the buyer's lawyer. So in your report, you want to put that and then let the buyer's lawyer confirm it. And by the way,
Right.
if there's no certificate of occupancy at all, there is a way called letters of no objection, which I gave a lot of when I was commissioner in Brooklyn, because much of Brooklyn was built prior to 1916 when they started issuing C of Os. I'm sorry, did I answer all the questions there? There's a lot.
I have one more question.
Yeah, buddy.
Yes. So now, if we want to protect ourselves, I appreciate all the information that's being shared. So now we cannot collect fee to inspect a 5-family or more. And let's say if they claim that this is a 4-family, and when I got there and then it became a 5-family, is it good enough if I write it on the report saying that I'm inspecting this building as claimed by the buyer that this is a 4-family house on like the first line of the report? Does that?
I think you did exactly right. You say, look, client represents the property as a 4-family house, 5 kitchens observed, 5 units observed. And, again, flipping that around, again, these are great what if cases. The big picture is 1 to 4 is your target. If it's more than that, I've done the opposite, which is I've had it legally as a 5 and the owner represented it was configured physically as the 3. So that can happen as well. Anyway, let's keep pushing on. If it's 4 and 5, if they represent it as a 4, done. Just inspect it, say what you see. The biggest problem is, actually, one thing I would do though, is if they say it's 4 and you go out and find 5, I would tack on another $100 because you had to inspect the 5th kitchen and put it noted that there is. Oh, can you have 2 kitchens in an apartment, in a dwelling?
Yes.
Now, officially, most of the time, no, but there is a case. There are, obviously in larger houses, there might be many kitchens, but in a normal house, if the idea is, of course, is the area configured as one house? Is there, separate fire doors in between? That's kind of a different dwelling. But there is a case where there may be, for instance, down in the cellars, a legal, not as a separate apartment, but a legal special kitchen. In the 1920s, they were called summer kitchens, particularly for the Italian community in Brooklyn, where they were allowed to have kitchens down there to be cooking all day in a world of no air conditioning. And today you will find another very important type of kitchen, also in Brooklyn, primarily in Brooklyn, which is called religious kitchens. It's often referred to as a kosher kitchen. And the kosher kitchen is given by exception. The owner has to ask for it because the Department of Buildings doesn't want it to be used later as a separate apartment. The kosher kitchen or religious kitchen is for very specific time periods of use. For instance, Jewish people use during the high holy days in September and April, they have to cook in a separate kitchen. So the building department gives them an exception, but they have to sign an affidavit saying, we will not use this as a separate apartment. I mean, that's a bunch of variations on that. So inspect as it is, make notes if it isn't as it seems. And again, if they represented it as a 4-family, as far as I'm concerned, you're getting paid. Okay. Now, if they represent,
my question is, if it's a 4, if they represent 4, but it actually is a 5, how does that impact your authority to do the actual inspection?
well, the answer is you are going to describe one of the units as, you're going to describe the units as a 5th apartment a 5th apartment layout was found, and it's assumed to be part of one of the other parts of the dwelling.
Okay.
So again, that said, again,
It's all about how you articulate it.
well, the good news is it's the best of both worlds for you, because if it's illegally converted to a 5, again, we'll talk about more in the report writing. If they represented it as a 4, you're going to inspect it, period. And you're going to get paid for it, period. The great part is if it's later found by a judge to be a 5 by some other type of stuff, then your inspection describes it as 5 units, but legally a 4, and you just move on from there.
Right.
And the best part is if anything goes wrong and it's actually legally a 5 or illegally subdivided, that's the owner's fault, not your fault. It's all about describing what is.
So that does essentially make my inspection void for them, even though my service is already done and I'm paid.
Well, you've
I'm out of the
provided a
picture.
good service and you were paid, but actually your insurance company loves that because you can't be held liable.
Right.
Because they asked you to inspect it, but and it was represented as a 4 to you, and that's where we are.
Gotcha.
So therefore, any claims would be, oh, they misrepresented to me, therefore, I have no liability. Again, if you deal with the courts much, there's a lot of interesting logic that goes to it. I mean, big picture is 4-family and above. Let's move on. Can you get reciprocity? Anybody planning on doing this in other states? For
Maybe
instance,
in time.
the 6th borough, go to Florida, right? The 7th borough, Las Vegas. The 8th borough, London. Actually, but Las Vegas is one of the few places I haven't designed very much yet. But big picture is, it's of course state by state. You can ask, some will accept reciprocity. A lot of states don't require home inspections at all. So, or they don't require home inspection licensing at all. Again, what do you need to apply? The application itself, high school. I hope you all went to high school. I know, just kidding. Again, 140 hours roughly of the class. We're going to take the class hours here. And then you're also going to spend some time in the field where you've got to go. I usually don't do this. I may do it by the spring, where you have to go with a home inspector and walk through for 40 hours or roughly 10 inspections. And to get your license, John has some home inspectors that will take people around. Most of my buildings are not 1 to 4 families, so I really can't take you around with it. Again, or you would take the class or 100 home inspections and successful completion of the exam. You should have gotten the lecture today. As Ron John will tell you, I also have a large amount of data in a Dropbox, which I'll give you access to today. And you can download a lot of stuff, including a 300 question example test, which is actually like 5 example tests. And best of all, also in the back of the book, there are example tests. So why do you want to do example tests? Of course, because it's like any government agency, you got to know the information in the field, but you also got to pass the test. And of course, tests are all about the wording. So a little practice before you sit for the exam is a good idea. that you have to pay $250 and get the license, and you renew it every 2 years. I should get around to doing this at some point. And yes, you got to do continuing education 24 hours. So every once in a while, some of the home inspectors from previous years will sit in and nail out their continuing ed. What do you think? Quick look at the pictures. What would you call those houses?
3 family.
3 is a good guess. Touche. Originally
Probably
designed,
4 in the basement.
probably originally designed as 1s, probably illegally 6s, right?
Oh,
Right.
right.
These are actually, this isn't Fort Greene, but it's very similar to the architecture. This is a, an 1880s. The buildings were not very deep. Anybody want to guess why? Think about a world before air conditioning. Think about how much air conditioning changed the design of buildings. The tall windows, they're not tall because they're beautiful. They're tall because they desperately needed that in the summer. And you think about this, the evolution of buildings based upon the systems in them. And this is why, as crazy as it sounds, I actually went and spent three days at the convention center in Vegas this week, because this is very, very important for architects. It's important not only for understanding older buildings, but it's very, very important because New York City is trying to be the leader in so-called green building, where we want to have buildings that are much more efficient. Quick reminder on insurance. Again, the home insurance required is, they say 150,000 with 500 total, but I would tell you right now, you pretty much want to have $1 million minimum for your home inspector. Kate, as an example, as a GC, do you ever have like a co-op tell you can't come in the building unless you have $2 million in insurance?
For just a walkthrough? No, never.
Well, walkthrough is not a problem. I'm sorry, but
To work?
well,
Yeah.
actually, they'll do it for work. You're like, what's the minimum policy these days? I mean, some of the buildings will say 5 or 10 million, even though I think the state only requires $1 million.
Yeah, most of the new constructions are 5.
Right.
And yeah, typically
Yeah,
5,
and-
but I mean, 90% of the time I get away with 1 or 2. I have 5, but
Yeah.
2 is sometimes now the requirement as well.
There we go. So again, home inspection it's all about protecting yourself from liability. Not only if you trip, but your E&O. If you miss the fact that the air conditioner was cracked and pumping out CO and somebody dies, or that's a little extreme case, or somebody wants to go after you because there was a structural crack that you quote missed. Your report is all about protecting you from that, and B, backup is your insurance.
Is it a common thing for that to happen where somebody tries to sue you or the home inspector?
I was talking to a guy and he says he gets threatened with a lawsuit, and he's a really, really good guy. And people threaten him. He does pretty expensive buildings. And as a rule of thumb, the more expensive the building, the more willing they are to try to sue you. As odd as that sounds. And quite honestly, I've had people come out straight out and say, I literally had a client say once, we're suing you because we want to get your insurance money, but we know you did okay, but we're going to sue you anyway to get the money. And unfortunately, they were saying it to me and the guy I was working with. He was the primary target, and he and I are both former building commissioners. So when it came to the judges, we knew the guy wouldn't, and he was crushed in court, but he was really just doing it for the insurance money. So yes, you will have that risk where if something goes wrong with the deal, people will sue everybody. And that's why you want to have insurance. And again, I want to say that's New York specific. And I definitely find out people sue more the higher up the food chain they go. To them, and many people in the real estate industry, it's just part of the deal. I mentioned this in class the other day. I used to have a client when I worked at very high-end skyscraper design. In fact, the backdrop from my screen is pretty much the view from my office at Carnegie Hall back then. And the client came to our office, and Frank, my mentor, and I were sitting around. He's a very, very famous architect. And he and I were sitting with a client, and the client says, Frank, in good times, you're a cost center. I've got to pay you money. In bad times, you're going to be a profit center because I'm going to come back and sue you. And Frank says, don't worry, Donald, you don't pay us anyway. And not political in any way, but yes, the person on the other side of the table was Donald Trump, because although he was joking, and the architect I was with actually did about 10 of his buildings, including at the time we were designing his personal apartment. No, I didn't put that gaudy gold shit in, but nonetheless, it was, the building itself. The point is that in the real estate industry, particularly as you go up the food chain, people like to sue. Okay. So the goal is deliver a product that meets the minimum specifications of the state and the guidelines in Appendix ABC of one of the private agencies, and you will be protected. You'll say in your report, I am inspecting based upon the international standards. I am inspected based upon the ASHI standards and the New York State law. That's the way you protect yourself. And so again, back on page 75, we talk about the do's and don'ts of every class. Everybody can jump ahead a little bit to page, if you throw back to the book, I want you to look at page 77. This gray box is really important in every chapter. And I want you to tattoo this on your forehead. In fact, your software is actually literally going to put this into your report. If you do a software method, a good report will literally say, this is what I inspect, this is what I don't inspect. And then it'll say what you found. So who wants to do some reading? Can you, let's see. Derek, do you have the book?
No, I don't have the book.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you're off the hook, buddy. You're lucky. Let me pick on, it's still messing with me when I say Tiffany, see Tiffany on the screen.
You can call me Tiffany if you want.
I meant
It's Evan.
Evan, that's right. Tiffany gets me in trouble. I'm wearing my plastic ring right now because my 27-year-old Tiffany ring disappeared one day.
Oh no.
The
What do you want?
ring,
You want the gray box that says exterior?
I do 4.1 first, and then I'll pick on Kate if you do 4.2 after that. Oh, Roman, hold on for a second. Yeah, go ahead and do 4.1A. No,
Okay.
4.1.
4.1, the inspector shall inspect siding, flashing, and trim, all exterior doors, attached or adjacent decks, balconies, stoops, steps, porches, and their associated railings, eaves, soffits, and I don't know what that is.
Fascia,
Fascia,
but you will know.
okay, where accessible from the ground level, vegetation, grading, surface drainage, and retaining walls that are likely to adversely affect the building, and adjacent or entryway walkways, patios, and driveways, and describe siding.
Okay. Now, Kate, you get the most important part. What aren't you inspecting as a home inspector?
Inspector is not required to inspect screening, shutters, awnings, and similar seasonal accessories, fences, geological, geotechnical, and/or soil conditions, recreational facilities, outbuildings other than garages or carports, seawalls, breakwalls, and docks, erosion control, and earth stabilization measures.
Who do you think inspects most of these?
Engineers.
That's right. So this is the do not is a very important thing, because many of these are engineered structures, and that's a specific building code term. I know because I helped write the New York City building code, and those terms are, again, this, when you deal with these and you might see problems with them, you're going to say not, it'll say not part of your inspection, but you can say seawall cracks observed in the seawall, please suggest being reviewed by an engineer. And that's a line you'll say see over and over. I'm just going to very quickly, up on the screen again, we looked at, again, the shalls and do's. This is exactly what we just read. Let me just jump ahead quickly. Okay, the red is the outline for the exam, which you can look at on your own time in the PDF. Browse through this. It's pretty useful, actually. Okay, so let's actually, I guess we've been talking for a while. I've been babbling on for 2 hours. Let's actually start getting through that discussion of the site and what we're going to see. And actually, it's really a time for about a 10-minute break. Everybody want to break for a few?
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do a 10-minute. I think we've done the introduction. We've done a kind of a get acquainted overview as to what we're going to be doing with home inspection. And before we get into the dirt, let's take a break. Let's sync again. We'll get started again in a minute. Okay, Derek and Ron, I don't see you. You're welcome to leave your cameras off if you want, but Evan's still stepped away. I'm going to go ahead and get started. As I said, we're going to be going through chapter 5 for the next coming time. Hold on, let me turn the recording back on. Oh, I guess it's been on. We want to look at the first, with every house, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to inspect the perimeter of the house. Now, of course, as we saw in some of the examples I gave earlier, the building thinks, I can't emphasize enough, most of the United States is single family houses, although that's evolving. Of course, in New York City, we're used to much higher density, so row houses are very common. How do you inspect the row house? The answer is exactly the same. You just happen to have 2 walls that you can't see. But of course, those 2 walls that you can't see actually are the most important. And having ordered a number of buildings demolished because those walls failed, I can speak sadly from experience. The typical inspection of the building would, of course, start. Most of the home inspector's test takes a mentality of dealing with a site like this, single family property on a lot. Now, this one's a relatively flat lot with a little bit of slope, and really there's nothing wrong with this house as it's seen. The challenge, of course, is that, obviously there's an infinite amount of permutations as to things you might come across. This might be something you might find out in the near suburbs of Long Island, and versus, most of the houses that were built like this 100 years ago in Brooklyn have been torn down and multifamilies are being put up in them instead. And so we see this evolution of building over time. The idea, though, is simple. You want to walk the perimeter of the site and try to understand what is a potential threat to the overall structure of the building. Are you going to comment in your home inspection that the bushes are trimmed in a way that you don't like and you think they would look better if they were square, or something like that? No, let the broker talk about that. Aesthetics are not for you. Your job is to identify structural and system problems with a building that might need further review, that might affect the value of the property.
What about trees?
What's that?
What about trees?
Well, trees are very important when they're potentially a threat to the property. Example, I'll never forget a building on New York Avenue in Brooklyn where it was a 120-year-old, 130-year-old building, and it literally had a tree that had grown 3 feet into the cellar of the house. And the owner was like, "Oh yeah, that's our pet tree." I'm like, okay. But the simple fact is that in that particular case, it hadn't knocked the house down, but there were, cinder blocks everywhere. But it had literally been 100 years that tree had been there. So it had literally become a part of the house. That's clearly a problem, but in that particular house, it was okay. Anytime I see plants or trees within 10 feet of the house, I question whether it's going to be a threat. And by the way, a really simple rule of thumb: if the cantilever of the canopy of the tree is over the house, it's almost definite that the roots are under the house. As a general rule for deciduous trees, the root volume or the root radius is usually about the same as the canopy radius. So we'll talk about that in a little while. And would you worry about these bushes next to the house? Well, these are well trimmed, right? So, but what you'll often find is some real nightmares, and we'll see some pictures of that. Okay, national standards, the 3 standards agencies we've talked about. We talk about what to do and what not to do. Okay, we'll go through that more as we go through here. We talk about that overall scope of report and the report itself. I'm going to go through this relatively quickly, and then we're going to actually wade into a sample report. It's going to be very important that when I give you the Dropbox link today or tonight, I really, really want you guys, everybody, to download it, grab it. A, it's got all the slide presentations in here. B, it has a ton of review material, and it has hundreds and hundreds of pictures that might give you ideas. One of the things I like to do, and we will do later on, I'm going to do bang, 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 rapid fire. This is the picture. What's the problem? And, doing that is exactly what you're doing out in the field. You're going to walk the house and find 100 problems or not, but you're going to try to be able to make quick decisions as you walk around. And I emphasize that's an important concept of the home inspection. You're covering a lot of ground really fast and doing a broad review. And then some stuff is going to really require an expert, and you'll put that in your report. And some stuff is, you'll say, look, from what I observe without probing it, because you're not cutting the drywall or anything, it looks like you may have a problem here. Talk to your engineer, or it looks okay. And okay is an important word in real estate. That's another thing to think about. A home inspection. Look, it's this one right here. What do you say? 70-year-old house, probably 1950s. Let's face it, it's going to have some challenges. What is a real estate person? He's a used house salesman. And as I say that, the goal is to identify really big potential problems. Like, for instance, this one, it's got a brand new roof. That's actually my first thing. If you got the roof, as far as I'm concerned, you're going the right direction. Because the roof tells, as I walk around the exterior of the house, the overall maintenance of the house tells me a lot about what I might find inside. Now, that said, there's flipper specials out there that, people will put the lipstick on the pig, make it pretty on the outside, and, put paint over the stuff on the inside to try to sell it. And you might sniff that out as you walk through a house. So let's talk a little about procedures. Again, the task 1, identify and inspect site conditions to assess defects and issues that may affect people and performance of the building. And we went through this already, more or less. Industry standards, you're observing, you're not fixing. Okay, Kate, don't you dare, as you walk around, start fixing stuff, right? Because what happens? Think about very quickly. You're inspecting a house. Who owns that house? Does your client own that house?
Not yet.
No. Well, let's not only say not yet. The answer is maybe not. They may not buy it at all. Okay, so you're walking through somebody else's house, and you break a piece of plumbing. What's the rule? You break it, you bought it. So never forget that. You are going through a property you don't own yet. Or excuse me, your client doesn't own yet. That's so important. In fact, I'm so crazy. I even, for my walk-arounds, who would ever think of carrying plastic booties? Is that crazy? That's how much I want to protect the client, right? Kate's saying, yeah, I do Park Avenue. You better believe I wear booties, right? Bring a little dust into their brand new white carpet. They send you a $1,000 cleaning bill. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So these are things to think about. Over delivery equals liability. If you say stuff that you don't know what you're talking about and it's wrong, you can have your, handed to you. You're not going to say, oh, the structure is okay. You don't say that. You'll say no defects observed. Everybody understand the wording difference there? If you say the structure is okay, what have you just done? You certified it. Anybody here a PE? If you're a licensed engineer, professional engineer, PE, then you might want to make a statement like that. You also want to charge 10 times as much for the home inspection. Okay, because you've just taken on a lot of liability. So your wording all through this is going to be about your observations, not your measurements. Good way to think about it. Again, over delivery equals liability. The 3 standards, the ASHI standards, the book primarily leads with the ASHI standards, which was the gray box that Evan and Kate read earlier. And that is, the minimum standards. And of course, the New York State law is pretty much exactly the same. Again, can you have additional services? Yes, if you get certified for them. Like for instance, on your website, and I want you to look at some of the people out there that do it, they'll go to your website to ask for you to come out on Tuesday at 3 o'clock for home inspection. They'll put your credit card in, but before then, you'll ask them some questions. You want to charge them $500 for every inspection? Well, that's not very profitable. So what you're going to do is you're going to say, you're going to have a checkbox, how many square feet, as I said, how many units. And remember, if they say 4, you can inspect. If they say 5, can you inspect? Maybe not. So you want to have it at that point, you might want to call them and say, look, officially, this isn't a home inspection if you have 5 units. Now, if it's legally 4, then I can inspect it. And then you figure out whether you want to do it with them or not. What else? The checklist you might have on your website. You'll have a question. Does it have balconies? Does it have piers, etc.? Those are all things that might potentially add to your cost. Does it have a pool? Hey, you get certified by a lot of these agencies or these trade associations. The 3 ones mentioned in the book, the ASHI, the InterNACHI, and the AHIT. These are agencies you can join, and they all, when you go to their websites, they do a great job offering you certification in other issues. Again, they won't do asbestos. There are a bunch of state regulated ones, but there's a lot of little ones. Like you can advertise that you have special training to inspect boilers. Now, there's actually a limited amount that you're going to do with your boiler inspection. You're not going to rip the thing apart and take, look at it. If you want to, you might want to say, look, I will spend an extra half hour on your boiler. I am XYZ certified. Again, if you're not certified by that manufacturer, you may not want to do it, but there's some loopholes there. So again, those inspection standards are there as a minimum base case. And I'm going to show you some reports in a little while where they actually, you talk about the interior. The first thing it states is the do's and don'ts of that part of the inspection. Again, homeowner's inspection, what is the responsibilities you walk through a house? Visual inspection of what you can see. What if you can't see it? And do you have to go up on the roof to inspect it? We'll talk about that today. The answer is you have to inspect the roof or, view the roof, but you're actually not required to go up on the roof. But that said, if I'm a buyer, if I'm buying your services and, you didn't go up in the roof, I'm going to be a little annoyed. I want to hire the guy or the lady with the two-story ladder that's going to be up there, really taking it out and taking a look. Using this, the one on the screen is a good example. By the way, hi, March.
Good morning, sir.
Everybody say hi to March, one of the guys I work with.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Cheers.
March.
Cheers. Anyway, architects don't sleep, so we work 7 days a week. Anyway, back to the home inspector. How might you inspect this property as a site? For instance, you've agreed, you've met the owner, go in and meet the owner, get all the introduction, get the payment, which you've probably already gotten paid online, and agree. Let's ask a question. Is the person in that house going to be paying you? Maybe not. They may be the owner of the house. Who might be there on the inspection? The broker, the seller broker, the seller, the buyer broker. All those different people are there. Ideally, you don't really deal with money at the table unless the potential buyer who's hiring you wants to add services. One of the best things is often said is to go into the house, get to the kitchen and set up as a base station. And once you've done that, that gives you a chance to get a feel for who's there. You're gonna write down everybody who's there and get a feel for the basic information. Then you go outside. There's a big debate. I personally like to go clockwise. where I'll start at the front of the driveway, work up, and then I'll walk around the house. For you, if you're in New York City, there's a term I use when I dealt with the fire department a lot, which unfortunately was very often. We refer to the buildings as exposures. Exposure 1 is the front. The left side is exposure 2. The rear, exposure 3. The right side, exposure 4. So you may come across reports or inspectors that refer to on exposure 4, because sometimes you don't want to do north, south, east, west. It gets confusing. So on exposure 4, we noticed some window damage, etc. Exposure 1, we noticed XYZ. So you get to the front of the house, use your starting point and work your way around before you go inside. For instance, in that row house we saw earlier, to get into you can inspect the front yard, which will tell you a lot of things. For instance, on the sidewalk, you'll see the gas and electric connections and the utilities. On the right side, what if there's another building here? Well, probably go through the house, go to the backyard, and observe your exposure 3 and then exposure 4, and you work your way around. I actually would emphasize, take really great care looking at the connection. If it's an attached house, be very careful looking at the connection next to it. Okay, so I've walked around the house. I go into the house, back to the kitchen where we've done the basic introductions already. Again, keep an eye on the mess you're making, which the better answer better be 0. Then the next strategy is, where do you want to go? You want to stop the top down or the bottom up? In my building department days, I trained my inspectors to go from the bottom up most of the time, because the only reason why the building department was there is because the building was probably falling down or something was breaking. But whatever your method, a lot of home inspectors like to start in the master bathroom. And the reason why is the master bathroom is often a part of the building that takes a lot of punishment. So the idea is you're gonna have a method to go have the rough idea of a method that you repeat on every building, no matter what the building is shaped like. Clockwise around and then top to bottom, or clockwise around then bottom to top. Be very methodical, again, because you might do 100 inspections a month. Well, a quarter. If you do 100 inspections a quarter, you're going to forget about them. So you've got to always be able to, they're going to call you a week later and say, hey, you missed this, or what do you think about this? This is where this comes in. Again, the 360 cameras. I walk around, this is a 60-inch tripod. So I can attach my 360 camera onto the tripod. And as I walk to every room, as I'm taking specific pictures, I'm also snapping a 360 of each room. So that's, again, newer technology and a great tool for protecting you from all the things you forgot to take pictures of when you walk through. And what happens if a building gets damaged after you did the home inspection, and then about a month later, the guy buys the house and said something's wrong? Are you liable? But, they say, well, you missed this in your inspection. Well, wouldn't it be nice to be able to pull out a photo? I'm sorry, I interrupted. Who was saying something?
No, I was just saying depends.
The point is, you are making observations on the day you were there. That's the key emphasis of the phrase. Right now, today, what did we have last night? At least in Queens, where I am, we had a pretty nasty ice storm. Okay. So would you want to inspect the roof the next day? I wouldn't recommend going up on a roof after an ice storm, right? So part of your report would be, hey, it was, in fact, a lot of engineering reports say you should report the 3 previous days, because water built up in the soil. You might see this particularly in the foundation parts. So again, we think about walking around the perimeter. Let's keep pushing on. Old versus new construction. This is a beautiful neighborhood in Ditmas Park, Brooklyn. I have a lot of pictures of Brooklyn because I do have an affinity for it. It is a definitely interesting place. And unfortunately, I've demolished so many buildings in it, but I have, as an architect, it's quite an inspiring place. But this building, of course, is, in fact, it was built around 1906. I know because I have an aerial picture of this neighborhood in 1906 when they were built. And Ditmas Park was the far suburbs of New York City, which is kind of ironic. If you don't know, it's only about 2 miles from Wall Street. So you see these big, huge, single-family wood frame houses in an area surrounded by large apartment buildings. So I want you to, one of the things we're going to talk about a lot in these classes, old structural systems. They built them different. Wiring, gas lines, dry rot, building conditions, fire damage, I'll add, and adjacent buildings. Architectural styles, get acquainted and understand what an architectural style is, how you might describe a building. This one often referred to as early classical revival, sometimes called Georgian, sometimes called Greek revival. All of these styles are, you are describing a building to a client. So the, shall we say, the artsy fartsy description of it is important. I guess I'm an architect, so I don't mind that. Yeah.
You have a question. How long should you save an inspection report once you complete an inspection? If the client has said something you went wrong, so you can go back and.
That's a great question. I think the rough number is 3 years. I think that's required for maintaining your records. I'm assuming all your stuff is going to be all digital these days. I don't think anybody's taking film and writing on paper. So I would recommend holding it, for several years. The key emphasis is the camera is there and the report is there to document the day you went. Okay. And that's important because, buildings have a weird habit. Queens, I'm looking at you. Buildings have habits of burning down the day before a closing or the day after a closing, depending on how the insurance works. You wouldn't believe. But again, from a record state, I do believe the state requires you to hold your records for 3 years.
So essentially, you're saying that, on the day of the inspection, I observed this, but what happened later that week, this is what I saw that day.
There you go. That's exactly correct. And again, there are people that will just try to sue you for anything. And I can't stress enough, the pictures are there to help your client, but protect your butt. Okay. I want to instill a healthy dose of paranoia in you, because if you have not dealt with a construction industry, there's a real good reason for that. And they don't have to be right. They just have to have the ability to get money out of you. And there's a lot of people, like I said, they will tell you right outright, you did fine, but we're going to sue you anyway. I wish I was kidding on that. So just keep that in mind. And most importantly, price accordingly. So what's the goal here? Your goal is to be extremely efficient in your inspections, report what you need and not more, and do it in a methodical way. And that method will protect you over time. Again, another thing we talk about with construction is additions. I was just looking up a client in Meserole Street in Brooklyn, where I had a 1895 map showing the building was about 40 feet deep. And by the 1910 map, in 1916, it was 60 feet deep. So they had added 20 feet to the building, and I could narrow down to a 20-year window when it was added. So I knew exactly the construction type, and I could also identify for the lawyers exactly how they had modified it again illegally, making it, we talked about this earlier. In this case, it was a 6-family and it had been illegally converted. Well, it had been converted to a 5, which isn't a bad thing. That's usually okay. But it had been done in a way that what was supposed to be a 3-bedroom combination, they illegally made it a 5-bedroom. And that's what was causing a lot of grief. Because now, and that's for you guys who are brokers also, that broker who represented the property as a 5-bedroom, and it's really legally a 3-bedroom. I did the inspection. Of course, I had the fun of doing the inspection and then getting a call a couple days later from the father of one of the gentlemen in the apartment. How would you like to have this thing? Oh, by the way, you did a great field inspection the other day. Thanks for the report. Oh, and by the way, my son and the 3 guys with him in the apartment, they all came down with COVID. How would you like that call? That was my call on December 26th last year. Again, I've already had COVID. I don't care. That's another story. But the point is, it's also a reminder to you about the most important thing we'll talk about in inspection, which is personal protection. There are a lot of times you will put yourself at potential risk, physical risk of harm, in this case by disease. Now, in fairness, whatever the law, your opinions, I think we have to wear masks when we do inspections. That's I'll leave that to you. That's up to you. That was a day I almost wish I had worn a mask, but luckily, again, I tested negative, so I was okay. But again, think about the dumb stuff, and because what's my motto, right? 1 in a million in New York City happens 8 times a day. Think about that. Again, back to additions, we talk about kind of understanding the building. Somebody one of you guys covered this really well about that pre-investigation. Just as a broker, when he gets a listing, he wants to understand the building that he's trying to sell. Same thing with a home inspector. Now, you don't have time to do 20 hours of due diligence, so you have to, for the most part, take what they tell you. But hey, I'm still going to do my quick check. First thing I do every time somebody gives me, I just got a discussion with a property in Manhattan last night, and one of the most powerful lawyers in the city calls and says, "Bryan, I'd like to go to this site to you on Monday morning." I'm good. I'm there. I'm definitely there. But to understand it, first thing I did is I went to Street View. I wanted to understand what the front of the building looked like. I went to Aerial View. I wanted to understand I want to look down on the building with the electronic tools I have to understand it. Where did I go next? I went to the building department. I looked up its C of O. I looked up its violation profile. I looked up whether there were any easements for the subway running underneath, which there is. So all these factors, this is what I put together in a 5-minute thing. In New York City, and actually online today, you should think like the broker. What should you do? You should pull up the listing for the property, because when you are inspecting a house, chances are it's already on the MLS. There's a listing available online, like Zillow. Like, you might want to pull up the Zillow profile. What is the buyer thinking he sees? Can you imagine? In fact, I'd say that's probably the most important thing, because that's literally exactly what they're seeing. The owner's thinking it's a 2-family, or the potential buyer is hiring you, and he sees the listing, says it's a 2-family, right? So absolutely, the first thing you want to do is look at the listing to give yourself a backdrop of the property. Again, additions, this is, I do this really frequently particularly in older portions of the city, but really any portion of the city. Anything more than 10 years old, you can have additions that will alter the nature of the building. What's another challenge of additions? Again, that intersection of two, really, if you think of an addition, it's like having a separate building. So that intersection, just as I was talking about the sides on exposure 2 and 4 of attached buildings, I want you to also think about that intersection where you might be dealing with a different addition. I had a building, I was renting a building a couple of years ago, 15 years ago in Brooklyn, in Marine Park, where the first house was built in 1917 when it was part of a US military base. If anybody knows Kings Plaza Mall, would you believe that was actually a naval base? That was actually a US naval base. The 1924 pictures actually show submarines docked where the Sears store used to be. The point is, understanding the history, you can see the 1940s addition, and I find out that the building had, they had never extended the heat into the other section of the house. So these are some things we'll talk about later. So that intersection is important. Waterproofing. Now, value is determined by 3 things: zoning, zoning, zoning. But the fate of a building is determined by 3 things also, and that's water, water, and water. What the heck? Water. Number 1, the water that falls on the ground or falls from the air, it's got to move carefully and away from your building without damaging the building. Water number 2 is the incredible power of water in the soil around a building. That water damage, as we'll talk about in the foundation section, is incredibly destructive. And you'll be looking for that. And of course, water number 3, which is the beauty of a broken pipe. Because water, again, water from above, crushing force from below, and inside, the power of water. As we look for things like structural settlement on the outside, which may indicate problems with things like the utilities on the inside. I like these, just 2 quick examples of buildings as they might appear. And obviously, in these cases, they're very beautiful additions, and they're relatively new additions to very old houses. But, clearly they're different structural systems, and chances are you're not going to have too many problems. But you're not always that lucky. Unstable buildings. Unfortunately, this is my expertise. These are some unfortunate examples. Now, how would you inspect this? Would you inspect this?
I don't want to.
Anybody know what, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I don't want to walk in the one that's on the right. I honestly.
Fair enough. Actually,
Yeah.
and that's actually, you've got to ask that question. What if they're asking you to do a home inspection on a building has a, for instance, if it has a New York City vacate order on it? This is very real and possible. You know, a vacate order is, again, that's another reason why you want to investigate a building beforehand. Again, collapse. There's one building I ran out of in my life, and that building, we call it the double tap. It went down not many hours later. And also, when you are inspecting, this sounds a little paranoid, but don't be afraid to use the buddy system, and really not just on a scary building, but all buildings. What if you get locked in a room, right? Obviously, we all have cell phones these days, so it's not that big a deal, right? But you do want to think about making sure that somebody knows you're there, your schedule is known, and particularly when you're going into confined spaces. This is a very important concept with OSHA. Confined spaces, you know, you're crawling in a crawl space and stuff. These are when you might get hurt, or you know, there's a lot of ways, you know, crazy 1 in a million times that you can get hurt in a home inspection. So always make sure somebody has your back. Somebody knows that you were there. It sounds a little paranoid, but believe me, you'll see in some of the later pictures, some of the threats you might see in a building that'll hit you hard and fast, and you may not be able to have time to call. Can buildings be this dangerous? Yeah, obviously these nearly collapsed buildings are one type, but there's many reasons. Again, crawl spaces, go up on a roof. What if you fall off a roof? You should always judge that potential threat before you go. But, you know, I was up on a roof with a client the other day, and he actually has actually he's a very, very powerful lawyer. He has a birth defect. So he only has, one of his hands is not complete. Now, this guy is pretty amazing. He's really, really smart, but he was going up a 25-foot ladder with me. And I was kind of scared. It all worked out. Nobody got hurt. But the point is, you always want to think about safety when you're dealing on site. I can't stress that enough. So don't be afraid to use the buddy system with buildings. Very quickly, we'll think about, as we talk about the exterior of a building, we'll think about legal appurtenances and what you have to inspect. Now, the home inspection, again, it's really limited, right? You're not going to do this 4 billion page report unless they want to pay you more. So let's think about what we do. Do we check the sidewalks on the outside? Yeah, we want to know if there's cracks. We'll get to that. The walkway, the sidewalks and the walkway, that is what the postman's going to use. That's what a person coming to the place is going to use. Trip hazards there can be potentially worth noting. Great question. Do we care about trees? Again, something like this, they're about 10 feet away and they're trimmed. So I would say, we're describing the foliage of the site, foliage is trimmed back adequately from the property. Again, this is obviously a nice property, so there's not many problems. So I've walked around, I've done the perimeter, I've checked the driveway for cracking, I go into the backyard. Do I have to do this accessory structure here? The nice, beautiful gazebo? No, that's not part of my report. Now, that said, you know, you might want to add it to your report. You know, when you first start the property and do your survey of the property, you might say, hey, would you like me to do this gazebo? Would you like me to do the swimming pool? I'm certified by Internaci to do a swimming pool inspection, and I understand the concepts of swimming pools. You know, these are things that you might want to do as value added, but legally you're only required to do the yard, the house, and any parking structure, in this case, a carport. You do the fence? Nope. Retaining walls? Nope. But that said, as I look at them, if I see cracks and stuff, I'm going to put that in my report and say, what's your famous catch-all? You know, cracks observed in retaining wall, water, a tree is growing out of the retaining wall drainage, suggests an engineer and review. So again, the key thing here is to think about what you don't inspect. Again, as you walk around the house, you are going to be looking for you're inspecting every system at once. You're going to inspect mechanical, electrical. So as you walk around, you're going to look for potential problems. Here on this wall right here, this is exposure 4, right? Front, 2, 3, 4. So on exposure 4, I would note that heat pump noted on the outside, and I would say inspected, and because I would note that there's no real problems. And you may just say inspected in the checkbox, or you can go into depth. By the way, as we go forward, if you're while you're listening, you can jump to page an earlier part of the book. I believe it's page 50. There's about a 7-page report, and it's page basically from page 50 to page 59 or so. There's a kind of a checkbox format report. And as you browse through this, you'll kind of get a feel for what they're looking at. In this case, all they ask for is the checkbox is it there? Which is pretty helpful, pretty basic. And then, is there damage? Are the windows operable, non-operable, or again, it'll say see narrative report, where it's going to kick out and you'll describe it in more detail. So kind of as we're talking, browse through this sample report and use that as a basis, which you're going to then jump out to A, the sample reports I'm going to send you, and B, the software that you may start playing with. One software that a lot of people like is called Home Inspector Pro. I think that's in Apple and Android, and I think Windows also. So that is, I'll probably refer to that one a lot, but you can use any package. A lot of my students that have really gone on to full-time home inspection have they use a program called Home Gauge, and a lot of home inspectors in this area really like that one. But again, there's literally hundreds of software packages out there. What's the key? Method. All about having a checklist. Why do you have this checklist? Because you go down the checklist and you go back before you leave the house, you see, oops, I never looked at the pool. I never looked at this. Or, okay, there is no bedroom 4 and 5, so we don't care about that. So as you look through these checklists, it'll help you not forget stuff. What's the most profit destroying thing in this business? Having to go back again, right? I can't stress enough. Your goal here, hit it and split it. Hit it, get through. If you're really good, you will literally give them a report before you leave the house, but leave the building. And again, you're out there on site, and you can PDF them. A lot of these software literally lets you send a 30, 40, 50 page report with all the photos you took as you walked around in 2 hours, and you'll just email it to them. Why? Why do you like that? Because you're getting the check. So these are things to think about. So again, we think about the perimeter, the appurtenances and the perimeter, how we might walk around the property and look for defects. Back to appurtenances quickly. When you're dealing with a site, there might be a number of types of issues. You're not a lawyer. You're not doing the title search for that potential buyer, but you do want to understand potential issues. Obviously, water rights would be one type of problem. But for instance, my client the other day is again, the one I talked to yesterday, we were discussing it, but the most important factor of his property wasn't that it wasn't the property itself, but it was a fact that, again, there's a subway easement below us, and it's very close to a major New York City bridge. So all of those have legal implications to the property. Again, outbuildings, which we don't inspect. Well, these are just parts of buildings. When they refer to profit, what I'm referring to here is, well, these are more legal issues. I don't think you're going to advise them for the most part on these things like subsurface rights. Hi, you got a nice property. Oh, and by the way, you can sell the oil drilling rights to it. Don't laugh. That actually is very, very common in Western New York. And one company actually went out in 2009. They spent $9 billion buying drilling rights for fracking in Western New York. And then I was up in Albany the day they declared fracking illegal. So all of a sudden, this company lost $9 billion instantly. Subsurface rights, water rights, accession rights. understanding the basic outline of the property and why, if you can quickly determine this before you go, obviously sidewalks are pretty basic, but why there might be, one of the things I found recently is a lot of people that have like a drainage swale in a subdivision that might pass through their property. And those are things that, you might inspect on a dry day, but you might see that potential water damage. With this one, again, we look at the idea of what you might inspect in the house. This is more of a Florida type design. To New Yorkers, it's kind of funny. And actually for Fort Greene, you could appreciate this, Kate. Driveways were not put in houses in 1900. Each community had its stables, or each house had its stables. And today, it's very common to put the driveway right in the front. In fact, there was a minor glitch in the matrix, shall we say, with New York City zoning a couple of years ago. And all of a sudden, where you weren't allowed to have parking before, all of a sudden, for about 3 years, people in townhouses from the 19th century were suddenly allowed to modify their buildings to put garages in the front. In that case, the garage actually added millions of dollars to the value of the house. Most of the rest of the country, of course, the garage is the front of the house. But again, we think about walking the perimeter. Obviously, the planning here you would keep an eye on. Let's talk about this. This is kind of like a mesh structure over a pool. Would that be part of your inspection? This is, in a way, it's kind of attached to the building, but it's really an out. It's a out structure, and you would be somewhat limited in something like this. Again, would you be responsible for the dock and the seawall out here? No, these are all docks and seawalls are actually regulated by the United States Corps of Engineers, and therefore they're only engineers that do that. Again, are you responsible for the fence up here? It says no, you're not responsible for it, but obviously you'll just put fence not inspected. The reason why is because, again, you don't want to certify it, A. B, the owner, potential buyer can see the current condition of it. And again, it's not directly attached to the house. Okay, let's other aspects of the building as you're inspecting them. I guess this is a little Park Slopey there on the left. The buildings can have a lot of architectural details that have an impact. And this actually will be part of your inspections, understand where it is. Very often the picture will do the justice. The buyer has to understand the condition. You're not there to inform them of the visual stuff that's obvious. You're there to inform them of stuff that is, that is a potential cost. I mean, for instance, if you are looking at articulated elements of the capitals here on these columns, are you looking for it? Oh, that's a Corinthian detail, that's terrible. No, you're looking for, it appears that there's cracks in the wood, and that may need to be mitigated. It appears to be lead paint chipping off. Those are things that we want to say have it investigated. Well, actually, the purpose of this slide was something else, which is what would you do if you see parts of the building that are obviously falling down? That's obvious, but what if it looks like it's going over and intruding in other people's properties, or worse, other people's properties are intruding to yours? That is, to some extent, you want to note that, but again, those are legal decisions rather than home inspection condition decisions. This is probably not for this slide. So a little reminder of some of the other conditions you might come across. Water rights. Again, these are mostly lawyer stuff, so you don't care about that. Back to the issue of how are you going to do your research before you go out? One of the first things I do in New York City, for instance, is I punch up, well, that's one of the websites. It's also nyc.gov/maps. New York City has an amazing database of map data that'll help you understand a property before you go to it. This is the meets and bounds of a block in Midtown Manhattan, and building or lot 27 is actually 15 West 39th Street, and it's about a 22-story building. Zola, another example. Again, here I can very quickly, before I even go out to the site, you can see the typical house right here. And you can see there's an addition to it. So very common to deal with additions, but you're going to be out when you're out there, you're going to be particularly alert to look at conditions at the connections here before you go. Little reminder, as I was already harping a little bit on risk, make it clear. A home inspection can be, there's, you know, unfortunate conditions, there's natural conditions, and there's crazies. This home inspector, I actually found this is a very funny article on CNBC one day, a couple of years ago. This home inspector was about to inspect this vacant house. The house was vacant, sadly, because the previous owner had been evicted. And it's up in Massachusetts. Now, luckily, well, this home inspector was a recently retired veteran, and he had just been in Afghanistan for a couple of years. He kind of had that right amount of perhaps a little too much paranoia. But believe it or not, this house, he went to inspect this house, and you're gonna love this one. The house had a tripped wire on the front door that would turn on the gas when you open the front door. And this house had literally been rigged to blow up when somebody came into it. I guess he wanted to take out his ex-wife or maybe her ex-husband. I don't know. Literally it was ready to blow up. But luckily this guy was a vet and he actually saw the tripwire and the house didn't blow up. So little
That's
funny
not
little
a-
craziness. What's
That's
that?
not a story. That's a real story. Like
Yeah,
that?
yeah. No, it's really happened. It's like 2015 in that's the link. Feel free to type it in. It might work still. No, this happened. So again, the point is that that's to say that's a little extreme is an understatement, but again, it's a reminder that you may come across some really tough conditions. As a building commissioner, I want you sometimes when you're inspecting a house, we take for granted that all houses are occupied today, right? Because it's such a tight market. But at different times, you may be doing home inspections on a vacant house. In fact, that's pretty common. So again, the buddy system. Are you going to do that inspection with the buyer's broker, the seller's broker, the seller, or the buyer? Who's going to walk through there with you? That's important for no other reason. Who's going to get you into the house legally? Another variation on this theme is you go do a home inspection, and any broker will tell you that does open houses a lot. You go do an inspection, you get the lockbox, you open up the house and go in and take a look. What happens? What did you forget to do? Anybody know? You forgot to deactivate the alarm. So who shows up at the inspection next? The police department. All right. Again, these are kind of things that you gotta, it's just some basic principles of access control. Did you, one of the most important things at home inspection, I went in, I inspected the property, I used the alarm, I turned it off, and I reactivated the alarm. I sent an email to the owner that I reactivated the alarm when I left. I turned the furnace on to test the furnace. I turned the air conditioning on to test the air conditioning, and I made sure I turned it off before I left. You can see how method becomes important, right? Can you imagine if you leave the sink, the shower water running when you're testing the shower pan, right? Or you leave something simple, leave the heater on. Do you think in the middle of winter when the owner had the seller had the heater set at 50 degrees, you think they're going to be happy that you had turned it up to 72 to test it and forgot to turn it back down? They might send you a bill as a home inspector for $100 for the fuel oil. Again, sounds crazy, very real stuff. This one, don't blow up your house. Another reminder, back to New York State population, we think about, as we look at these single family homes in the pictures, I try to throw a lot of urban examples in. Most of the tests will be on the logic of a single family detached home. And for good reason, because physically much of New York State is very ex-urban / suburban. But obviously the large density in this area, you'll have all kinds of different houses. I hit on this a minute ago. Is it inspectable? How would you inspect the roof here? They scheduled to go. They paid you to be there at 3 o'clock on Tuesday. Do you automatically have to come another day? Like, I had an inspection yesterday morning. I was supposed to meet at a site, and I showed up, and the owner didn't want to. He was denying access to the other engineers, not to me, but to the other ones. So the inspection was canceled. I wanted to bill. I did, and I am in fact billing him anyway. He's already paid me. Luckily, he's pays to have a retainer. The point is that you are going to report exactly what you see that day, and people will understand. Okay, look, the roof had, your weather report will say it's 22 degrees and it snowed one day ago and there's 6 inches of snow on the roof. Therefore, roof is what? It's not inspected.
Covered.
What's that?
Covered.
Right. And you can't certify what you can't see. And just you put a picture and they'll understand. That's what it is. And guess what? If they want you to come back, are you required to come back and look at the roof? Nope. Only the time you see it, you're asked to go see it. Okay. And again, they want to pay you more. That's fine.
Hey, Brian, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for interruption.
No
My
apologies.
question is,
I encourage the interruption.
okay, my question is, what makes a complete report? So now let's say, you will go in, you will inspect the front, the back, the side, inside every single room, the basement, water heater, electric and everything. So now let's say you are scheduled to do this inspection right now for the next 1.5 hours, and there's no access to a certain room. Do you
Right.
finish?
We'll talk about it. That's excellent.
Right. Do you finish the report saying no access, or
Yes.
do you reschedule?
You're gonna finish the report saying no access.
Okay. So now in a complete report, what's the minimum to have?
Depends. You may not even be able to get into the house at all. You saw some of those unstable buildings, right? If they paid me to go look at that unstable building, I'm going to give a report from what I see on the outside, and I will say building is unsafe to enter.
Okay. So now,
And believe me, the pictures, if you saw those pictures, I think you'd probably agree. And I also, by the way, if you don't know them, I think I'll show it in a later slide. There's a big X the fire department puts on buildings. And that's when you really make it unaccessible. What is a report? The best way to answer that is to look at some ones that are out there. Again, the Dropbox has a whole bunch of them, like 30 or 40 of them. And I think we're going to start after lunch. I'm going to start by going through one of those reports. So again, in fact, it's actually worth doing that right now, because we are starting to go through this, and I want to look at some visuals. And again, just back to the brain stuff. Actually, this is a quick comment: appraisers versus home inspectors. You guys, when a house is being bought, who is the appraiser working for? Who hires the appraiser? Well, technically, it's hired by the buyer, and his job is to determine the value of the property, which part of that is the condition of the property, but the other part is, of course, the neighborhood, et cetera. And yes, usually hired by the buyer. The buyer also hires you, the home inspector. What are you doing? You're analyzing the physical and mechanical structure of the house. But are you putting value on the property? No. Assignment of value is the appraisers. That is a separate license. Okay. You can't put in your report, oh yeah, I think it's worth about $400,000. That's not what you do. Again, I do this do's and don'ts things. It'll be best when we actually look at a report.
hey, Brian, since you're on this topic, this is Derek again. Since you're
Sure,
on this
Derek.
topic, we mentioned about we cannot recommend a contractor. Like, let's say if our customer have some kind of a need to find out, can we refer them to someone saying that, oh, you can reach out to this person for a free quote?
Yes, let me be careful on that. The goal is to not have a conflict of interest. So when I say that, I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with giving them a list of contractors and saying, this is you, if they ask this, hey, there's a couple of contractors, this is a guy I use. But again, you can't force them. That's probably the best way to put it. You can't force them. Hey, if you do my home inspection, you've got to use this contractor. That would be unethical.
So you can recommend.
Yeah, in fairness, yes, you can recommend, but you can't, for instance, provide prices. Like, well, if you do this contractor, he might charge $20,000. You can kind of ballpark, but again, you're not steering the client where they have no choice but to use the contractors.
All right, thank you.
You can imagine where conflicts of interest can kick in here. And as a famous judge once said, what does it say? Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. That's probably what it is. So things to think about. So again, we look at this house. We talked about property asset analysis again. This house was really fun. I found it on a 1924 map. I was actually renting this house for a couple of years. And in research, I found out exactly when it was built, because as I was looking in the kitchen wall, which I had to tear out, there was actually newspaper from November 1917 stuffed into the wall as insulation. That was the only insulation. Whoever's that, can you kind of maybe mute the kid? Say hi to the kid. Anyway, as we move on. Again, additions and repairs. This is some of the things we want to think about. We don't comment on legality of issues. We take it as it's represented to us. If you want to add a side note, that's fine, but it's not you're not going to tell them. You'll say, for instance, you won't say, "Oh, I believe this is an illegal apartment." You'll do the counter. Can somebody mute whatever that is? Sorry about that. So again, permits are needed for particularly in New York City, permits are needed for almost everything. You don't comment on that. If there are repairs to be made, again, you can refer them to an architect, for instance, but again, you can't steer them to that. Where permits are needed is definitely varies around the state. Illegal dwellings, as I said, check the C of O's, good strategies we've discussed. A lot of old buildings don't have C of O's, and the C of O process is different around the state. In New York City, for instance, one of the things I look at is building violations, building department violations. They may be a good way of finding latent issues, big problems with a building before you even get there. And when permits are required, that's a whole lecture into itself. Quickly reminder, permits, condos and co-ops. Can you inspect a 4-family condominium?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Who is your client?
It's still just the buyer.
It's still the buyer, but technically you probably want to reach out to the condo board or co-op board so you have access to all of the public spaces that are related to your client.
Yeah.
Again, reminding when you deal with buildings, water damage, of course, that's I should go without saying. Undeclared improvements, again, you're not the building code. If you can, though, you do want to try to have plans before you go out there. Particularly with plumbing, you want to keep an eye out for additional stuff that may or may not have permits. Here's a real quick thing for New York City. In almost all cases, if you see plastic pipe, it's probably illegal. We'll get to that in the plumbing section, but New York City is very strict that they almost never allow PVC pipe, with the exception of like irrigation drainage. It's literally that strict. So plastic pipes usually a big threshold. Certificates of occupancy, as we said, first thing I do, I bang out a C of O, take a look. This was a building, it was a 5-family. So I, as an architect, had to go take a look instead of a typical home inspector. This was a project in Red Hook, Brooklyn, which had been damaged very badly during Sandy. And the water had actually come up to the top of the first floor. The cellar was completely submerged. And as you can see here is a number of dwelling units is 221. So it's a total 5-family, but it was actually configured as a 3-family because this rather interesting gentleman on the upper floor had taken the top floors for himself and made a big apartment out of it. So what do? You inspect it. Again, in this case, I was doing federal work. So I said, look, it's a 5-family, but for a home inspector's perspective, it's configured as a 3, you'll say, and the owner told you it was a 3, it's going to be a 3. But you'll point out in your reference, hey, by the way, C of O indicates that it's a 5. Again, certificates of occupancy will also mention things like the use, the number of units, the parking, easements, and age. Tool bags. Let's talk a little about tools. As we go around inspection, there's a great argument because remember, you're not supposed to do any probing. But you do have a limited need to get into, for instance, an electrical panel that might be coated with paint. So, carry a good knife. What are the toolkits? I brought in my whole inspection crazy bag, both for the class as well as my architect friend who does a lot of special inspections, which is very important for real construction sign-offs. This is, for instance, a gas meter. It detects 15 types of gas. Why do I like it? Because I don't want to go into a cellar of a building and find out that it was full of carbon monoxide and die. Being a little extreme, but very real. This detects, I lent this to a client for a couple of days and she sat it on her thing. And within about 15 minutes, the detector indicated a lot of really bad stuff in the air from construction nearby. Of course, other tools you might have. Another useful thing to describe buildings, a laser tape measure. This, again, probably not needed for main parts of home inspections, but this is a light meter. This will tell you how many lumens of light are in a room. Again, for a home inspection, you can just say, oh, the light level is low. But there are times where you might want to add these additional stuff. As I said earlier, again, personal protection, pair of gloves. Anybody ever open an electric box? Well, I'm sure you know what you're doing, but even if you do, you want a good a set of gloves to be able to protect yourself. Not only the electric box, but other parts. Again, we talked about the booties to keep the house clean. The anemometer we talked about, flashlights. Another big thing I love is thermal camera. It's pretty useful to be able to look, get a good feel for it. We'll talk about these a lot because they're definitely a technology that's gotten a lot cheaper. Screwdrivers, outlet testers. Again, personal protection. Have a pair of glasses with you. Am I being paranoid saying glasses? No, it's you'd be surprised as you're walking around. There's times, especially with dealing like the electrical panel box, you worry about potential debris or something. So that's good. What else do we have? Scissors. One particular, probably one of the most important things you'll buy is the. You can do a very limited report and really only use basically a clipboard and a pen. But one of the things you'll really need is an outlet tester. This is what's called a GFCI outlet tester. It'll tell you both the voltage, as this particular one, and it'll also tell you whether the ground GFI circuit is properly connected. And that's a very necessary tool. Another thing good to have, again, electrical current detector. Make sure you don't you touch a wire and it's hot. It doesn't hurt to know it's there. By the way, the thermal camera is really good for that as well. As you know, wires get hot when they do stuff. Lots of other tools, knives, magnets. What might you use a magnet for in a home inspection? Well, this would be used for instance, checking to see if the pipes in your house are lead. You think the pipe, it's a gray pipe, looks like it might be steel, might be lead. Magnet will tell you, right? Because obviously lead pipes are non-magnetic. Anyway, I'll go through the toolkit later, but the idea is that you will have some stuff around, but also the ladder. It is in the suburbs. It's assumed a lot of home inspectors will say they will always carry a 2-story ladder with them. Conversely, if you're in an urban environment, you might just want to bring either no ladder or one of the expanding ladders. In general, again, you're not going to be climbing up. You're doing this visual inspection, but you'll need occasionally to get into crawl spaces or attics, and in which case the ladder might be necessary. And also on the outside, you might potentially need it. That I just showed you the GFCI tester, an ice pick for basic probing. Again, thermal camera is a really neat tool, but it sometimes can tell too much. Sometimes you can't see the water behind the wall, and you're not required to see the water behind the wall. But it really might help the owner if the wall looks perfect. What's the biggest, when you're doing an interior inspection, what is the one thing you want to look for? Recent paint. Why? Because that means the owner is, the seller is trying to clean it up before you inspect it to make it look good. So they may be hiding a problem with recent paint. Screwdriver software. Again, a couple of very quickly, some software types. Spectora is pretty interesting. Home Gauge, Home Inspector Pro. Find a piece of software, look at a couple, find one you like, and use it as the benchmark for your work. You really want to know that software up, down, and sideways before you do a field inspection, so that when you're out there, again, working with the software is natural. And that lets you focus on the building rather than the software. I am absolutely terrible when I do home inspections or when I do building inspections, because I can't talk and write. I'm dumb. I talk too much, as you can hear. I am always looking at stuff and pointing out problems to the client, and I record myself, because then later on I come back and look at my photos and listen to my recording. And that way I'm able to write the report, which I cannot write when I'm walking around. Because again, if you're covering like 100,000 square foot building, actually, if you're really good, if you're better with the software, you will be able to do these reports on the fly. My buildings are all different types, and my reports are all different types. So I'm pretty lame. I write it afterwards. But because I write it afterwards, I'm losing money. If I'm good, I'm going to write everything in the field and let the checklist of the software take care of me. Again, no.
Yeah, Brian, I have a question. I know you said the report takes about 2 hours or more, right?
It can.
Walk. What about the seller? If the seller said, well, you have a certain amount of hours and, I want you out. I mean, is there?
Well, you're just going to put that in your report. That's okay. I mean, if I went through the house, I inspected XYZ, I didn't get the rest because the seller told me I had to leave. And your buyer is going to say, oh yeah, well, either A, I've got to pay you to go back when the seller will let you in again, or B, maybe I won't buy the property. Or C, they'll just say, okay, no big deal. Or today, what they'll do is they'll have the buyer send the pictures of it. But you have to work in the limitations of everybody around you. And your report just has to reflect that. Just like weather. Hi, I couldn't inspect the roof because, the snow, but the same, the owner wouldn't let me investigate these parts. We ran out of time. Either A, so that the buyer says, look, we either reschedule because you paid me to go out there and they denied me access. Therefore, it's your fault. Therefore, I get paid anyway as a home inspector. Right?
Yeah.
Did I answer your question? I'm talking around a lot.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
It's all, if they don't let you in, that's not your fault. Again, your limited inspection, and if you got to go back twice, you have every right to charge them twice. What would you do? Again, remember I said you booked the time slot. What if the broker doesn't show up? And would you enter the house alone if the broker didn't show up? Well, I might not. So it was all, you think about the agreement that was done beforehand. Now, if they tell you you're going to go solo and you have permission from the owner, if you have permission from the owner, then okay, you're not trespassing. But let's face it, if you walk into a house and it's still owned by somebody and you didn't get express permission from that person, you can see where that goes. Site topography. As we talk about going into a building, we talk about how, back to the physical part of the report itself, we think about that exterior walk of the building. First thing we talk about is the topography, layout, the water flow around the building. This is just a couple quick shots of properties. I think the left one was on Staten Island and the right one is in Queens, in a Forest Hills area of Queens, which is, as it describes, a lot of hills and slopes. On the left side, what do I see? Obviously you look at the sidewalks, you're looking at the porches and decks, you're walking around the perimeter. Actually, I would put some, for mechanical systems, I'd put note for these air conditioners up on the wall. They are, anytime you have a penetration in the volume of the building, you have potential problems. On the right side, a much earlier building from the 1920s, probably 1910s, slate roof. Go figure, right? Because back when slate was a lot cheaper. But you can see this building has a lot of modifications. Does anybody know what these brown lines are on the outside of the building? Anybody recognize that?
Air conditioning split units.
Excellent. Very good. You know your stuff, right? That's the protection for the splits that are inside. And so again, as you can see, that was added later, right? And because of that and the nature of split system lines, you could very well have water damage around them. In fact, this is kind of interesting here where they actually have a window that's sealed up. So again, understanding building, we'll talk more about that as we go. Site topography, we think about how the slope works. Now the building on the left, that's a pretty big drop. That's about a 5-foot drop. This was a very common architectural entry layout in the 1960s. Anybody know what this is called? It's called a split foyer or a split foyer, if you want to be French. The split foyer idea, much like in the same way that the parlor design of Fort Greene or Park Slope is, you would walk up to the entry, but the servants/service would be at the lower level. Okay, so in this case, they come in through the garage. Obviously, there's a new structure, so it wasn't as formal. I don't think there's a coal chute in this building, but hey, you never know. So what do we look at in places like this as we're doing survey? We're walking around, we're looking at how the water is going to flow around the site. And it's very important. I mentioned I'm going to mark whether there's been rain within the last 3 days. What if I see standing water? Well, if I see standing water and it rained 10 minutes ago, okay, I give them a little slack. In which case I'm looking at the downspout to make sure the downspouts are keeping water away from the building. But what if it rained 4 days ago and I could see not only some puddling, but some real outlines of water staining? That means the water is not draining properly. And again, water drainage is a really big deal. Now, this building on the right, could you inspect the top right one? This is a rather interesting one up in the Adirondacks. Let's just say this is a specialized inspection, right? This is literally built into about a 40-degree slope hill. How would you inspect it? Well, you might just cheat and say, shut up and get an engineer. Or you can walk the walk, look for damage, assume the structure is what it's supposed to be. You're going to, again, what do I talk about earlier? Personal protection. Please be careful when you're walking around buildings like this. And in this case, definitely make sure somebody knows you're up in the mountain. This particular building, by the way, is actually off grid and the whole roof is a solar panel. So this guy is wealthy to say the least. And he's got off-grid water, he's got off-grid solar, he's got batteries, he's got generators, which are specialized systems. We'll talk about that. But this is a rather extreme example of how the water can flow down a hill, and you damn well better be sure that that water is properly channeled away from the building. Because as you can see, at a 40-degree slope, you get a little bit of rain is one thing, but obviously was anybody around in September when that storm hit? When we had, the entire subway system was shut down? It was during the US Open this year in September, and we got just like 8 inches of rain in about 4 hours. And literally parts of the city that don't, way above ground, they're not in flood zones, but about a dozen people were killed in illegal apartments. And a lot of thousands of buildings were damaged because of the flooding. So again, think about how the water on a rainy day is going to move around the building. Look for damage signs like staining or gullies that have formed because the water's not draining properly. Again, site topography, we think about how it might work. On the right side is a waterfront one. Again, does the water drain properly around the house? On the left side, we look at a typical subdivision and we think about, the house you're inspecting, is it draining properly? And that'll be, if you see areas of gullies, or for instance, if it's an area with septic systems, can you smell it? Yeah. Site topography, again, a lot of great old records. You don't have to go to this extreme. This is a 1876 image of Hempstead, New York, the village, the town of Hempstead. On, on the right side is another image I use all the time. This is called the Veal map of Manhattan in New York City. In 1865, an engineer drew a map of what New York City originally looked like. And for instance, this is the Chelsea area of Manhattan. And you can see that all of between 10th and 11th Avenue, what is now called the High Line district, was actually fill. It was rubble and trash and old boats and garbage and destroyed buildings. And they just threw it in the river for hundreds of years and built it up to what it is today. I particularly had a good thing a couple of years ago where I had a developer. He just paid the most ever for air rights. He paid $850 a square foot to buy air rights. And I met him, I ran into him in Shanghai, and we were at a real estate event in Shanghai together. And I was telling him, I love you bought the air rights, but unfortunately you're right where that red dot is, roughly where the red dot is. And his problem was that he wanted to build down 50 feet. We talked about that cellar going down into a really deep cellar. He wanted to put 50 feet down for parking for his new building. And I was like, you cannot do this because in this area, the whole area is trash and it'll be almost impossible structurally to build. The point is using history and old maps is important. Another client I had was about right here. And he called me up one day, Bryan, my building's falling down. Get out here. And in fact, they were building a building next to him. And the first thing I did when he told me it was falling down is I pulled this map up and showed him that his building was actually sitting on an old riverbed. And again, surprise, surprise, that riverbed had sand underneath his building, and they were building a 20-story building next to it. The sand had given way and they had a problem. Again, old maps. I am an absolute killer for, this is out in Brooklyn. This was a map I found for a client showing that his building actually, it's very common that there are old buildings behind them. This is a great way of quickly also understanding the history of a building. This is an 1899 map of the new borough of Brooklyn. Most of these buildings had been built when the city of Brooklyn was this land. Actually, this was the city. It was something actually before Brooklyn. But the point is that understanding the history of a building can really help you if you can do it quickly. Remember, you've got that limited window. I will attach a link at some point to these old maps if anybody's interested. It's about 2 terabytes of maps, and I use it all the time, especially if you're doing landmark buildings. It's a great tool for sniffing out what is, what was, and all the potential problems there. Again, site topography. Here's again, more modern buildings. The one on the left, again, another, I think when I was doing these slides, I had a off-grid fetish. And I say that because a lot of people, obviously in the last 2 years, what have they done? A lot of people bugged out of New York City and they were all dreaming of these off-grid places upstate or wherever. And tons of people were buying upstate and trying to set these up in the early days of COVID. So ironically, a lot of these, when they were built, people were buying them so fast they weren't keeping up. So now they're really calling for inspections now. Can you go up to the mountains and do an inspection on a property like this? Yes, you can. It's in the state of New York, right? Your jurisdiction is not the city, it's the state. So if it's up in the Adirondacks, yes, you can go inspect it. Again, we think about water and topography. In this case, the building is built on grade, so it makes it a lot easier. You can see the water flowing underneath the deck. Those are places you want to check. Oh, by the way, when you look under decks, please watch out for bears. I had a guy, don't laugh, a guy was inspecting a crawl space once. He's crawling around the crawl space. Guess what he finds? A hibernating bear. Well, what's worse than a hibernating bear?
Waking up a hibernating bear.
A hibernating bear with yearlings.
Oh, well, yeah.
As she will kill you to protect the children. Little reminder. Yes, waking up is probably not a good thing. Luckily, he was able to very quietly retreat, but you can imagine that'd be a pretty interesting part of the report. Hi, you have a bear underneath your house. Can that happen? Oh, yeah. I had in and don't think this is only upstate. In Marine Park, Brooklyn, that house I showed you a while ago, guess what I found in the basement? Actually, my 6-year-old son found it. It was a mama raccoon and 6 babies. He was looking out the window underneath the deck, and he came to me, Daddy, there's some little furry animals behind there. He thought they were toys. And I look out, there's a mama raccoon the size of a truck and 6 baby raccoons with her. Anyway, again, off the grid is now actually possible, and you should be spending a lot of time. New York State is taking the most progressive action in the United States, in some of the most progressive action, to try to make buildings off grid as the norm. And I'm not just talking up in the Adirondacks, I'm talking in Brooklyn, I'm talking in Queens. The new building codes are going to be extremely oriented towards energy efficiency. In fact, that's yet another certification you may want to get to layer on with your home inspection. You may want to get certified for thermal camera investigation. You might want to get certified for energy audits. New York State pays you a lot of money to do energy audits of properties. So I just want to think about that as potential revenue generators. And oh, by the way, Kate, for contractors, that's also a nice segue, another potential segue where you might get some derivative work from it, again, with watching the conflicts of interest. Again, drainage and grading, this is a typical topo map as we see on the left. And those curvy lines are grade changes. And if you understand how topo works, you can imagine that the idea is that the water will be diverted and flow around the house. You know, the water's flowing down the hill and it gets picked up on these swales and pulled from around the house. If that water runs full speed into the back of the house, that house is not long for this world. Now, top right. Again, I gave a lot of lectures in China. And one of the things I discussed when I was there was, this is a great topic in China. Anybody know what they call these? They were building a huge complex, but this guy refused to sell. I don't know what it says up on this banner, but I imagine it probably says go straight to hell, in the sense that this guy did not want to sell. In fact, New York City, there's a whole legendary collection of these. In New York City, in China, they call them nail houses. In America, in New York, we call them holdouts. I actually use this, by the way, as an investment strategy. I sold a property a couple of years ago, and it was the last house on a block. So I made it clear that the buyer had to pay the premium, because not only did they have to buy our property, the entire rest of the block was owned by a major corporation. And I made it clear to them that if they didn't buy the property and tried to build around us, that I would make their lives living hell. And I have a great capability of doing that. Again, as we think about drainage, we look at things like this. You're doing an inspection. Okay, it just rained, right? It may rain 10 minutes ago, stopped 10 minutes ago. You got this pool of water next to the house. You know, it's kind of a low point. That's not good. So that's something you want to be putting in your report. Water not draining properly from the house, right? Even worse is if this is the day after and there's still a pool of water. Actually, I apologize. This isn't, I don't think this, well, yeah, actually, this was a pool. Very often, the alternate, what you'll see, and I think that's actually below the water here, is they tried to put some concrete in to fill the hole. And again, these are problems where, again, this, in fairness, this building is somewhat under construction, but the idea is that they still have to get the drainage problem solved. Again, back to site damage. What are you going to do as you're walking around the house? You're going to look for problems that are going to hurt the building. Trees. Oh, trees, and trees. As I said earlier, the roots are amazing in their ability to just smash a foundation. But other ones, settling pipes, freezing pipes, big challenge there. All these things, and as we go to we'll talk about the basements and foundations later, but you're looking for clues as you walk around the building of potential foundation cracks. Hold on one second. You coming back?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe. I will see an inspection.
Okay, man. You need any equipment? Grab it if you need it.
No, I'm not good with it. Yes.
360, dude. You want to take it? So my buddy is doing some special inspections, which are, again, a little more powerful than a normal one. Power on, press the button, rock and roll.
Oh, that's cool.
If you have the time, you can hook it up to your phone. Okay.
Yeah.
My friend's doing inspections, and I emphasize more than anything to him, because he's taking a lot more liability in his inspections, that it's very, very important that he document everything. because his reports actually have to be on file for 7 years. And these pictures are, what are they? CYA.
Yeah, it's gonna be good for mechanical inspection. Thank you.
There you go, man. Be safe. I got the, oh, one more second. Sorry.
Something?
Okay, sorry. I gotta make sure my friend's properly equipped. You doing light inspections?
No.
Okay, just do the duct if you need it. And most importantly, the thermal camera's all charged up.
Thermal camera?
Great, go.
All right, I'm gonna take this enemy and that'll be good. right?
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, be safe, Jared. Oh, one more thing. Hey, bag to put it in. That's a backpack. Okay, so again, you're dealing with inspections in real time here. So making sure my friend's doing a specialized inspection, make sure he's got the equipment he needs. So again, as you see by the image, you're walking around the house, you're looking for signs, water, right? Trees, broken pipes, and all the potential challenges you have there. Of course, you might come up with some crazy stuff as you deal with a house. Sometimes the owner intentionally has water right next to the building. Well, this guy, this is Brooklyn 101. Somebody will just, create a water feature in their house. Well, that's nice. But what happens if I go down to the cellar and there's a crack in the foundation? Make sure if you see something like this, they did something to the house, make sure it's not causing problems. Let's talk about structures for a minute. As we, by the way, we're going to break at about, I think about 1 or 1:30, and we'll get everybody, let you go have lunch. Again, foundations, as we're walking around the building, we look for signs of cracking and damage in the foundation of the property. So as we do that, I want you to give a little understanding of how the many, many ways a foundation might be built. In this case, these are some of the pier designs for a building. The idea is that if, obviously the footing itself is probably the most important part, but below that, you may have caissons or additional helical piles that are used to reinforce a building. You're going to keep an eye out for signs that those exist. You'll see some pictures of that. So let's take a look again, back to drainage. We think about, this is a house in Terrytown in Westchester County. A friend of mine, ironically an architect, because he had a bunch of little kids, so he didn't have time to take care of his own house. But and he put an illegal apartment in it, go figure. But excuse me, for just focusing on the drainage, this is his front yard. This is, again, in a hilly section by the train station in Terrytown. So he has all these steps going up to the front. This is like what? Like 14-foot vertical rise. And that driveway, by the way, is like a 30-degree slope. So what are the potential problems? We're looking at where water might move around the building. In fact, there's retaining walls, this relatively small wooden retaining walls in the back. You would inspect them for condition. Basically, if they're sagging or damaged, you want to put that as, it appears to be some damage. Paving, I guess that's just aesthetic. That's not a big deal. We'll look at the deck in a second. Again, the owner did some DI work and then left. And that often happens where the person who did the work often isn't around. So you're trying to figure out why things happen. In this case, the building, this slope really causes a number of problems. The guy had a tree collapse. He had an oil tank right here on the slope that had some problems, etc. So there's a view, for instance, as you go up the hill, of course, you start with the entry to the building. You can see a bunch of problems here as you walk up. First of all, the stairs were broken and uneven. Big problem. That was a real challenge. Second, there's an oil tank right here. You can see that's the vent for the oil tank. And, that is the fact that the oil tank is in the slope of the house. That's something you want to note, that that's oil powered house, oil heated house. But you also want to note that because it's in the side of the hill, it may need inspection. Also, you see the walkways around the house are a little uneven and got some problems. You can also see on the siding of the house that probably hadn't been restained or painted since the 1970s. If you see this siding right here, that's actually not wood vertical pieces. That's what's called T111, which is a type of just plywood that happens to have grooves cut into it. In this case, it had been stained and clearly needed a lot of repainting and maintenance. As we saw with that big slope, we worry about water damage. This is a great image to think about how that water moves down the hill in section. As you're walking around, you're looking for these types of cracks. And are you going to put, hey, crack, the building's going to fall down, vacate immediately? Probably not. But if you do see cracks of a significant size, you are going to put, water doesn't appear to be draining properly around the house. Actually, you can put that without the cracks. You would also put in this type of picture on the right, you would see that the heat pump is slanted. It's not plumb. That's an indication perhaps that that there's been some settlement in the backyard. And as you're doing a walk around, you're looking at the roof and the trim and stuff. One of the things that's really nasty here is that Florida state flower, also known as the satellite dish. Now, satellite dishes are less and less common today, so I think that's not as big of a problem. But you do, anytime you have anything attached to the roof, satellite dishes, antennas, they all can be potential damage to the roof. I had one client that had a 120-foot tall shortwave tower in the middle of Brooklyn. It's actually completely legal, but it had clearly done some damage, ripping up the platform of the roof. And I suggested in the report that he, repair or maintain or remove. Again, as we think about drainage, you look at how the drainage is managed. This is that house, one of those houses in Terrytown nearby. This guy had huge boulders. Is that okay? Yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's the concrete down below looks like it's pretty stable, although there's a little pool watering. It's only about, the house starts right there, so it's really close to the house. But in this case, that retaining wall, appears to be doing well. And by the way, huge boulders have a big advantage because the water just seeps right through them. In many retaining walls, the worst thing a retaining wall can do is to try to hold the water back, because then the water will win. In this case, another interesting thing here, in this big slope, the guy has a retaining wall and he had a tree here. Why do you think he left the stump? Anybody want to guess why he left the stump? Yeah, this is something you might come across, because the roots underneath that stump are really, what's that?
Holding the soil together.
You got it, buddy. It's exactly correct. So that's some, things you might come across. So in this case, there wasn't a problem, but you may, on the opposite, see a recently removed stump right next to the house. And at that point, you may want to put in your report that it appears a recently removed stump is there, and it's a good chance that the roots may have caused damage to the cellar. So when I see this on the outside of the house, I'm going to be really careful when I look at the inside. Again, more sites and drainage. There's our little house again. In this case, water was coming down, and the guy did one good thing. He added an extension so the downspout wouldn't pour right here, right next to the building. But unfortunately, he really just kind of extended it into a yard where it just became like a little lake. So, half doesn't work. In this case, this lake would become a real problem. And over time, if the water just keeps draining in here, the water is going to settle down and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the foundation. So this is improper drainage, and you would want to note as such. Now, what happens when you have improper drainage or settlement? You start getting, of course, settlement inside the house. This is what you hope you never see in a home inspection, but you will frequently, a crack. Now, when does a crack matter? In fact, this one's a crack, but probably the more scary one is this one here, which is a recently and poorly repaired crack. Because that tells me what? You got to be a little bit of a detective, that they're trying to hide something from you. So this is something you want to take a look at. When you see a crack like this, sometimes the slab settles. What I get worried about isn't necessarily a crack in a slab. What I worry about is when that crack in the slab connects to the concrete in the foundation wall. Those are types when you might have a problem. Now, in this case, this would be happening when you might be very close to the groundwater or the water table. And if naturally, in many areas, the water table is very close to the house. And in a rainy event, the water will rise up. And sometimes, especially if, let's say you got a 5-foot basement and you're 6 feet above the water table, sometimes that water table rises a couple feet and it'll just literally shatter your floor. This can happen for a number of reasons in garage freeze thaw cycles, but if it happens in the main house, which is a conditioned space, that is a potential problem. And the size of either one of these definitely needs to be noted. And I would add a note on this saying, large crack observed in front area. And I would note whether it is observed to be able to, that it extends down into the foundation. Now, if this is slab on grade, again, not such a big deal. But if there's a basement underneath, A, you'll be able to look at it from below, and B, you may very well have a structural settlement problem. Now, we're going to talk about soils, but I just want you to have an understanding of them if you don't already. They are geotechnical, which is another way of saying hire the engineers. But you should have a rough understanding of the soil so you can understand how the water is going to flow. Very simply, the smaller the rock, the better the water flows through it. Now, you'd think sand is the smallest, but it actually isn't by far. Of course, bedrock, excuse me. There are points in New York City where you are literally on bedrock. I recently saw a house in the Bronx. Bronx has a lot of exposed rock, as you see the continental shelf. And funniest thing I've ever seen, the client comes to me and he's got a 50 by 100 foot lot in the Bronx near Arthur Avenue. Pretty nice area, but the part of the back lot is covered with trees or like brush, and I couldn't figure out why. And it was really, really tall. In fact, he had an outcropping. It had been cut back to just his lot. It was a 50-foot wide by about 60 feet deep and about 30 foot tall exposed outcropping of I hope it was must have been glacial rock, but it may have been a chunk of schist from the ground. So he literally has a huge chunk of rock sticking up on a relatively flat thing. So again, I jokingly said you could build on top of the rock, but it was a little too complex. We'll see that again in a minute. Again, the bedrock, of course, is solid rock. Then gravel is broken down rock. Gravel has some great properties because it's strong, right? It's got the strength of bedrock, but it can move, which is bad. But the holes between gravel are actually very useful and important. Why? Why is that important? The space between the gravel? Because water will flow neatly through it, but it won't erode the gravel. And that's why you'll usually find a 4-inch coating of gravel underneath a foundation, because that works as a shock absorber for things like that crack you saw a second ago. Now, if this building ideally has some gravel underneath, perhaps if the gravel or the sand around the gravel washes away, you might get a crack like this. So again, from gravel, we go to sand, again, a coarse sand. And then fine sands are actually, it sounds dumb. You see all the sand in the world, like the Sahara Desert. Well, that sand is actually kind of useless. It's actually pretty coarse sand where useless in the terms of, for me, I only care about one thing, which is making concrete. Usually require a much finer sand for certain parts of making cement. Again, once you've gone to fine sand, you get even smaller and you get clay. And the clay, the particles are very small. They're mixed with organics in many cases. And what does that mean? As we get smaller, the clays, the silt, and the organics, this is where the soil becomes a lot more fluid, liquid. Okay. And technically it's called non-Newtonian, if you know what that means. The idea very quickly is that a fine sand, you can build on sand. It's actually very good as long as you don't have water flowing underneath it. I ordered several buildings demolished in southern Brooklyn, sadly, because essentially they had been built on a swamp, and 1920s, they filled in the swamp and built a community on it called Garrettson Beach. And what they didn't realize from the 1890s maps that I had, I could see that even before the community was built, there was a little Pine Tree Creek running through the neighborhood. And very sadly, where that water runs, you could actually see it occasionally in the ground around the house. And sadly, what happened with this house was the creek was still flowing 5 feet underground, and it shattered the foundation and destroyed the house. Actually, not only did it shatter the foundation, it broke a sewer line. So this poor soul, all of a sudden, he comes home one day and he's got a basement and it's filled with a 18-inch sewer main. Pretty nasty. And sadly, that building had to be demolished, and I hope he got some good insurance for it. Again, clay, silts, fine, and organics. Organics, when you deal with organics, like a swamp, let's say, you basically have very little load capacity, very little bearing strength. That's the ability of the soil to bear the weight of the house. So as the particles get smaller, clay is actually the worst fear. Anybody know why? Why is it for a single family house foundation? Why do builders hate to have clay? Anybody know what's happened? My wife made the mistake this week or when it was very cold, she left some jugs of water outside, right? What happens to water when it becomes ice? Almost every material when it gets wet or when it gets cold, it shrinks, right? Ice, what's it do? I'm sure we all know, right? Kate, were you going to say something?
No.
Okay.
No.
Of course, ice actually expands 15%. And that thrust of frost lines is actually a big part of the damage that happens to buildings. Another part of that is clay. Clay soils also, even if it doesn't freeze, clay, when it gets wet, will expand as well. And this can be a big potential problem. Quick images. Again, you're not going to be a geotechnical engineer, but I want you to have a working knowledge of it. As you can see, the sand is slightly larger, the silt a little finer, and the clay, you really can't see the particles. It's so small. And really the size of the aggregates is kind of the technical term for it. It's actually very similar to design of concrete. The larger the aggregates, well, lots of different properties. This is important when they first build a house. It's very important what they dig to virgin soil, which is, again, you dig down to soil that's never been touched. And that's where you want to put your foundation. So when they cut a building, again, I'm not teaching you how to build a building, but the idea is you look at a section where you go 4.5 feet down to place your footing. You want to think about how you're acting with the soil around you, because this soil is later going to be filled back in adjacent to the house. And as you can see, when they build a house, they'll of course make a cut and then they'll fill it back in. What happens a lot is the soil settles over time. In this case, the guy, he had a house, and when he first built the house, it was up at a good level, but then later on it settled. So he poured a bunch of concrete in here. And this concrete is actually causing a bunch of problems because he is actually too close to the siding. This is a real problem right here. Not only because you can see this piece of asbestos siding is already pulled up, but because it's within 8 inches, you've got a termite problem as well. And why do I mention that? This is an example of what happens when your house is too close to the ground. Now, look at the wood siding on here. So anybody want to guess the age of a house like that? Real wood batten siding, that's probably at least 100 years old, right? Down below, you see another type of siding, which shows this nasty particle stuff. That is an asbestos type siding from the 1950s and 60s. You can also date a house by the outlet. Up until the 1970s, they didn't have exterior GFCI outlets, so they would just put this rubber gasket to cover a regular outlet on the outside. So again, back to the soils. Why is this damage here? Anybody want to guess? Think the weather. Think of the adjacent, next to a house, and add 2 feet of snow, right? Who's out in Suffolk County right now, right? You get tons of snow, and that piles up every year. It piles up for a couple of weeks, and over time, it dissolves the building. So these are things you want to keep an eye out as you do the exterior inspection. Back to different types of settlement again. I had a client. Number one is kind of obvious. This is where you build the house and it slowly settles down. This can be caused by sand and organics. It can also be caused by earthquakes, where sands and certain types of soil, when an earthquake hits, it'll actually vibrate, and it'll just, again, it's called non-Newtonian physics. When you vibrate the sand, the building will settle straight down, and sometimes not so straight down. Again, flooding will do this. and I say earthquakes. You guys think I'm crazy on earthquakes? In fact, and I just talked to an engineer from St. Louis County when I was out in Las Vegas. They actually in northern New York State, there is a pretty significant seismic zone on the St. Lawrence River, and also in Buffalo. Technically, New York City is not much of a seismic zone, but we do get hit once in a while. In fact, I was just advising a client the other day. Anybody know Manhattan very well? Uptown Manhattan? If you know the east side at 103rd Street, all of a sudden Lexington Avenue drops down really fast. Or on the west side, we see the Manhattanville dip where the train actually has to come back above ground because there's a huge dip in the river in Manhattan. Well, that's actually because there's an earthquake fault running through Manhattan from about 100th on the east side to about 130th on the west side. And so it's a reminder that earthquakes can actually happen everywhere, and it can cause a lot of different subgrade issues that you're going to look at. Obviously, chances are we're not doing a post-earthquake inspection, but you do want to be aware of all the different types of settlement. Again, this one occurred from vibration. This one, this is the one I had the 8-story building occur in Midtown Manhattan, where the building was built like a tank, but the soil underneath got washed out by construction. So the whole building leaned. Luckily, it was so strong as an early concrete warehouse that it literally tilted as a whole. So they were able to actually fill in the ground and stabilize it, which is what I had to smack the adjacent contractors around with. And then they actually jacked it up a little bit and put it more to vertical. Making a house like this, if you see something like this where the house is out of plumb, this can be an issue, quite a big issue, in fact. One of the things I have on site, you may not want it or leave it. If you do interiors work, you know what these are, of course. This is a laser level, to the, at least you can't see it, but see it on me. Again, it doesn't hurt to, if you're not sure, have a little bit of equipment like this to be able to kind of determine how plumb the house is, okay? And of course, the third and probably worst kind, where you had differential settlement, where perhaps either because of a slope or because of washed out soil, you get the crack in the foundation. Is this a problem? You better believe it. Here's a secret. If you miss a crack like this on a home inspection, boom, you can expect a lawsuit. This is one of the ones where you lose money on. That's why it's so important to walk the perimeter of the outside to look for potential cracking. Definitely check the inside as well. And again, visually, look at the house. Does it seem like it's warped or something? These are things that need to go on your report. If you miss a crack, if you're the seller and you miss this, or if you're the seller, you hope they miss it, which is why the seller very often is going to paint over it before your inspection. But this type of crack, again, is critical because the banks may not finance the house with this kind of damage. Okay. Again, reminders of types of settlement on the left. This was a guy who built his house on a beautiful mountain meadow upstate. Anybody know why there was a meadow there? The meadow was there because the soil was unstable and previous trees had washed down over the millennia and they weren't able to really take root. And this guy didn't realize that the meadow was there because of bad soil. He built a house and the house decided to go surfing on a big rainstorm. As you can see by the gully here from the rain, enough rain came through that they washed out a good chunk of this. And surprise, surprise, the house slid as well. There's another example, again, on where you have a very high slope area. The water's washing down and it's pooling on the concrete pad underneath the balcony. That's a bit of a problem. It's not a killer, but these are wood posts. If this water is here half an hour after a rainstorm, we can kind of understand that. Let the water flow and absorb into the soil. But if this is the day after a rainstorm, do you think there's a problem here? Yeah. And by the way, the other great way of knowing when there's a problem, of course, is the stains on the concrete. Because the concrete stains happen when the water was allowed to sit there for a long time. It got mildewy or it brought a lot of soil. So those are things, well, even on a dry day, you can tell where their water damage is. Anyway, quick reminder of the nature of underground water. And this is actually being that I was just out in Arizona, this is a really big deal out west. We all talk about the ability to pump for when we'll talk about wells later, the ability to pump from water that came, 10 feet down. That water may have come from rain days ago. 30 feet down, it's called a deep well. That, or 20 plus feet is called a deep well. And that point, you are pulling water that may have fallen in years ago. So it's had plenty of time that all the germs inside of it are dead. So that's referred to as anaerobic and safe water. There are places where I grew up in Maryland, for instance, there were a lot of farms, but then the farms had been somewhat stable. It was on the Chesapeake Bay. And so the people actually had to drill 300 feet down. We lived on the top of the hill of the community. So we had to drill 300 feet down to be able to get well water. In much of New York State, you may be able to get well water at 20 feet down. I recently saw this report in California in the Central Valley, which is doing a really bad drought. The guys were actually drilling, the farmers were drilling 2,400 feet down into the ground to find water. Wow. What do you care about home inspection? One, is the well safely located? Two, is it providing enough water? We'll talk that in the plumbing section. And three, is it damaged in any way, or is it near a place where the water might pool? Because in fact, actually during a major storm, if you have a well and if your wellhead gets submerged, your well is now contaminated. You guys may not remember it, but if you were watching television during the Sandy stuff in 2013 or 2012 when Storm Sandy said, Mayor Bloomberg got on TV. You know what the first thing he said was? The very first thing he said in his report was, it's still okay to drink the water. Water is obviously in this type of system, we think about pollution, but that water stuff is just insanely important. In fact, I have a client a guy asked me to sell a building. I didn't take the listing because it was too much of a hassle. He had a factory for sale and it was in a residential neighborhood. And for years he had polluted, and he actually got bugged by the feds he had to give $3 million to the Superfund to clean up. He actually had to pay for water filters and damages to about 1,000 houses in Westchester. He gave them free water filters and like 5 years of free equipment and the extra filters and stuff. He had to pay for it because of the water damage, because he had let the pollution get down to here and it had gone across the waterways and polluted a lot more. Now, you do not have the ability to know whether the water, you're not going to sample the water systems. That's, that really is beyond your scope. But you can do, whether it's a Superfund site or not, you probably aren't going to look for that. But one of the things I do is I do have a testing kit. I don't know if you can't really see it. Let's see if I can make it close to me. You might see it. This is an example of test strips where they cost almost nothing, and you can actually run about 16 tests. So this is something I will do for people. You might want to charge them $50 to run a basic test for their water. Again, value added services. As I said, sites on water. This is, are you responsible for this building? But this one here is a single family home. Yes, it has if you know the building, this is in Mill Basin, Brooklyn. It's a very famous Brooklyn building, mafia. But it eventually, it was approved and built. But for your home inspection, it's a single family. Can you inspect this building? Yes, you can. It's a single family. You don't care if it's 2,000 feet or 100,000 square feet. If it's a single family, you can inspect it. Now, that said, you probably want to put a lot of notes in it saying see engineer. Can anybody see anything on this where you might want as you're doing the external inspection, can anybody see things that might require a note saying, please get an expert to take a look at this? Well, first I'll start with the piers, the walkways. So that would be walkway not inspected, not part of inspection. And you would say, please have an engineer review this. Next, we got a gazebo, same thing, not part of inspection. Solar panels on top of the gazebo, not part of your inspection. Pool, not part of the inspection. So these are things that are cut out. You are responsible though for the house. And, oh, and does anybody know how to inspect a 10-ton chiller? Do you feel comfortable inspecting a commercial grade chiller on a roof? Well, you might be the wrong home inspector for this. Or you might say, okay, it is a single family home, large 10-ton coolers on the roof. What are you going to do? Take pictures of the plaque for the certified, look for water damage around it, look for mounting damage, etc. Little reminder on flood zones. New York City is an island, or a couple of islands, right? Long Island and Staten Island and New York City. And because of those islands, a lot of water damage. There's the city itself after Sandy has had some pretty bold plans, like they're going to turn this whole area of the Lower East Side into swamps and destroy a park. They recently turned all the piers on, the Brooklyn waterfront, which for 300 years have been an industrial waterfront. And now, of course, if you haven't been to Brooklyn Bridge Park, it is insanely cool. Has anybody been on the waterfront here? Brooklyn Bridge Park?
Sure.
It's, if you haven't walked this, it's great. But why do I care about this? Because again, you want to think about, is the building you're looking at is it going to have water problems related to flooding? Now, the brokers are in charge of telling you whether it's in a flood zone or not. There's a home inspector, you are not, but you don't want to look for clues. A lot of people in Coney Island, for instance, if you go to Coney Island, I don't know if you know, but it was almost completely submerged, the entire island. Now, it wasn't in the flood maps, but a lot of the owners, a lot of the buildings, they kept a mark on the building for the high water mark. Of course, it's like, a bathtub lining stain. And if you come across the sign of previous water rising, that wants to be part of your report. Oh, there's Coney Island again. This was an example of what the federal flood maps in 2007 said for where the area might flood. And interestingly, there's a lot of areas that are really far away from the beach, but they're going to flood. Why do I have this? Because in fact, if you look at the 1898 map, which I love so much, guess what this is? This big area of very, very expensive houses, Manhattan Beach, Brooklyn, $5 to $10 million houses. Yes, I'm not kidding. Look at the 1893 map. Guess what it is? It's swamp. These houses are built on swamp. They're only 6 feet above sea level. And sure enough, they flooded like hell in Sandy. The difference was, by the way, the people here, they got flooded. They got a lot of damage. Some of them had been properly upgraded to the new floodplains. I know because for the 2 years before, or 4 years before Sandy, I helped run a mayor's program to smack these people around when they were building illegally and putting illegal cellars. And we were saying, someday this is going to flood. You cannot have an illegal cellar. And our enforcement helped, because when Sandy hit, a lot of these people, a lot of the illegal cellars had been vacated that might have killed people. In fact, nearby in Staten Island and in parts of Brooklyn, a lot of people drowned. So again, that's the illegal fact, but I want you to remind you to think about the water may affect the building, and you might look for clues as you walk around the building. In flat areas like this, obviously the early part of the thing I showed you looking for water problems with slopes, but I would want to emphasize water problems with stuff as well. This, for instance, again, up into Sheepshead Bay, there's a lot of condos that were built and large apartment buildings, but they forgot the fact that, 100 years ago, this had been a riverbed. And sure enough, guess what happened during Sandy? It became a riverbed again. Again, FloodSmart.gov is a website. You can look up properties if you want to, again, before you go out. Actually, it's even easier in New York City because the DOB property profile will tell you if it's in a floodplain or not. It's actually on the DOB listing. I was begging him for 10 years to do it. They finally put it on. And that will help you to understand your building before you go inspect it and look for potential. If I'm in a floodplain, when I'm inspecting that cellar, with new buildings, you're not allowed to have a cellar in a floodplain. Older buildings, you might see those signs of past flooding. Again, reminder of how flooding works is a great diagram on the left. We think about the fill around the building, and when the water line comes up, what does your building become? When your building, when the water line rises, your building becomes a boat. Nasty. Anybody want your building to become a boat? Do you think the building's built to designed to become a boat? No. Of course, what it does is it shatters. So this underground pressure is incredibly important, and to keep an eye on from the outside, which we talk about now, and later on we think about it from the inside and how that pushing vertical pressure can create a crack. Quick reminders of the flood damage on the right. And by the way, this is a great example. I use this for a federal class I taught for the New York City building inspectors and building plan examiners. And I explained to them the key concept of the flood zones plans. They're not going to stop the water from coming in. The idea is once it comes in, it's going to wash back out. That's the idea. In fact, a lot of buildings during Sandy had been designed properly. The water did rise 10 plus feet and the water dropped. All of the old part of, for instance, Battery Park City in Manhattan was designed only 7 feet above. The water rose to plus 13, but that was okay because they knew it was going to flood. So all the ground floor was designed to be what I call moppable materials. So if it's not moppable materials, as you can see here, you can get some pretty bad damage. Although in fairness, this one was caused by waves as well. As I talked about water, building underneath ground, we think about the wetlands. And one more time on the right, the hydrostatic pressure as it might move around a building and the potential damage. You want to look for both inside and outside, anything that is potentially in that flow of water around the building. Again, well, as we look at some reports, we'll think about the difference between you as an observer and an engineer as a tester of spaces. Quick reminder of rain, how it works. Typically the rainwater goes down one line and perhaps the sewage line hopefully goes a different direction. In a worst case, of course, usually when you get more than two inches of rain an hour, the raw sewage actually will combine with the water and dump in. Or, unfortunately, in worst cases, there are other designs of sewers where that wastewater is going to back up and into the building. Those are the biggest fear and something you really want to keep an eye out as a home inspector. You're going to be looking for smell. You're going to smell that mold. You're going to be looking for water stain marks. These are all parts of the game. This is back to the outside as you're inspecting the site. You're looking for where the water table is. I mean, this was a day after, and there's still a lot of water pooling on the site. And this was a very clay soil, so this was not good. This was a big, as you can see, it's got a yard drain right there, but the yard drain is not really working. And even, what did they do? They tried to throw some chips in to try to dry out the area, but it didn't work. So this is an example of the site, I would say, poor drainage, and needs to be mitigated because it's going to be soaking a lot of water in next to the building. On the right side, again, a pool, not typically part of your inspection, but if this pool is closer to the house, if it's a natural one, this is probably a lined one, so it's not a big threat. Again, is it a water source that indicating you have a very high floodplain or water line underneath that's going to cause problems for your foundation? Oh, here's the nose again. Septic systems, of course. And you're walking around the house, and guess what I smelled here? Anybody want to guess? Yeah. Well, a typical house like this, you'd have a septic system go straight out the backyard. Problem is, it's about a 60-year-old house. And little Jimmy in 1970 decided to plant a tree right there. What did little Jimmy do? He put a tree in 1970 on top of and in the middle of the absorption trench of a septic system. What happens next? That tree grew really well, didn't it? Lots of fertilizer. But what else did it do? The tree grew right in the middle of the septic field. The septic field literally fed it. Yeah. And with that, it shattered the distribution box, or just the distribution pipes. And guess what it smelled like in the backyard? Yep, you got it. Number two. This building actually really stunk Again, and we looked at the location of the tree and we knew exactly what it was. Okay. So again, you don't have to, how would you put this on your report? You would say, look, sewer odor noted in backyard. Backyard does not have sewer connection. Backyard has a septic connection, because I see a septic connection somewhere not in this picture. And tree is located approximately where the septic field might be designed for. Tree may be interfering with the septic system. Please have a plumber check and verify. It is expected that there is damage to the septic field here. There's the water tables again. Now let's get back to drainage. I can't emphasize enough. What are the 3 things that kill a building? Water, 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 right? So this is a good little diagram, actually. This is a trench being dug around a building as a secondary trench, not as a footing. They actually went out in the yard and dug the trench so it would prevent water. It's a really nice design. 20 feet away from the house, they dug this trench. So as the water comes down a hill, first it gets, most of the water gets caught by this trench and carried away by the pipes. Okay. So what does the water do? The water comes, hits this trench, and the big gravel chunks have lots of permeability. So the water comes down, gets into the pipes, and then gets carried away. Good long-term solution to drainage. You'll also have the same thing adjacent to houses. And again, this is where you really want to be looking at how the water moves around the house. You'll see things like this. This is not something you'll physically see on the construction site, but I want you to understand what is there. This is a really good design for a house, and you're not always this lucky to have such a good design, where again, gravel is in permeable geomesh bags. The water filters through the gravel, not the soil, luckily, and the soil pretty much stays in place. The water filters through, goes through the heavy gravel, goes to the drain, and is carried away. Good stuff. Now this one, because it's so close to the house and the roof, it's draining right off the roof, and there's no gutter. In this case, they have a trench area of a couple feet wide. Again, heavy gravel, which that prevents the water dripping from damaging the ground, and then into geobags and away in a trench drain. Quick reminding of the nature of footings these days. Again, a typical residential 1 to 4 family footing would be, this is when it's being poured. What do we see here? We see lots of gravel. Why is the gravel? Because it's great bearing, and it's going to be great for drainage underneath the footing. It's expensive, but it's money well spent. Next, we see the footing, of course. In the footing, you can see they've cut. Anybody know what that is? Why there's a cut in the middle? That's called a key. And the idea is, once you pour the footing, and you can take away all the wood formwork around it, you've got that cut here, and that key is going to be literally a lock. It basically will lock the wall that's going to be poured on top of it. It'll lock it in so the wall doesn't go like this on top of the footing. It's very important the wall continues sitting on the footing. After Sandy, I saw a lot of this where the buildings look fine above ground, but this one warehouse for a very, very expensive Fifth Avenue store in Queens, which I can't tell you where, under threat of death, they're afraid of robbery, and not unjustifiably. They are the foundation wall, the footing wall. Well, the footing was okay, but the wall itself had actually moved about 3 inches, and they were panicking like, "Oh my gosh, my building got to collapse! I'm doomed! Destruction, chaos! We're all going to die!" I said, "No, you're okay." Because I knew that foundation was a lot wider than the footing. We knew it had moved only about 2 inches. So yes, they had a push, and the wall was damaged, but it wasn't an imminent danger. So again, the kind of example, you understand how the wall ties into the footing with this line. On the right side, this is a new type of foundation, one of many. Really neat system, ICIFs, or basically styrofoam building blocks. And as you can see here on the right side, they come in as formwork. You put the rebar around them, and then you pour concrete in. And this is becoming very popular because this is insanely well insulated. Really cool. So you may come across these strips. Does it make sense putting styrofoam underneath and behind and outside the walls? Yeah, it does a lot. Again, styrofoam lasts forever. You don't want anybody to eat it, but although apparently termites like it, that can be a problem. But again, these formworks are a great way of one of the newer types of foundations. Another, as we're going around the site, I mentioned earlier, I pointed out a tank vent on the sloped house. This is what a tank may look like in the ground. And again, we think about the rust that can happen on a tank. And if this tank fails, the oil will go into the ground. And of course, at that point, it doesn't just go into the ground around your house, it seeps down, excuse me, it seeps down into those aquifers and pollutes them. Again, think about the general landscaping around a house. What are you looking for? You're not gonna comment on the plants and flowers and how wonderful they are. You can throw that in if you want, but not really part of the report. What you want to emphasize is, are the walking paths around the house safe? Are there any cracked, stairs and stuff? You'll just put a general note. You won't be a specific note. Again, the idea is, do you have proper communication from the street to your front door? And that's your primary thing. But if you see sidewalk damage anywhere around the house, you want to put that as a note for potential tripping. Again, more landscaping, more images of a very rundown backyard on the left, cracked sidewalks and no handrails and grass growing over. This is, and it's on a slope. So most importantly, so you've got a potential for rain. So in this, again, the owner can see it, but you would make note that, the sidewalks are cracking, the stairs are uneven because they're cracking, etc. On the right side, anything wrong with this? What would you put on your report for this as you're doing an inspection? Like a backyard backing up into the woods. Anybody see any problems with this?
I think the steps is going to be very slippery.
Well, the slipperiness, yeah, that's always a function of, it's definitely a potential problem. And again, this is pretty organic, so I think it's the way they design it. But generally, I wouldn't have too many complaints. But you're right about the moss. I might put a note about the moss, clean the moss to avoid it being a slippery. I got you on that. Generally, I wanted to show you it's actually quite beautiful. Of course, it's incredibly beautiful. And no, there's really not much you would say here. Again, I think you make a great point, which is put a note saying that make sure that the stairs and pavers are adequately clean to prevent tripping hazard. Okay, continue walking around the house. We talk about the perimeter of the foundation. As we walk around, we learn a lot about what we're going to find inside. We see the dryer vent and the mystery vent here, and what looks like a brand new chimney that was added. So that's going to be something we want to look on the inside. On the outside, I got a kick out of this. This is actually aesthetic. There is no window here. Those are just hanging pieces on the outside. Now, those are aesthetic. They're not part of the inspection. So don't worry about those, because they are, again, not even window treatments. It's not a window. It's just really a side treatment. But when you do look at it, you look at, is it damaging the siding underneath? As you can see here at the ground level, is there an 8-inch clear from the wood to the soil? If not, that would be put as a potential problem. More leader lines as we walk around. Follow the water, right? We'll talk more about the roof in a bit, but water has a really funny habit. Water does, if you don't think water is the most powerful thing in the world, I got 2 words for you, because I just flew over it the other day. Grand Canyon, okay? And very simply, water is incredibly powerful at A, dissolving things, B, finding ways to literally go back uphill through cohesive action and make a mess. And again, as you inspect the house, you walk around the top right, you obviously see some water damage from seepage into the wood. Now, what makes it particularly bad here in this region? Snow, right? Because if you think about water as just rain coming down, you're following it down off the roof and down, that's only a small part of it. The real problem is that roof that had, 24 inches of snow sitting on it for a week. What happens then? The water actually, melts, remelts, and it creeps underneath the roof shingles or stuff like that and causes damage there. Or moisture vapor as well from a hot attic can cause problems. This is the underside of the of the roof here, a soffit, and clearly it's got some water damage, because if the water damage is so much and the termites have done so much damage now because there's so much water, that you got to do some work. And that would be, this particular one would be a real challenge, because you basically, the new buyer would basically have to cut this whole area out. So this is stuff you can't miss in your report. Look at the bottom right, bottom left, excuse me. That is, the water spout coming down. Nice water spout, that's good, but it's not carried at least 5 feet away from the building. Now, what did the owner do? Anybody know what these are? These are called concrete sample cores. Okay, that's what you do in construction. You have to sample the concrete to make sure it's hard enough. In this case, they just took a couple of these chunks of concrete and just tried to slow the water down so it wouldn't get onto the driveway. Now, the funny part is they actually made it worse, because where's the water going to go? This is like a sloped, it's the bottom of a split foyer house. So water comes down here. Luckily, the velocity stopped by hitting the concrete. That's kind of good. And then the water, though, it settles straight down. What's underneath here? The foundation. What kind of foundation? It's a corner. Corners are the most vulnerable to water damage, okay? Because you can have settlement on the corner. So this is kind of a disaster here, and you definitely would make a note here that this has to be fixed. On the right side, I called it, I love DIY. People do crazy, stupid stuff when they want to take a shortcut. This guy didn't want to run proper leaders further out into the yard, or run even better, he should have run an underground leader underneath the walkway. But that costs money. So what did he do? You guys see what this is? The downspout coming down? Look carefully. This guy was such an idiot. He took a 2-liter bottle, he taped it on to the bottom of the spout, and then put a garden hose to take it away from the house. Anybody want to think what's going to happen to this during an ice storm? Anyway, long story short, what would you say here? This is absolutely, downspout not properly draining, improper rig for the downspout, major potential problem. This is a must fix thing. I'm insanely strong on water as damage. Again, this is an irrigation system in the middle of the cities. We don't see this very often, but very common in houses. If you're inspecting a house with an irrigation system, you'll actually never see this, but I just want to show you this to understand what's underground. What's the good news on yard irrigation systems for a home inspector? Anybody know?
Can't see it.
You can't see it, which means you can't
Write it.
inspect it. That's correct. You'll merely note that you will put in your report that you see perhaps a controller inside and sprinkler heads around the yard, but beyond that, you're not going to be able to say the condition. Again, you'll literally put, have a sprinkler technician come out and take a look. Of course, yard sprinklers are good, but you'll very frequently see a controller like this and inside the house in the water. Some people don't, when they see them, they don't understand what they are. This is often right next to the sensors for the incoming water supply and filters. Again, all you have to do here is say there is a yard sprinkler. You're not really going to comment on electronics. Have somebody take a look. Again, there's our trees again, smacking a foundation. That's a great diagram. It literally just pushes the foundation in. Look at this house here. This tree is, right up against the house. Is this a problem? Think this tree is like 1 foot away from the foundation of the house. You better believe this is a problem. Unless this house is on stilts, if that has a foundation, you can be very sure that this tree has completely destroyed the foundation of this house. Or if it hasn't, it will very soon. And if that doesn't do it, what's the other risk of trees over your house? Anybody know?
Falling.
Falling, definitely. It happened to me when I was a kid. Neighbor's tree hit our house. Another one is termites and bugs. They'll come down. As you can see, trees, somebody very early on today mentioned trees as a risk. You can see here, big tree toppled over to a friend of mine's house, and it's actually hit the adjacent property. So he had to write a check for $7,000 for damage. Even though he'd asked the city to cut it down, the city wouldn't let him cut the tree down, and it eventually fell. Again, this was this morning or last night. I was walking home last night from the office, and I don't know if you caught it, guys, but there was a nice glaze of ice on the trees and almost fell on my tail. But the big picture is ice can literally, as you can see, look for trees around the house that are potential threats. Again, you're not an arborist, you're not a fancy guy that knows, you don't have to put in your report detailed reports about the trees, but understand how trees work. Bottom left, perfect example. Huge damage. Trees are often sentimental. I got a tree in my mom's backyard that I planted in, first grade. And I'm not in, I'm a little older than that now. So that tree is now really big. And sometimes people sentimentally, when they're selling the house, they either forget or just don't care. The sellers often can't see their own place. And in this case, you as the buyer's advisor, you definitely have to point out this tree. Because as you can see, it's literally it's uplifting and cracking the foundation. Not only trees will do that, even bushes will do that. This is just a medium-sized bush with very strong roots, and it's broken the walls around it. Well, the top right, what can I say? That is a house, I hope. What would you do with that if they ask you to go inspect and you find this? What would you say on your report?
No.
Anybody want to go in that one? Nah. Again, you're going to take the money and say, thank you. Take about a bunch of pictures. Say, this is an exterior inspection only, unsafe to enter. Building appears to have not only severe, but crippling roof damage. It's exposed, and that's pretty much your report. Okay. And occasionally they will ask you to inspect stuff that's unsafe. And if you want, you can say, recommend an arborist to clear the site or a landscaper to cut the trees away. And if you notice very carefully here, that's a headache ball from a crane. They were actually, in this picture, they were actually using a crane to take some of the trees away from this house. So again, this is a rather extreme case, but I want you to think about how trees can do damage. Again, on the quick diagram on the left, excuse me, the types of trees that might come across and their impact. Speaking of which, again, with trees, different types of problems. I mean, I don't ever want to see a house like this. My buddy's place in Syracuse is like this, where the trees are completely over the house. Again, as I said, bugs, potential falling, roots, all of these problems add up. One aspect of it, though, is actually the pruning around power lines. I love that one. Would you guys like to smack the guy who did the pruning on this tree? What is that tree about to do?
Topple over.
That's right. It's imbalanced. It's going to fall on the damn house. Now, is that part of your inspection? Yeah. I'm going to say, look, a tree in the front yard is clearly a potential threat. Have an arborist take a look at it. Very concerned. Again, quickly, this is in the reference directory. You'll be able to find these. Understand your trees. I'm still pretty bad at this. Try to, sometimes you'll want to say, okay, there's a tree in the front yard, and you can snap a picture, or you can say, if you're smart, okay, it's a pine tree. Why would you care whether it's a pine or a deciduous tree? Do you know why?
Roots.
Very good. Exactly. What does a pine root do?
Goes deep.
That's right. Goes straight down. It called a taproot. Versus, as I said, the deciduous trees, they grow underneath their canopy. Again, quick views on this. Just look at these online. I'm not here to teach you the trees, but if you can understand the nature of the trees, it'll help you understand whether they're a threat. Is that a rough surface bark, or is this tree about to fall down? You don't have to be an expert at it, but you do. If you see something obvious, you want to kind of explain it in terms other than just saying it's a tree. Shrubs and flowers, again, around the perimeter of the building. Why is this a problem? Why is it on the shrubs on the left side? Part of your inspection is there should be no shrubs around the perimeter. Why? Because you can't see the foundation, A. Two, those shrubs around the perimeter are a highway for termites to go up into your house. And like I said, because you can't see the perimeter, if you had plenty of clear space, you would see the termite mud tunnels. But with this, you really can't see it. Now, as a home inspector, are you going to whack the bushes here?
No.
No, absolutely not. What are you going to do? You're just going to simply say, unable to inspect, click, large bushes around the perimeter of the house, blocking my view of the site to foundation connection. And why does that matter? Because they might peel it away later and find out there's a lot of termites there. And, oh, you missed it. You couldn't get it. And you'll have that picture showing that the day you inspected, there was a whole bunch of crap along the side of the tree, the house. By the way, that goes for furnishings and stuff on the inside too. You're not always going to inspect a completely empty house. Again, quick reviews.
Real quick.
Yeah.
You mind if we break for lunch soon?
Oh yeah, I'm 5 minutes past my lunch. Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Okay, we're gonna do 45 minutes, okay? So 22,
Right.
let's get make a little long. We're gonna start back up at I'll make it 2:30. Okay, everybody good for that?
Cool.
Yep.
And then we're gonna punch through to 6. I hope the visuals are getting you started. I hope we've done overall review. I like this picture better. I'll leave it there while we're on break. And so again, chapter 5 is where we are, and I'll see you at 2:30.
Thanks.
I'm gonna go get a drink. Non-alcoholic. Hey, everybody, what's up? Surprise, surprise. Don't worry, Kate, if you want to take pictures, there's all these are available on the Dropbox link I'll give you. So as you can see,
I'm
kind of
sorry,
running a bunch.
did you say something to me? I'm
Oh,
sorry,
I
Brian.
was jokingly saying you had your camera pointed at the your phone pointed at the screen. I said, don't worry, you can, all these images are available for on the Dropbox. Sorry, you don't have, sorry, made just, anyway, the big picture is we are going to cover a lot of stuff today. We still got a lot to cover. Actually, I kind of went a little slow on the first end. So now I got to speed up a little bit. And hopefully these images are, I'd like to say, are they, hopefully they're not coming too fast. And each one of them would definitely be due an explanation. But the genius of it is when you're out in the field, your eyes are, you're going full blast and you're trying to make sense of what you're looking at. And so I kind of like running these, I have directories in the Dropbox link I'm going to give you guys. And the goal is, what am I seeing? What's the problem? Is it a problem? You know, is it good? Is it bad? Is it something I report? Is it something I don't care? Bing, 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 bing. And so I like to throw these out just as a visual kind of overload, whether it be mold or fire damage or bad gas line drainage or whatever, or thermal imaging showing living hell or whatever. And the goal is, of course, to kind of keep the brain going. We got a long day every day when we do this. So A, I hope I'm keeping you interested. B, I hope you're learning something. And C, I hope I can wrap all this learning, as Malcolm Forbes once said, with all thy getting, get thee wisdom. That, by the way, is a termite spray, if anybody's ever seen that. All of these things, whether they be code issues, old building issues, etc. Over the years, I've grabbed just a lot of images, either from my stuff or from products I've seen, just to try to help people understand what they're looking at. So I guess we've talked a little about the ground outside the buildings. Now I think we're going to spend a little more time going back into the buildings. So looks like I got 80 slides left for this deck, so I better get started. Again, these images, as I pop them up, that's a good one, by the way, the glass types. You know, each one of these has a little bit of knowledge that you want to look at, and I hope you download these directories and on the Dropbox when I give you the link, and take a look at them. Hopefully there'll be some insight. Most of these pictures are in the PowerPoint presentation. So it's just kind of a different order, I guess. Excuse me. And the goal, of course, is to let you, each time you see something, what is it? Why do I care? Do I care? Is it a threat? Is it not a problem? Is that a threat? Yes, that's a pretty bad water damage. I don't usually I don't throw you too many pictures of happy, nice, smiley things. Most of the time when I'm showing you a picture, there's a problem, or something like this where I want you to understand how things are made. And each of these images, is a select problem, and they, there's a lot to learn. Some of you are, you have a dozen years of experience in construction, or some of you are looking that, taking this course from an investment standpoint. What do I care about that post? Is it a problem? Is it an expense? Is it a sign of a much bigger problem? These are the questions you ask when you're doing it. Obviously, you think also about trying to describe things. There's a lot of reference charts that I have in here. In the main directory, there's a couple thousand pages of additional reading, several entire home inspection books. The book we use is a kind of an older one, but a lot of the reference materials I've added will bring you further up to date. But I actually believe it's really important. In fact, one of my most valuable things as an architect is a book called Architectural Graphic Standards, and I have the 3rd edition, which was published in 1907. And again, understanding how they built buildings in 1907 is pretty useful. I was explaining a brick foundation to a judge once, and the interregnum between two trials, I actually sent him some pictures, and he said, "Oh, I understand," because I was an expert witness for a case. I wasn't involved one party or the other. But again, you are really, the best thing you can do by far, one of the greatest ways to learn is just walk around your neighborhood, wherever you are, and just look at buildings just one at a time, 10, 15 seconds, and think about what challenges we have here, the asbestos siding, the failed siding, and what would you think it might be a problem for an investor? It's something very simple. And actually, sometimes wherever I am, I think I took that picture in Nantucket. I didn't take that one, but I thought it was kind of cool. The guy had the reflection on it. But the idea is really what you need to learn home inspection in many ways is right under your nose. It's right in your neighborhood, right on your block. And that'll give you some insight. Doesn't necessarily get in the neighbor's house. Ironically, actually, even better, here's the funny part. One of the best way to do home inspections, practice, is go on Zillow and tour properties. Here's the secret: get the really cheap properties in the neighborhood, and they're all messed up. And you'll learn a lot by just browsing the pictures from Zillow. So let's get back to the fun. I think we were doing plants. So that, again, what I was just showing you is just kind of a slide deck of images relating to interiors. So again, we talked about plants. The idea is, what do we care about plants? Do we care how beautiful they are? No. Are we an arborist? No. Are we a landscape designer? No. What's our goal? We want to look at plants that might be causing damage to the building. That's what we want to keep an eye for. I don't want to concentrate on this too much. Let's keep moving on. Again, in your report, you're talking about the walkways. Is it safe? Those trees are about 10 feet away. That's no major problem. The bushes on the right side are a little too close for my liking to the house. That could be a problem. Hold on. I got a couple different screens running here. They're not always working with each other. One more second. There we go. Okay. So, by the way, a couple of you are here for excuse me, for real estate credits. You might be for appraisal or for real estate sales or broker courses. Everybody, please put your name and your number in the chat box, just so I have you. I do have a list of people here. and I'll send them to John. But if you are here, a couple people are for the class, a couple people are not, please indicate what you are in the chat box, just so I can reference. Excuse me again. Sorry, the mango yogurt's getting me from lunch. So let me try to keep the voice moving. So as we see on the left side, just, there really is nothing major. I wouldn't say this is overgrown. That's an exaggeration. Nothing really wrong with this. In fact, this is a pretty gorgeous backyard. The right side, nothing major problem. Just watch the overgrowth near the house. I hate ivy. No, I don't hate ivy, the head of the school. I hate ivy, the stuff that eats your mortar. And I fixed up a few houses in England and here that really got messed up by ivy. Ivy plants are a potential problem. And you actually, as a home inspector, they're a challenge to you because they may, what does the ivy eat? It eats your building, okay? So as a result, in your inspection, if you're doing exterior inspection, you've got to make note that you're unable to inspect the area around the ivy, and you should suggest, the buyer needs to understand that there's nothing in your report, and you should put a note saying it's underneath the ivy and there could be potential damage. You guys think, that's really beautiful, right? Well, it's actually a nightmare because if you don't peel this stuff off every couple of years, it's literally going to eat your house. It eats the mortar away really badly. And even worse, it actually, and this is a real threat, ivy will, as you can see here, it's growing up into the window frames. If you have wooden window frames, you've just given that ivy lunch. Okay. So, oh, by the way, that was why lead paint was so good, because lead, while it kills humans, it also kills plants and bugs. That was yet another advantage of lead paint. Lead, we talked about lead earlier. We'll go through it more at a later time. Again, more plant images, kind of bit of candy, nothing real wrong here. Nice. Again, you don't care from the home inspector's perspective about the plants. You do care about making sure that walkway is nice and smooth. I love this one on the left. This is a house in upstate New York. What would anybody say the potential, some of the things as you're walking around a building like this, and in honesty, this is a landmark building. It's quite beautiful, but some of the things we talk about, as we've only talked about the site so far, we think about the perimeter, which is actually pretty well clear, so you can see the building behind it. But also we think about that addition to the house. In this case, it's a guest center because this is a landmark building. I believe it's a museum. Excuse me. Rather interesting shape, I must say. And we also see a clash of styles, a flat roof versus a tile roof. Now, anytime, as a general rule of thumb, as you're walking around the building, one of the most important things you're doing is you're keeping an eye on the roof. A tile roof like this, I would strongly discourage you from even thinking about putting a ladder up and taking a look at these things. Maybe put the ladder up to the first round, but this is one that screams binocular inspection. Okay. Of course, the best part here is you can actually go out on the balcony and look down. All right. So you get access where you can, you see as much as you can, but I would never, ever recommend somebody climbing on one of these old terracotta roofs. Why? What's the main motto?
They slide.
You're working for the buyer. I'm sorry, what was that?
Don't they slide off?
They do slide off, but even worse. Hey,
Oh, you break it, you bought it.
They don't care if you get hurt, right? But you break it.
You bought it. Right?
You bought it. Thank you very much. And that's the important thing. Terracotta roofs will break. Newer ones, by the way, they have reinforced fiber and all kinds of neat stuff in them. So they're, basically tanks. And of course, you've got further newer solar roofs like the Solar City roof tiles. A good New York State lost $5 billion subsidizing Solar City on its roof factory up in Buffalo, and rather one of the most epic fails. And no, Elon did not pay the state of New York back, but that's none of my business. But again, a building like this, we walk the perimeter, we look at the different elevation changes. You got a walkway underneath in the back. You are, obviously this is a very well-maintained building, but as you're going around, you're looking at, from the grounds perspective, is the walkway okay? But also then you start looking up, you looked at the roof. What do you do for this flat roof? You note that it's a flat roof. Well, you might be smart and have a pole to look down on it, or you just wait a few minutes until you're upstairs here, or maybe upstairs there, and take a look at it. Again, do you want to walk and have access to the roof? Again, as a general rule of thumb, particularly flat roofs like this, actually, I'll go up anywhere. I don't care. And I'm a big guy, but I feel my way around the roof. I've been on way too many collapsing roofs. So the big picture here is, as you walk around, what are you seeing? You're looking for water damage. You're looking for rot. You're looking for signs of rot that's been painted over. These are things you want to look at. Back to the plant aspect of it, of course, this is, a very close inspection, you might notice the cherry blossoms about to bust out, or dogwood blossoms, or whatever. So you know exactly when this inspection is held. Which gets to another quick point of the importance of understanding the season in which you do your inspection. Can you control the season? Nope. You are there when they ask you to be there, more importantly, when they pay you to be there. So, and the different challenges you might have at different times of year. So let's keep moving. Again, retaining walls. As we're out on the site, we look at how the site's put together. Very often a building is on a slope, like this old house here. I think this is in Troy, New York, if I remember. Happened to see this one day. And the question is, what is a retaining wall? What's good? What's bad? And do you care? Kind of a couple of trick questions there. What is a retaining wall? Of course, since ancient times, they built walls to hold back the soil to have a different level. The terraced rice paddies of Asia to that's a rather exotic example, but the point is, of course, whether by wood or stone or steel, there people will try to hold back walls. The key thing here is water is incredible force, right? Incredibly powerful, and it wants to go downhill. And if you try to get in the way of it going downhill, you're going to be in pain. So in this case, a retaining wall has a real problem. Its job, though, is to hold the wall back, but you've got to let it drain. Incredibly important, whether a very lightweight retaining wall like this or a very old retaining wall like this. If you look careful on this retaining wall, you'll actually see two things. One, ivy, which I hate, right? We don't like ivy because it eats the walls. B, again, this is a solid mortar wall. You can see a crack. Where's the crack? At the water, at the drain. Why do you think it happens there? Excuse me. As I said, this is Troy, New York. Troy, New York is right outside of Albany. And what does it do up there? It gets cold as you know what. So we actually deal with not only the water pressure, but we're dealing in this case, and this is very frequent with retaining walls, you're dealing with heave. Now, when a retaining wall is part of the garden and the yard, you're not as interested in your report. But there are times like this one, so sorry. The retaining wall is actually pretty close to the house. It's in with what's called the angle of repose. The angle of repose is basically from the bottom of the footing to a 45-degree angle out. And that's the slope, which is going to be bearing the building, the soil underneath. In this case, this is a pretty sharp slope, and this retaining wall is starting to fail. Ironically, well, actually not ironically, it matched some damage in the foundation inside the house. So what you really see is that entire section of earth in the front yard had started working its way down the hill. Again, water, incredibly powerful, right? Although in fairness, I was looking down at the Grand Canyon on Thursday morning, and as I passed over it, there is a white ring around the Grand Canyon because the water level is actually 160 feet lower than it should be. All-time record low. I mentioned that because, again, the power of water. In this case, they had built a retaining wall, and actually they tried to fill in a previous gate with a retaining wall, and you could tell that the wall just broke back out. The wall that they put in wasn't tied in properly, and the pressure, just the ice pressure. Remember, freezing works both ways. Freezing works down, but it also works sideways. So in a retaining wall like this, even if the water pressure isn't that bad, what happens, and you'll see this all over New York, you deal with the ice pressure. What else do you have? What's here?
Tree,
What?
a tree,
Yeah, what's the tree doing?
nothing good.
That's right. It's screwing up the retaining wall as well. So that, in your report or any type of structural element, when a tree is this close, that's something you want to put on. I very sadly, this is reminds me of a project in the Bronx once when I was commissioner in the Bronx for the building department. And what happens in the Bronx is there's a lot of buildings that are on slopes, and the back fire escapes come down into a yard like this. And once it comes down to the yard, then the path takes you around to the front of the house. And you'll see this in a lot of houses. And this is very important because that second means of egress, the first means of egress, the front door, the second means the fire escapes. If that fire escape is if the walkway from the fire escape or the fire escape itself is damaged, the Department of Buildings in New York City will vacate the building. Excuse me, so sorry. In Cortelyou Road in Brooklyn, about 15 years ago, and I say this because you'd actually see this on YouTube because it was on live television on channel 4. A channel 7 helicopter came down, lost control during a police chase, and it came down and crashed onto a building. And lucky, miracle of miracles, everybody walked away from it. But the guys in the helicopter were fine. But the real problem was the people in the building next door, because on the way down, the helicopter ripped off it kind of impacted and destroyed the fire escapes on a set of buildings. So I had to vacate 6 apartments. And then, of course, it landed on another building. And thank God the building acted like a spring, and the helicopter literally bounced on the roof of the building and saved everybody's lives, which is also good because that helicopter would have exploded and taken out several blocks of Brooklyn. So a lot of good things there. But the bad thing was, if your egress is compromised, you have problems. In this case, the retaining wall, as you can see by these tiebacks and the cracks, this retaining wall is constantly under immense pressure. Okay. And this is only like a 5-foot tall wall. And it gives you an idea of just how much steel and concrete and buttresses are needed. And look, even the buttresses are cracking. That shows you just how incredibly powerful water is. Again, smaller retaining walls. Do I care about these? I'd put a basic note on them, but they're not something that's going to affect the house. The owner can see it as they come in. But these are non-structural. They're not really part of the house. Again, minimum noting. It's not going to be considered a major damage at all. Again, the engineer, if it's there, it's very frequent in New York City that you'll have retaining walls actually on property lines as well. Excuse me. Who pays when a retaining wall collapses or is damaged? Who pays for the replacement? Anybody know? The low wall, the high wall, or both?
The owner,
Which owner?
the
I'm
property
sorry,
owner.
it's on the property line, so it's between 2 properties. Who do you think would pay?
Whichever side it falls on.
Whichever you say, the low side. Okay, wrong. Actually, the answer is, that's okay. That's a great guess. It's a tough one. The answer, I'm sorry, I apologize. If it's only on his side, yes, he pays. You're absolutely right. But if it's actually on the lot line, which is very, very common, and you may not know this because you may not have a survey in the field, but actually the high and the low sides are equally responsible to pay for the repairs. You can imagine how many lawsuits that causes, right? So I apologize. If it was only on his site, yes, of course he'd pay. So again, retaining walls can fail. You can see what this guy did. He had a beautiful wall, but he knew he was under pressure. So he takes a concrete drill and just punches a bunch of holes in it. Well, ironically, that'll work for a couple of years, right? But eventually,
Brian, I apologize. Sorry for the interruption. Can you repeat it again? So if there's a retaining wall in between 2 properties on the property line, and if it fell down, who pays?
both parties. They have to stay, just like a party wall between buildings. A lot of, if it's on the property line, they are responsible 50-50. And this is actually enforceable in court. The same thing happens, by the way, and remember I talked about attached buildings, row houses?
Yes.
19th century row houses, they will have 99% of the time concrete and steel, and well, steel was out of the question. Iron was out of the question. You would build your walls with bricks. Even concrete was, did I say concrete? Whatever. The walls between would be wood or brick, and sometimes a really terrible combination of wood with brick inside. That's called a nogging wall, and it's an epic disaster. So those party walls, if in between buildings, both sides are legally required to repair it. So for instance, if you're renovating your building, but the other guy isn't, there is a case for, if you can isolate the cost of just the repair of the party wall, you might be able to send the bill next door or part of it. Anyway, again, these are financial issues but it's a reminder of the understanding of where your property line is and how it impacts the cost of a renovation or the review of the property. Today, all buildings are required to be built with independent walls and at least a 1 inch gap in between. Anybody know why the walls have to be independent? You would keep independent walls in a row of buildings. 2 reasons. 1, for fire. If the building burns down, it doesn't spread to the next building. And 2, believe it or not, earthquakes. New York City, when you're designing in New York City, there are gaps between the buildings, and that is actually because of the earthquake code. And in fact, we actually had a pretty good earthquake about 10 years ago, a 4.7 in Virginia. And if anybody remembers it, I felt it. I was in a steel building and my building swayed. So anyway, long story short is we think about the structures on the site. For the most part, you don't care about them unless they are supporting the building. Like this building on the right, in fairness, I believe this was in Scotland. My son's going to school at a university called St. Andrews in Scotland, and it's an old place. So the university was built in the 15th century. So some of these old retaining walls, if built right, if they drain, they're fine. But in this case, again, this retaining wall is deteriorating and it's clearly supporting the structure. So that would be a concern that you want to add as you walk around the site. Sorry again. Top right, again, a retaining wall that is, look at that, 45-degree slope. Is that crazy? It's pretty common, not uncommon at all. Now, the wood is taking it, you see the wood is bending, but it's probably not going to break. Does brick bend? No, brick snaps. But wood, again, deforms. This, on your report, for the most part, this is out on the site and they can look at it. I'd put a general note in my yard commentary that 2 things. 1, that it's bent, there is deformation and needs to be looked at by an engineer. I only put that here because this is a really big potential fail. If there's a lot of hydrostatic pressure on this hill, the whole hill could come down. And this was only like 10 feet from the house. So I felt that was important, although not directly part of an inspection. Do we care about this fire pit out here? 1960s fire pits were cool. And I think they were out of fashion until 2021, where everybody wanted to grill in their backyards again. Do we care about that thing falling apart? That's not a part of the building. Again, it wouldn't hurt to send a picture of it just to document the condition, but it's not officially a part of your report. Walkways. Now, is this part of your report? Yes. Are the walkways coming up to the building? When do we care? Left side. The left side's an interesting challenge. This is the sidewalk has actually settled. It's, the concrete's in good condition, but the sidewalk pad has gone down about 1.5 inches. Is that a problem? Yes, it is. It's a tripping problem. Anybody ever gone down a set of stairs, different sizes? I almost took my tail out on the subway this morning, walking downstairs. That unevenness, and you'll deal with stairs all through the building, decks, as well as interior. As a general rule of thumb, you cannot have a variance more than 3/8 of an inch between tread heights. Okay, so you'll see that anytime you're in the building. Make note of that. In this case, you would say on the left, concrete sidewalk is settled, and last step is 1 inch taller than the steps above. Sounds harmless, but it actually does matter. In fact, you might want to take a picture with a tape measure right there. So that's a good tool. Actually, when you're doing reports, that's a really good way of doing it. Having a 6 or 12-inch ruler that you just put in as a photo bomb. On the right side, what can I say? This is out on the sidewalk. Now the trick is sidewalks are usually on community property, but it's the owner's responsibility to maintain it. So this is the sidewalk out on the street. Do you care? Well, again, it's out on the street. It's not on the property, but the new owner may have to pay to have it repaired. And that's where you lose. In New York City, for instance, the only time they can bang you for new sidewalks is when you ask for what's called a new certificate of occupancy. We talked about those earlier. And it's called a BPP, a builder's pavement plan. And that's when the DOB gets the chance to get its knives into you to make you fix your sidewalk. And owners hate it. I was advising on a very large, a 10-acre warehouse in Queens a couple of years ago. And the owners wanted to do a relatively small job on the inside, but change the use of the building a little bit. So change the certificate of occupancy in a relatively small way. And then I told them, I hate to say this, I want to warn you, the city will require you potentially to replace this, I think it was 1,100 linear feet of sidewalk. And that at that particular building, it would have been a number around $1 million just to do this sidewalk work. And ironically, they only wanted to do about $100,000 worth inside, but officially the city required that. Now, I went to the commissioner and kind of negotiated for them and we got it reduced. But the simple fact is this is a potential cost for a buyer. And hey, it's a tripping hazard. Let's keep moving on. Again, tripping hazard is the thing. Does anybody, obviously you can see the yellow paint here where you've got a cracked driveway and areas that have risen up. Now you can mud jack this or, clean it out. For the most part, there are ways to fix it, but it costs money. Mud jacking actually is when you inject grout underneath the driveway to jack it back up. This one here, anybody see what's wrong here on the left side? Do you see the circle here? Anybody want to guess what that is? This is a side. What's that?
Did they repair it?
No, they did something else. They planted a new tree. This is a reminder how trees can have an impact on buildings. In this case, out on the street, the city required them to plant a tree. And the tree, and they put a new sidewalk on top next to the tree. But the tree absorbs water. And of course it had, it wasn't virgin soil, it was loose soil. So the soil settled in. And as you can see, it literally cracked on the radius of the tree. And so that's a type of thing you want to keep aware. Does that cost money? Yeah. Anybody ever see a tree that kicked the sidewalk up a foot? I'm sure all over New York City, we got that. I know Fort Greene has it, right, Kate?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A lot of trees eating the sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and if you don't know, by the way, in New York City, there is a bunch of lawyers that pay about $10 million a year to maintain a map of every crack and every tree in all 5 boroughs, every sidewalk in all 5 boroughs. And the reason why is the judges said you can't file a claim for trip and fall against the city unless the crack was pre-existing. So they literally pay guys to walk every block of New York City once a year. I'm not kidding. But for that $10 million investment, what do the lawyers get? They get over $150 million a year suing the city for cracked sidewalks. So again, that sounds dumb, but this is why cracked sidewalks matter. It's an expense, and it can be an immediate expense to the buyer. The last thing you need is you buy into a house. Okay, yeah, it's got a little bit of sidewalk. No, you get a violation from a particular city, and they might say fix it immediately, and bam, you're out a couple $1,000s. That's the kind of stuff you want to prevent in home inspection. Again, uneven walkways, settled. We know this happens. Just put it in your notes. You just say sidewalk uneven, click picture, tree pushing up the sidewalk. We see that all the time, right? General, what's the rule of thumb? More than half an inch difference vertically is going to make you trip. I once saw a biker try to get over about what must have been a 6-inch drop on 67th Avenue in Queens. And he was trying to get over it and he fell and just completely smashed himself. And literally the ambulance had to come pick him up. Again, driveways, same thing. As we're walking around the building, we look at how the water moves around the building. In this case, this is, I don't know if you can see this, but this is in parts of Brooklyn and Queens, this is done frequently. This guy actually has his house cantilevering out 3 feet. And he has about a 3-foot clearance here where he can park the nose of his car. Anybody see that? Now,
Wow.
if it makes you feel any better, that looks kind of crazy. It looks funny. Definitely helped him choose what car he was going to use. But actually, there's a little problem. This is actually illegal for zoning reasons. Oh, actually, this might be grandfathered, so I'll give him some slack. But the point is, of course, people will do crazy things for parking. Now, if you have that little thing like that, you can imagine the underside of this is a real problem. Moisture, not the car, but I wouldn't put a Tesla under there though. Teslas like to blow up. Well, Chevy Bolts do too. Volts, not bolts. Anyway, the big picture is people do what they can. On the right side is a more important image. The EFIS exterior here, you can see all the water damage along the outside. That's pretty nasty. But most importantly, for a driveway perspective, look how dark the driveway is here. Does anybody, what do you think you see in here? First of all, again, this is an illegal driveway, but you're not law enforcement. And what he did is they basically paved their front yard to park in their front yard, which is dumb. But what the real problem was, is that they had negative drainage. The water is draining towards the house. That's the problem. That's why you got to see the black mold along here, everybody. What's that? That's because for a month or two a year, there's a bunch of snow piled up there. So this is the kind of damage that, you're going to be marking it negative, poor drainage around the front yard, mold observed. And by the way, when I get inside of the cellar, I'm going to look really closely at the cellar here because chances are there's some damage because of this. Again, at the driveway, we look at the connections of the house. We first of all, positive drainage. Are we draining away from the house? This one, actually, they added so many layers of asphalt that the asphalt is now draining into the garage. Not good. Now, the typical correction for that is this. This is called a trench drain or a zipper drain. And that is, even if the water does flow to the house, which can happen, as long as you pick the water up and get it away, you're good. During Sandy, unfortunately, though, I saw a building that was protected by a berm from the floodwater. The floodwater came to the outside of the berm. And then the garage driveway went down into a slope about 4 feet. Now, the problem was, that's your slope and there's a drain right here. And even though there was a wall, the flood water didn't hit this house. Kind of even worse, the sewer water came up through this trench drain and completely destroyed the inside of the building. So little reminder of, again, you're forensic. You're looking around, you're saying, do I see signs of past damage? On the top right here, this is a day after rain. What do you see? You see a lot of moss and algae on the ground. That means water's been staying for a long time. On the right, and of course, most importantly, you see water, yes, but you see a really bad stain where the water is clearly puddled. Again, it seems like stupid stuff, but you're really the very incredibly important thing of getting that water off the building and away from the building. That's going to be really critical part. I just dealt with one recently. The neighbor had changed their drain and literally pointed it down the stairway into the cellar of a building. I couldn't believe it. And did a hell of a lot of damage to the building, in fact. Again, we think about the importance of not letting water drain into the building. Again, back to driveways. Driveways are an important thing for inspection to understand. On the left side, anything wrong with that?
No.
No, it's beautiful, actually. I show this as much as an alternate material picture, as every once in a while I got to throw you something nice. So yes, there was nothing wrong with this. It was the brick. Believe it or not, this goes back to Roman times. The Romans outlined how to do this in the 2nd century BC in a book actually I'm reading right now. And they said, look, you put the brick in the sand, and the sand will drain it. And that's the way you keep a nice driveway. On the right side, you know, is there anything wrong with this? Obviously, you'll note that it's slightly over, you know, that it's needs a little maintenance, but generally, it's safe to say this is not $1 million neighborhood. So the in this case, does it provide access? Yes. You just snap a picture of it and say, driveway is what it is. You know, gravel, broken pavement. I'd note the broken pavement and just take a picture. More nice driveways, nothing wrong with that. This is a, what do you think's going on the left side? Does anybody know what material that is? Is that all brick? Anybody know what that is? You're going to come across this a lot. I hope the picture's large enough. On the left side, that is actually a painted patterned concrete. And that's something you're going to see a lot more of in the future. So when you come across these, what type of damage do you care about? You know, obviously, you're actually looking for cracks in the concrete. But I want you to be kind of open-minded as to materials you'll see and how the damage might occur. On the top right, anybody know what these are called? This is called the curb, the sidewalk curb. And however, on the bottom, when you have a house and you got a driveway, you have to cut the curb. Curb cuts are actually a very, very big deal in New York City because you can't put them everywhere. Because if you get a curb cut for your garage, that's one less street parking spot. And before 1950, it didn't matter as much. Would you guys believe that if you parked your car in the street at night prior to 1950, you would actually get a ticket? Think about that. The reason why was they didn't want anybody parking in the street. Again, how the world has changed, right? But again, the curb cut is, of course, a place where the car can go up on. These are actually a very specific legal thing. And believe it or not, every curb cut in New York City is actually logged and numbered. They actually track all these things. There must be somebody bored as hell for that. But again, these things can cause a lot of grief. One architect actually almost lost his license because of one of these. And I hate to say, I was on the cover of the New York Times because I was saying that the prosecution was really stupid and overreaching for trying to go after the architect for this. And in fairness, I had actually reported it to the thing. Well, one of my inspectors had done it, but I got quoted on the New York Times as saying this is a smoking pea shooter instead of a smoking gun. Made some lawyers mad, but I was right. And the architect did win against the department that I worked for because I thought the department was wrong. Don't be afraid to speak truth to power. Be brutally honest, and you'll do well in this business. Again, driveways, other types of driveways. This is a driveway you're going to see more and more as well around New York City, particularly out on Long Island. Nassau County requires all driveways to actually be what's called permeable. And for good reason. You know, we talk about rain. The worst thing about a big rainstorm is all the water runs down and then runs into the drains, overflows the drains, and boom, problem. Today, new laws require buildings to absorb as much water as they can. And this is one solution you might find. Again, no major problems here. But of course, on the right side, a couple of problems. One is the many, many times that asphalt was patched here and the cracked concrete up here. Now, this is on your report, you would probably put this as repair, or I would definitely put this as repair or replace. On the bottom, same problem here. This is where a very, very heavy car sat on one of those brick pavers. So that is what happens here is the sand washes away underneath, the heavy car gets in and sinks. And again, repair or replace. That's not acceptable. This is a risk to your car and risk is a tripping hazard. So that is, that's something you have to mark as a repair. Again, you're not a cop, but a quick reminder of curb cuts. And when people do cut into the sideway, this guy actually did it illegally. He's not allowed to park sideway in his yard like that at all. The zoning, by the way, believe it or not, guys, the zoning says you're not allowed to park in front of the main wall of your house. Legally, you cannot park in front of that wall. Now, you and I all know that people park on the side, on the front, everywhere. But this is an example, actually this from a lecture I gave about illegal properties. And these are kind of things you might come across. Again, you're not a cop, but what do you comment on? First of all, does it have positive drainage? Second of all, I want to be careful with the not a cop thing. You may want to make comments that the car is parking on the lawn. Why is it a problem, by the way, that the car is parking where it is? Both the cars.
You can't see.
You can't see a little bit of that's one issue. Another issue. How
Might
much
be considered a fire hazard, or I wonder if structurally it's not sound to have that much weight near the foundation. I don't know.
Bingo. Fire hazard, kind of, sort of, in that they allow them to park them. I wouldn't want a Tesla that close to my house. Anyway, I got to stop doing Tesla jokes. Oh, in fairness, I rode when I was out in Vegas this week. I rode several times on the new Hyperloop, the Tesla Hyperloop. So go figure. It's just a bunch of Teslas driving in a tunnel. Very boring. But yes, you're absolutely right. You hit it on the nail. That car is 3,000 pounds and it's right next to the house and it's putting a pretty serious load on the house. So 100%. Thank you. Again, if you're not sure, don't guess at it. You know, if you want to, in this case, I would say cars parked in the front yard adjacent to the structure, you know, keep an eye out for loads and in questionable legality. You can infer, but you can't accuse. Again, we talk about the yards themselves, the patterns on the sidewalks, no real problems. That's gorgeous. Top right, of course, this is a repair or replace an asphalt driveway. When I was a kid, I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland, and we had two choices when we wanted a driveway. You could have concrete, or actually three choices: concrete, asphalt, or you're gonna love this. Our third choice for driveways was, and it was the cheapest choice too, it was very inexpensive. You would have oyster shells. So you would literally pave your yard with oyster shells. And don't laugh, because actually New York City used to do that as well. You'll find layers of oysters all over old buildings in New York City. Nice to think about it. Mother of pearl driveway. Go figure. But whatever it is, if the driveway is uneven, unsafe, you'll put it as repair or replace. Now, this is a snapshot of a backyard. Again, anything wrong with it? No, it's beautiful. But I want you to take a look at this. I talked about water drainage a minute ago. There's something hidden in that circle. Anybody see that circle? No, it's not a witch's coven. It is what's called a yard, or a oh gosh, brain freeze. Basically, it's a drainage tank. It's not a septic. Definitely not a septic, because other buildings are too close, right? You would never have remember, if you don't know, a septic tank has to be at least 100 feet from other water sources, okay? So in this case, what it is there is a circular tank underneath here that absorbs the water. It's like 300 gallons that it'll absorb the water during a rain and then slowly release it. Now you'll see these a lot in buildings, in newer buildings. They started requiring them in the 1990s. And the purpose is to make sure that you don't overflow the sewers. In large buildings, these could be, I worked on one for a large industrial complex in Gowanus. It was a 300,000 gallon tank. It cost them millions of dollars to retain the water on the site and slowly release it. Name of that round thing will hit me in a minute. I'm being stupid. Again, paved areas, no major problems here. Think about the materials and how they're, are they well maintained? Stone, brick, concrete, asphalt, grass. No, grass is not just a grass these days. The term bioswale. And I'll go one better. Asphalt is not just asphalt anymore. There, as I was hinting at earlier, there's a lot of asphalt people are starting to use now and required in more and more places where the asphalt actually is completely permeable. You can literally, there's a sample I saw at a trade show, a 2 by 2 foot thing of concrete, and they were literally pouring pitchers of water. And I mean, it looked like straight concrete, strong and completely solid on top, but the water would just microfilter right through. In the next,
sorry,
Sure.
what's the difference? How do they manage that?
the permeable asphalt, it's basically an asphalt that has, it doesn't need 100% binding between the aggregates. So there's holes between the aggregates. Why do you need it? Because you want the water to stay on your site. Again, this is in a more arid climate, you want the water that lands on this grass to absorb into the soil below. This water in the mulch areas, it'll also go and absorb below. What you don't want is very many solid areas. This may sound crazy, but Maryland and New Jersey recently passed laws, and they were thrown out because they basically told the politicians they were all going to get fired if they kept it. They actually mapped the entire states of Maryland and New Jersey, and they told you, using aerial mapping, they would tell you your house has a driveway and it has 800 square foot roof and a pool. So you've got 2,000 square feet of non-permeable surface. And the argument was that 2,000 square feet was going to go to the sewers, and therefore you needed to pay a special tax to pay for the water filtration. It sounds crazy, but it's going to be coming to New York in the next couple of years. So that's something you're going to hear about. And clients are looking more and more at permeable membranes for their buildings. Good news is technology solves a lot of these problems. Again, same thing here. Pools. Let's talk about a pool. You're walking around, you come across this nice pool. A couple of basic questions. One, is there a proper protection fence? If not, that's a big problem. 5 foot clear around the pools is needed. And again, between different districts, a 4 and an 8 foot fence might be needed. And again, that's because from insurance purposes, you don't want people hopping the fence and going swimming, drowning, and you know the rest of that story. If somebody drowns in your pool, guess who pays? You do. That's what it is. Again, what do you care about this? Are you responsible in your inspection for the maintenance and equipment, the maintenance and piping of the pool? Absolutely not. That's a separate specialist. Are you going to make notes if you see loose paving? Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. But you're not in charge of the mechanic. Think of the pool as a very expensive mechanical system. So, you know, again, when you talk about the yard, minimum effects. And again, as you can see here on the right, there is a lot of equipment involved. And actually, this is one of the reasons I was out in Vegas, because there's a lot of these pumps and stuff that may not look so sexy. On an industrial scale, they can be quite important, and they're really coming up with some neat technology, a lot of solutions. Many of the environmental things that they're trying to tax into solutions, people are solving them with good creativity and science. One of the best examples is solar panels up on the roof. What if I told you you could paint your house or paint your office building or put a coating on the glass of your office building and generate all the power you need for your office building? This is the kind of stuff that you're going to be dealing with as you move forward. And you'll, especially in the Newark area, you're going to come across houses with really advanced technologies, and you just want to be a little literate as to what you might be seeing. Sidewalks, steps, and stoops. What the heck? Well, we already talked about sidewalks, steps, and stoops. What do we talk about? We're talking about the entrance to a house, the steps going up to the entrance to the house. What's wrong with it? Tell me what's wrong with the steps on the left. Give me 3 things. Pick one.
Wood.
The wood is deteriorated, and it's also at a slope. Do you notice it's sloping downwards? I guess we got a lady here, so I can say this. My standard requirement, the way I always treated my inspectors is a 9-month pregnant lady with 3 bags of groceries going to have a problem with those stairs. Sorry, nothing personal, Kate. But
Or an incredibly fat guy.
Or that's me.
How about that?
There you go. Okay, that's a good one too. I just used the other one a long time. So yeah, big guy me would have problems with stairs. And so the point is, of course, I want you to vision a questionable situation, and is it a potential risk? Here we have 3 steps. Do we need a railing? No. It's a good idea, probably a good idea. So we got the wood is sagging. We got plants growing up through it. Come on. So we might have some real rot. And of course, third, you've got because of the sagging, you've actually got a broken concrete slab there. So really big guy with 3 bags of groceries is going to fall on his face going into the store. Okay, so this is a couple of potential problems that this is definitely a repair or replace on a typical inspection. Back to the stairs and stuff, we want to think about the basic parts of the stairs, and there are a number of factors. Believe it or not, the Americans with Disabilities Act has an incredible play on a lot of buildings. The ADA does not apply to 1 to 2 families, but it does apply to 3 and 4 family structures. Okay. And what we're talking about here is just some of the basics of design. Why do you think that you have to have a 4-inch round space maximum on a stair?
So that little kids can't get their head stuck in between.
Bingo. That's exactly correct. And trust me, my now 20-year-old, once 3-year-old managed to do that several times. The point is, of course, in design, we are thinking about several things. One, first of all, well, in Roman terms, Vitruvius said commodity, firmness, and delight. Oh, sorry about that. The point is that, first of all, commodity, is it reasonably built? Firmness, absolutely, no questions. The test for railings is the 150-pound test. You want to be able to push at least 150 pounds sideways. A person tripping, the guy leaning over with his bag, but also we think about the vertical distances, maximum of, again, less than 4-inch gap between the vertical balusters, less than, this isn't 4, it's actually 6-inch gap that you need at the hole here. And again, railing heights and stuff. This is very often people who build these don't know what they're doing. And especially with DIY projects, you'll see a lot of problems with that. We'll do a number of pictures here, but again, we talk about the major parts of a stair, the tread. It's not drawn in this picture, but if it's made of wood, there'll be a tread here, the risers, and the main beam here, which is called the stringer. I was just advising on a commercial garage up in Harlem a couple weeks ago. I was supposed to be there yesterday, and the tread, a couple of the sections of the stair were gone. It was a steel tread, and it literally rotted away. And the owner the building was a complete mess. It had, it's survivable, but the stairs were missing. And I said, I made it absolutely clear to the owner, stop everything you're doing right now and fix these stairs, because if the Department of Building saw that the second means of egress, we talked about that earlier, if the DOB saw that the second means of egress was compromised, there's 4 entire treads missing. Now, I didn't mind stepping on a barrel to go up to the 5th stair, but in an emergency, 100 people running down the stair, and there's no stair, that's not going to end well, is it? So actually, the department is extremely, any building department is extremely firm on that. So the stairs are very important. You really want to make sure they're commodity, firmness, delight. Well, you don't care about the light. If it's beautiful, that's nice, but it's not required. But you got to make it strong.
Upon doing your inspection, are you responsible for measuring the distances, like each?
Great question. Again, the unevenness for something like this. If you're a suspect, yes, you actually should have the ball or a tape to take a look at this. A lot of guys will carry. They actually sell a 4-inch ball. That's it sounds dumb, but it's a very specific thing out there. Again, you can just do it by eye for the most part. And what's our goal? Again, it's to create a safe. Now, what happens if it's a 100-year-old house? Is it okay to not have this? Yeah, it's okay. It's grandfathered. This is a diagram for new construction. If you come across, but this is a safety issue. So if it's an old house, it's not going to be required to be fixed, but you would put it in your report as suggest fix as a safety issue. There's a lot of things that newer codes would require, such as circuit breakers. You may have an old house that, Kate, I'm going to pick on you again, being that you're in an 1880s area. And I know a lot of the houses in Fort Greene, when they were originally wired for electricity, they actually ran the electrical wiring in the old gas lines because the houses actually had gas fixtures for lighting.
They do, yeah. you'll see a pancake, what's called a pancake box in the ceiling.
Yeah,
You pull out like
medallion. I'm sorry.
Well, right, but the way you can tell typically is if it has a really shallow box, it's called a pancake box.
Okay.
And yeah, if you take off the light, you'll see the gas nipple, right?
Yeah.
You'll see the end of it,
Really?
and and that they've kind of maneuvered all the wire around it.
I would,
So
by the way,
it's
I'd love if you
really
sent me a
bad
picture of
idea.
that
I
for my
will.
reference. I have a very old one, but I really like that because, again, that's an example where, again, you see the 1860s to 80s, they used gas, and Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn was one of the first places in the United States to get electricity. So they literally ran these old types of wiring. We'll talk about more in the electric chapter, but generally you can't force people to upgrade. But if you see something, particularly electrical, you want to make note of it in your report. And running in the gas lines, I mentioned that particularly because one time my inspector called me out to the field and said, Commissioner, you got to come see this. And I went out and it was electricity running through an old gas line. The problem is 140 years later, his gas sniffer was detecting gas still in the line. And
Wow.
electricity had been running through. Anyway, just a reminder of we think about older buildings. You won't have that in the 1920s buildings because they had gotten rid of the gas lighting. But in that period between 1870 and 1900, you did occasionally see that. Anyway, again, railings, as we're walking around back to the perimeter of the house, very simply, can you walk safely up to the house? Biggest problem, of course, we're talking steps and stoops, we're talking rot, we're talking termites, and any other type of problems that's going to make it loose, unstable, or tripping hazards. Again, sometimes the stairs just aren't there. It's really funny when a person lives in a house 30, 40, 50 years, they just forget about the fact that, well, oh, we never fixed that, or we'll get around to fixing that, or, we'll fix that someday. These are challenges that you might be up against when you're inspecting. And ironically, and this is another piece of advice, if you are doing an inspection with anybody, you've got to be very careful what you say in the field, particularly with the seller. Remember, you're working for the buyer, and the seller, if you start pointing out problems as you walk around, the seller may start denying you access. So there's a psychology of thinking about who you're discussing with and what you're saying in the field, and whether their feelings will get hurt, or more importantly, their wallet will get hurt. If you're a seller and there's a home inspector saying, oh, that's bad, that's unsafe, that's going to kill you, that's going to kill you, that seller may just tell that inspector to leave. So there's a lot of inspectors get really radical and saying everything's a death trap. And there's others that, there's a point to not saying anything or being very diplomatic about everything that comes out of your mouth, because there is an impact. And also, never forget, the person moving out is moving somewhere. They may be a potential customer. So there's an upside to it too. So as we talked about continue about the outside, we think about, again, here's a typical site thing. Nothing wrong with this. It's old, but it's beautiful and it's relatively stable. As we walk around the building, you may occasionally come across, in the suburbs, you'll come across these old doors, or actually new doors for what used to be very old doors. Today, we often refer to them as Bilco doors, because they provide somewhat waterproof or water resistant access down to the cellar. I like this one up here. These guys needed access to the cellar or the crawl space, and they actually had it kind of hidden underneath the deck. So that's another reason why it helps to walk around with the owner of the house if you can, because you would have never known where this access was unless you were in the cellar. And it's actually very important to get into the cellar. In fact, if you can safely get in the cellar, and I've gone through some pretty small ones, it is really, really important for the home inspection, because it'll tell you a lot about overall maintenance, structure, mechanical systems, electrical systems. Everything is exposed in the cellar, and if you can get down there safely, it's a big deal. But remember what I was talking about confined spaces earlier, right? Are you going to go down into a 4-foot tall cellar? That's probably not going to be a problem. Are you going to go into a real tight crawl space? I'll show you some pictures later about that. So again, as we talk about these types of doors, this is obviously a brand new one. So it's in good condition. Sometimes you'll open these up and they kind of fall apart. That's not good. So repair or replace. This is a pretty important door, so we do want to make sure it's well maintained and working. What's missing here? Remember I said sometimes people just forget about the fact that something went away. It's crazy, but I remind you, not from as dumb as it sounds, imagine just kind of walking out and oops, there's no stair, and down you go. So I got to laugh at this one, but on the other hand, it actually is a potential problem, because in an event, in a fire or something, what are you going to do? You're just going to run out the door. So, okay, back to steps and stoops. I know it's not the most exciting part of the house. Anybody, if you look really closely here, brand new house, brick, 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 and brick, out in the exurbs, not even the suburbs. So it's way out there, very virgin soil, very deep topsoil, very sandy, and not really solid. So what do we see here? The guy wants a fancy brick house, and his bricklayers are probably $15 an hour instead of $150 an hour in New York City. And what's happened here? Anybody see that crack? This is where the footing of the house is already there. They add a new stair, but they don't support it with enough footing. You got to have a double-sized footing here. And what's happened here is the whole stair is settling off and breaking off of the house. Relatively small, but that little crack is going to cost a lot of money someday, because that's going to keep settling. Now here on the right, and anybody ever seen this? This is a typical brownstone in New York City. I snapped this one day, and what's going on here is this is what's called the resurfacing process. Sandstone stairways are very frequent sorry, I've got to pick on Fort Greene yet again. Fort Greene, Park Slope, and older areas of New York City, Upper West Side, Bronx has a lot of them actually as well. Quite beautiful ones. And in this case, they're in the process of resurfacing. But sometimes I've seen people leave this raw like this for years. Problem? Yeah, this is obviously a tripping hazard. We got a bunch of things wrong here, right? You got your about 8 or 10-inch clearance here. But why is that clearance here? Actually, because very simply, they're going to put a finished piece of stone on top of this. So these stairs are actually 1.5 inches lower than they would normally be. So, again, is that an expense to the buyer? Yeah. Now, obviously, you'd think this is pretty raw, but it's people will leave it like this. Okay, let's get out to the outside again, back to the balconies, back to suburbia. In New York City, you're actually very limited in how much wood you can use. And of course, in New York, a very common thing when you're inspecting in the 5 boroughs, you may find a deck on the roof. Anybody ever seen that? Rooftop decks? That is like the sexiest thing in real estate right now, right? Very, very hot. And most of the time it's illegal. What? Yeah. A lot of the time when you put a brand new deck on a house, 2 things. One, you're limited to only 20% of the material being combustible, which means you can't put a wood deck up there. And a lot of people say, oh, I can use this wood called ironwood, Ipe. No, you can't. It's wood. It'll burn. So actually, what's going on in the deck is a separate discussion. But let's jump to kind of finish this and think about the structure of this really cool party deck. Now, when I look at this deck, what do I see? In fairness, this is manufacturer's material, so it's a pretty nice diagram. I see I always start from the bottom up. I'm totally into tracing, going backwards on the force and energy and the mass of the deck. So first I look at the foundations, the footings. Are there good footings? If you look carefully, you've got these nice ties tying the wood columns to the concrete. You don't necessarily always have these, but this is kind of the new and proper stuff. The big picture is you want to make sure that the deck weight is being supported well on the ground. From then you go up. Are these columns solid? You can see the nice bracing there. Good. Then you start on the stair. You take a second. You make sure, like I said, even treads, maximum 7.5-inch height. balusters, no more than 4-inch apart, 4-inch gap, excuse me. And of course, on the underside, we want to make sure we don't have the 7-inch ball effect. In this case, this piece of wood, what's that one called? That's the stringer. And that stringer is nicely blocking the wood. So as we go up, again, definitely nothing wrong with this stair, but these are the things we check. I started at the bottom. I looked at the landing. As we saw with one of the earlier stairs, the stair had kind of settled down. So is there a proper footing for the landing? There's a lot of weight here. Now, as I go up the stairs, I am now putting on my party hat. What's going on in that deck? It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's 100 drunk people dancing on this deck. What else are they doing? They're jumping up and down. It's really good music. I wish I was kidding on this, but this is a big deal. Decks are a real major safety problem, and you really got to inspect them carefully. So now we've gone up the stairs. We're up at the main deck. First of all, are the railings strong all the way around? Do we have that same 4-inch gap all the way around? Yeah, obviously this one does, no problems. Is it connected properly? This connection is very important to look at. Obviously, you'll feel it if it's loose, but you've also got, visually, you want to see that the bolts are in good shape. You know, you can do this in 1 minute, but you need to do this visual thinking through. So again, I just went from the bottom up, and I'm spending a lot of time as it went up, I'm looking at this girder underneath. Actually, a beam. Anybody know the difference? It's joist, beam, girder. So the joist is like a standard area between plates. A beam will carry the joists, and then a girder is a super heavy beam that picks up the beams. That's if you do your engineering. Next time you design a skyscraper, you'll remember that. But really, it's the same with obviously decks. The goal is to use as little material as possible to create the most strength. Very simple. And that's the essence of wood frame construction. So here we've got, one of the ways you make it valuable is you use at the connections, you properly tie them. It used to be you'd use a nail, 20-penny nails, boom, that's good, galvanized, okay, done. Well, today, again, this is all pressure treated lumber now. So the pressure treated lumber has some really powerful chemicals in it. Deck nails are a specific color. You want to make sure you're using them to work with your decking. By the way, what material is this deck going to be made out of? Has anybody looked at the Trex and some of the new materials that are out there?
Yeah.
It's not just pre-treated. Well, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's not new at all. Trex has been around for 30 years. And for those, for instance, by the way, instead of nails, and for most decks generally today, you're actually going to screw them down. So you'll be looking at screw heads popped up. Is it properly connected? Sometimes you look from underneath and you'll see the screws. There'll be a whole line of screws and they miss the joists. So that's kind of useless. So these are things you look at very quickly. And in the end, is it solid? You feel it. You just, give it a good push as you walk around, and that'll give a feel for things. I had the pleasure once of walking through a very bad fire in Dumbo with one of the deputy chief of the fire department. He and I were evaluating a big structure that had a big fire, and it was a little lighter back then, but still, I nonetheless had the pleasure of destroying a $300 pair of shoes as my shoes went right through the fire damaged floor, and my foot went about a foot and a half into the floor below. Luckily, one of the firefighters grabbed my arm on the way down. The point is that that's a reminder, actually, that as you walk, whether you've got a roof or floor, you don't know this house. Walk like you want to walk softly at all times. Now, again, for reports here, what are you going to say about the deck? Obviously, the deck we show, you take a couple pictures to show the general condition, and you'll just say inspected, because there's no problems. You don't have to say it's gray. You don't have to say it's anything. If you looked at it and there's no major problems with it, you'll just mark it as inspected. If there's a bunch of bolts missing, you'll take pictures of that area and you'll say repair or replace, and that'll be part of your report. If it's really hazardous and the deck is completely falling apart, then you'll mark it as, as unsafe. You don't want to do unsafe very often, because if you do, that's, red flags. You don't want to sound like the canary, or what's the Chicken Little, when your inspections are written. Again, quick examples of some other types of stairs. This is just a walk around one day in good old Queens. 1930s, three-story, three-family, 1930s, two-family, illegally converted to three-family houses. As you can see, the brick over 80 years has taken punishment. So these guys will come along and just put a skim coat on it. Is that a good thing? A, it's ugly. B, it's actually really bad, because when you put a skim coat over brick, it actually enhances and speeds the deterioration of the brick inside. So when you look at these skim coats, look for something like that crack right there. That implies there may be some structural issues underneath. As we keep going around outdoor areas, patios, porches, decks, balconies, and fences, which we kind of covered. This one on the bottom left, I should have made it bigger. I love this picture. This is the deck from hell. This is a house that's built really on top of like a cliff. So this stairway extends like what, 4 levels down. Now, is that part of your inspection? Do you think that would be something you would be required to inspect? It's kind of a gray area, because you'd think it's in the site, but here's my way to look at it. Is this stair part of the egress of the house? In this case, yes, it is. So the street is down here on the left, and I didn't take this picture, but it's a really good one. And the idea is that you'd have to walk all the way up. So that's part of the entry. So you got to make sure it's in good shape. Obviously, do you inspect the balconies? Absolutely. How would you inspect under these rocks? Be careful. This starts, a condition like this starts getting, spelunky. I mean, in my old days, I used to climb a lot of mountains, so that was good. And today we climb the subways. But the point is, from a home inspector's perspective, you need to be able to get underneath these balconies and really take a look at them structurally, feel them, and make sure they're going to work. On the right side, what's going on there?
The columns leaning.
Why?
It's settling.
Just you're exactly correct. And we talked about this earlier as well, where a addition, or in this case, the addition is just the balcony. The balcony isn't properly attached to the building, and so the foundation of just the balcony settles. So, or the overhang porch settles. Let's keep moving. Again, patios, decks going out. This one is a couple interesting things going on the left side. I don't know if you noticed, but there is a waistline here. Not good. So you actually need this as a clean out. So you should have an access panel for 2 reasons. 1, for the window, and 2, for the waistline. So this would be a potential problem. And obviously, I don't want to call them stupid, but I think it's pretty stupid to build the deck right up to the glass like this. On the right side, this is a different problem. This was out in the desert I saw. I think this was in Arizona. This was a hotel that had died. But one of the reasons why it died is that it was in the process of slowly collapsing. And as you can see here, the columns that were holding up the large, very long span truss roof carried a lot more weight than the engineers thought when they designed the building. And as you can see, it literally cracked the slab. Now, if you look closely, how thick is that slab? It's only about 2 inches. How much weight should be bearing on a 2-inch concrete slab? 0. Concrete is, again, this was just very shoddy construction, where this column should have had its own footing and be completely independent of the slab around it. And as you can see, it actually destroyed the slab, which creates a tripping hazard. You can see it was so bad they put the plywood here so people wouldn't trip. But this was actually, more importantly, it was an indicator of more structural problems. And again, this is the roof truss going over the hotel. You go upstairs and you find that the truss had deflected significantly, which caused all sorts of other problems inside the building, including pipe bursts and wet ceilings, etc. So these are, again, you look for clues on the outside that you're later going to reflect inside. Again, a nice picture once in a while. This was kind of a gray area. I was split with some people on this as to how we would handle this. This is obviously a beautiful deck, gorgeously done. But it's really close to 3 feet. And we were debating whether a handrail would be required. And obviously not. It's, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 risers. Let's call it 6, 7 inches per riser. So you've got 35 inches. No handrail required. Me personally, I'd probably put it in my report that handrail is suggested here. Again, that said, the handrail would be nice, but that is a stunningly elegant and exit. So again, the balance of architectural requirements and safety requirements don't always go together. Oh, back to wandering around Queens. On the right side, top right, we have a porch hanging. It was built as an addition to a bedroom out over the front entrance. And as you can see, one more time, that addition, the connection of the addition to the house, that's a pretty recurring theme, isn't it? You can see the pretty epic fail. What happened here? They do the addition. They put a little foundation up front. They're kind of rushing, hurry up. Hey, get the footing in real fast. And here's the secret. You don't rush the footings, ever. And of course, this footing has settled down 12 inches, pulling the building down with it. Bottom left, this was a building in Queens, and it was a nice, it's like a 1900 house. Queens, actually, most people don't realize areas like Newtown in Queens and Elmhurst, these are areas that have been actually lived in since the 17th century. So this, I wasn't sure. I took a picture of this because I actually think it is it's the bones on the outside of an 1840s townhouse or 1840s farmhouse. But as you can see here, they added the porch later on, the overhang, and it, of course, hasn't been maintained. It's 100 years old. You can see the discoloration from the trees as well as from slow rotting. This picture doesn't fully capture it. You might be able to see it with the parallels in this image. The balcony is settling quite a bit. And honestly, they might be better off tearing it off. And so if you see a lot of deflection on an exterior structure like this, that's part of your report. Again, that's the oblique and the front views of it. Here's another example in Corona, Queens. I was stumbling across this area of Corona, like all kinds of crazy buildings, and all of a sudden I come across this Greek temple. And I was like, what the heck is this? It was hilarious. In fairness, it ended up, I was quite surprised. It had been a house, but it is now a church. So it actually went the opposite. Most churches become houses. This was a house that became a church. Let me find out. Okay, so that person's in. So again, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at a section of the house that was probably previously open, and very, very often people will enclose the front porch. Okay, again, the structure is usually not designed for it. Up on the roof, the drainage is not designed for it, and you can have potential problems. And this one did have signs of a lot of water damage. Other aspects, this one this is 2 pictures of the same building on the bottom. This was, you may not notice it on the left side, but on the right here, this building is about to have a new neighbor. And this is a really important thing to check. And this is where you probably will have to get an engineer involved. If you're inspecting a house, doing a home inspection on a house where there's construction nearby, you want to look for a settlement even more. As you can see here, they're putting the steel up for a 6-story building about 8 feet away from this house. So can't see the steel around the corner here. But honestly, this house is pretty solid, so I'm not too worried. But the challenges you might have with a house like this, again, actually, I really didn't. I took the picture really to emphasize you think about how the buildings around you impact you. In this case, the building is very solid. It's about 1900. You can tell by the texture block of the foundation walls, which gets me another mention. And we'll talk about this more about in the foundation, more about this in the foundation chapter. Technology of building has changed a lot. It used to be from 1890 to 1910, the price of steel in the United States dropped about 95 to 99%. Wow. So these very expensive materials became very cheap. And we see these differentials. Concrete was very expensive in the, well, really, it was so expensive, people barely used it other than mortar up until the late 19th century. And as a result, actually, Brooklyn was one of the first places to put up with a concrete factory, also on the Gowanus. And these concrete factories generated an amazing amount of pollution. But more importantly, they didn't cook the concrete enough. The concrete, the mortar that was created very frequently in New York City literally dissolves over time. I have dealt with buildings where you could just, the walls had turned to sand. I've literally seen buildings. I had one building demolished on Myrtle Avenue, a little further out by Pratt. The building literally pancaked. It, we got the guy to start getting repairs going on it, and he took off the paint. The paint was holding the sand in, which was holding the building up, and literally the sand squirted out like water, and the building literally sunk and collapsed. Thank God nobody got killed. It was an absolute miracle that nobody got killed on that one. But it's a reminder of how the mortar and these things, the water exposed elements of the building can deteriorate over time. The wood, as well as the concrete or masonry or rubble stone foundations or whatever.
Are there, sorry,
Yeah.
are there telltale characteristics of that particular concrete that fails?
The mortar?
Yeah, the mortar.
It's only a function of whether it gets wet or not. It's the telltale is, are you, when you're repointing between the bricks, is it becoming sand? A lot of variations on this. Again, it depends on the nature of the location. One of the best examples in Brooklyn for years on the BQE going underneath the Carroll Gardens tunnel, there was about 300 linear feet where the brick had literally just frozen and popped off. So the front of the brick was popped, whatever. Hard to say, but we'll look at a lot more pictures to describe it. But in fact, I've got some videos of a building on Court Street where it was so bad that my demolition crew, we couldn't even let them into the building. We had to drop them in by a crane into the building so that if the whole building collapsed, they would be able to just be retracted by the man bucket. The telltales are, again, if you've got a wall that's acting like rubber, that's probably one of the worst ones I've seen. And also, and this is for all of us, if you ever see paint on brick, here's the dirty little secret: never paint brick. I don't care what anybody says. What do you do when you paint brick? Is brick waterproof? No. Is concrete waterproof? With very few exceptions, no. And so when you paint it, if you use a waterproof paint, which you definitely can get, some of the latexes will breathe, but older paints, they will seal the water in. And at that point, when you take the paint off, you are actually, you're basically letting the sand out. I'll make sure to, I'll try to get to that video very quickly. So anyway, back to porches. What's going on here? You guys like that picture? Is that scary as hell or what? Sadly, this is a picture from upstate. This was, I was in the Catskills. Prior to COVID, the Catskills were dying. Catskills were dying. Right now, the Catskills are growing to the moon. Particularly a bunch of Orthodox Jewish groups in Brooklyn are all moving up there right now. I just talked to some guys in Vegas. They're building a 4,000 unit apartment complex in the Catskills. But this was what you typically saw, where the Catskills as an economic area died in the 1950s, 1960s. And then it's now coming back 50 years later. But you literally would see stuff like this where you remember how I talked about how much I hate ivy and how it grows on your building? Well, this tree kind of took it to a new extreme, didn't it? It literally grew through the building. Nature is what it is. I mean, it's an incredible force, and protecting buildings from it is out there. Water and plants, just unbelievably powerful. Again, in this case, a little extreme here, but again, when you're looking at the porches, you're looking at materials, again, brick or concrete block, as they deal with deterioration, they cause a lot of telltales. I'll make sure to put some more videos up on that. Let's keep pushing on. Back to more porches. Again, quick tour of Queens. What's wrong with this house? Nothing. It's gorgeous. Let's see what we have here. The interesting thing on this house, why does it have that stairway on the side? Anybody want to guess? What's
Two-family
that?
home?
What?
Is it a two-family home?
That's correct. It's actually a three-family home. And if you have 3 stories, you actually need that a second stair. Or typically a one-family home with 1 to 2 stories, you only need 1 stair. Obviously, 2 stories, they can share the entrance or have 2 different entrances. In this case, a creative architect, I looked this up and there was actually a 2, but you'll usually see this with 3-family homes where they might put it up on a higher floor. But again, very nice construction. In this case, nothing wrong with it. But what I want you to think about as we start looking at the roofs and stuff, anytime I have lots of twists and turns, what do I have? Lots of leaks. I'm going to show, I'll put some bigger versions of this later. But the great part about this picture was this guy really went to an incredible effort to make sure the drainage was absolutely perfect on this building. And that is, I always start from the ridge line and trace the rain down. And how I ask myself, is it going to go backwards? Is it going to go underneath? Do I see rot? Do I see problems at the flashing at the building? Like this one's the worst condition where roof becomes parallel with brick. Why is that a problem? What happened this week? Snow, right? Give me a foot of blown snow right here. What do we have? We've got water that's trying to work its way into the house. So again, these are conditions that are very, very important to be tight as you do inspections. Can you inspect that from the ground?
Not really, no.
Now, the official SOP, the standard operating procedures of the things, you don't have to. You don't have to get up in the ground. But I will tell you, your owner needs you to. For a complex building, you should plan, I mean, I actually saw a guy once do this in his checklist for home inspection. And his question is, do you have a complex roof? And if you checked, he'd charge you a couple $100 extra because he knew he'd have to get up there, and he doesn't play around. He actually uses proper rigging and stuff. And, a low slope roof, this is what's called a 912 roof. Does anybody know how slope works on roofs? That means the way they measure a roof design is 12 inches over and then X inches up. So this is about 9/12, about 3-to-4 ratio. Okay. So this is a 912 roof. You cannot go up on this safely. Okay. Period. Without proper gear. A lot of home inspectors will pay, do the proper gear, and they might charge more. If I'm bringing $5,000 worth of rigging and I'm coming up on that roof, I'm going to charge more for that inspection. Would you guys want to go up on a roof? It's a 1812 slope, a peaked roof? Probably not. Same thing here on this bottom right one. Again, nothing wrong with it. This is, again, a type of an addition. And this is where the additions get ugly. Typical salt box building from 1920s. And then later on, they say, I need a bigger living room, right? So what did they do here? They extended the roof. Is that okay? Sure, it's okay. But when you cut into the existing roof, what are you doing? You're changing the structure of the joists. And, you suddenly, a joist that used to run from there to there is now cut. And if you don't frame it perfectly and make it structurally, reframe it well, it's going to be a problem. I'm sorry, did I miss something? Okay. So when this one, no problem. Lots of complexity in the roof. The porch is here again. I can't say much for the Corinthian columns, but whatever style you like. In this case, it looks pretty independent of the house. So it's a little less of a physical threat. This side one of these cantilevers out here, I'm actually more worried about that cantilever, which doesn't seem like much structurally, than I am about this one up front. Down to this one here, again, we think about anytime they do an addition, particularly on the roof line, what are my three things? Water, water, and water. I get paranoid about that. Okay, back to decks again, quickly, another quick images of decks. Do you guys like the fact that this pressure treated is going down into gravel? Is that okay? It kind of
No.
is. It's, you know, ideally I have a couple inches there, especially being this is upstate New York and there's a lot of snow. But the idea is that the gravel is going to be not wicking, but allowing the water to drain away. And you can tell they get a lot of snow because you can actually see the discoloration of the columns. So I don't want to, actually, I shouldn't say that it's okay. I really want to see that properly done. Again, I think the concrete was just below this, so it was okay. But you can see the damage. Again, standard design for decks. The idea is very simple. Look at the deck and imagine 100 people standing on it and think about where that weight's going to go. And do you think that the structure underneath is adequate? If you're not sure, you're going to say, large deck, engineering seems to be XYZ, please confirm. And this is why, by the way, decks require permits, right? Anybody ever, about 15 years ago, we were debating whether we should, with the Department of Building, whether we could change the code to reduce the permits necessary for decks. And what happens? Like a deck collapse. The commissioner at the time, Bob lived in Bayside, Queens, Bayside looking at you, and a deck collapsed and killed a bunch of people. I think it was like 50 were injured and like 7 were killed in Queens, like in his neighborhood. So you can imagine the next day that code change disappeared. Again, another quick imagine, look at the deck, you think it through. Anybody see anything wrong with the deck on the left? Let's do our checklist. Connection to the ground. Yeah, we're wood near grass. I'm not terribly happy with that. Super heavy beams underneath. Look like they're tied pretty strong. You can't really see the ties in this picture. Solid, good railings, good stair. Really nothing wrong with it. Okay, so you just leave it as inspected, no problems. I like to throw you some good stuff. Now let's get a few bad things. This is a typical house from the 70s where they would have this 2-foot cantilever out to try to get a little extra floor space for the main floor. And in doing so, that cantilever actually is a structurally bouncy thing, okay? And here they attach a deck to the cantilever. So it's already structurally challenged. And now you're adding, a lot more weight to it. So here we have 2 problems. One, we have the problem of a little bit of vibration, of bounciness, shall we say, in the structure. And so much so that they had to add they added a new girder underneath to make sure that the deck would start picking up its own load. Because previously the deck was just attached almost only to the house. And as you can see, a couple things happen. One, you got mold and mildew coming off the deck in between the house. That became a problem. And that caused a lot of rot. And even though the hangers were all here, they really, the ledger plate was actually starting to show signs of twisting. It was literally ripping itself out of the house. So this is actually, I would say this is the most important thing to look at when you're looking at a deck. This underside right here, because this connection very often is termite ridden, is water damage because of the snow from the deck, and definitely a place. So this is a really good image where the guy got underneath and got that look. Again, yet another image of all the different types of connections. I think we went through this one already. Something can go wrong. There's our buddy Norm from this old house. In this case, he's building a new deck with kind of oldish materials. He's building with non-pressure treated, but he's also, again, using wooden glue nails and as well as screws to put the deck down. What happens when a deck comes off after 20, 30 years? Sometimes you remove the deck and what do you find? Lots of termites. So anytime you're dealing with wood and water, it gets ugly. And there's my mom's deck. I took this picture a couple of years ago. She didn't really, she was like, oh, not a big deal. It's no challenge to me. Obviously we had to get her a new deck, to say the least. But this deck had actually rotted all the way through. Now she had put a piece of plywood on top, so we didn't notice it. And when we picked it up, actually the plywood actually made it worse because it condensed the water. What do you say when you're doing an inspection? You see a deck like this, you got holes clean through it, right? This entire deck is compromised. So all you got to mark this as unsafe. This is a case where somebody could literally put their foot through the deck. In this case, the deck had already fallen off and you can see the damage here. Quick deck inspection. On the left side, earlier today, I showed you a building that almost got washed down a hill in the landscape section. This is a picture from that hill that day. And in this case, what we have here is, and look carefully. What you see that? That's the old soil level at this house. What happened was so much water had come down the hill, it washed away 3 feet of soil from the house. Can you guys imagine that? Pretty amazing. In fact, there was so much it washed away that the footing block that had been attached to this column was gone. And I'm trying to, I don't remember if that was the footing block or not, but literally the whole soil had done what's called liquefaction, which is it literally became a mudslide. And in this case, the house didn't slide, but everything around it did. Now, that's the more exotic part. Now, this guy over here is, what's he doing? Being a jerk? No, he's actually pretty smart. I had to look at this twice, and then I realized one of the things you want to do is you want to put about 150 pounds of pressure to test a deck. Now, if you're really fancy and you have to comply with Department of Buildings rules, you'll use a Newton meter to test the weight that you put on the floors. This guy was a little smarter. He took a $10 bathroom scale, and he pushed on the scale to see his 150 pounds of force. Stupid, but really quite genius. And A, low cost, B, disposable, C, hopefully he stays in a position that's not going to make him fall overboard. Is this an important test? Again, as a home inspector, what did I say earlier? This ain't your house. Okay. What would happen if this home inspector pushes and breaks it?
He pays it.
You got it. I think you're going to hear, you break it, you bought it all the time. So this guy's actually, obviously he kind of knows what he's doing, and he's nowhere near the point of break, he thinks. But the point is, you do want to understand when a deck is wobbling and when it's dangerous. And I'm sure all you guys can delineate those 2 points. Again, rot and mildew is all bad, all dirty stuff bad? No. What's going on here? This is, you come out and see a mildewed deck. Is the mildewed deck bad? No, just a little bit of bleach, and voila, you're right back to wonderful again. Again, you're not in the maintenance business in the home inspection, but it's a reminder that not all, some buildings have lack of maintenance and some buildings have damaged structure. You should always make sure to delineate between those two. There's yet another deck. Again, the test of the decks. I like this very simply, the hula hoop test. Plant your feet in the middle and move around. If the deck moves, you might have a problem. Particularly in older buildings prior to the 1980s, when they really started going heavy on pressure treated lumber, this was something you might see, where a typical 4x4, right? It's coming down into a steel saddle, but the water's been coming down here for 50 years, and of course has rotted away the column. Now they painted the column, right? They painted it to protect it and keep it going, but what did the water do? The water worked its way under the paint and did it. Now this guy is doing what little probing you should do. In fact, it's very important if you're doing any probing like this. First, it's very important to realize, to check how bad this rot is, and you have a right to do that. In this case, he's using just a mechanical pencil. which is not exactly the most destructive tool in the universe, you know? And with just a mechanical pencil, he's pulling junk out, which in this picture, he very brilliantly shows that this is very severe rot and it's damage that has to be replaced. And I didn't damage the person's house. It was already damaged. Okay. So that's an important thing to think about, the it's already damaged part. Okay. On the right side, again, more termite rot. On the bottom right, back under that deck again, as we're going through the exterior of the house. What's this material?
Siding.
Of course, that's vinyl siding. Yes. The most loved and hated material in modern construction history. I'm laughing about that because I was just asked to be on a panel down in Florida for this construction show about a very popular material called hardy board, which is it looks like this kind of siding, but instead it is made of concrete and very strong, expensive, but very, very good quality. Again, underneath the vinyl, because what is vinyl? It's waterproof, but it does breathe. It has vents usually to allow water. And what we have here is the water on the top of the deck went through the little tiny gaps at the joist cut underneath, got into the vinyl and soaked the plywood behind it. Now, plywood can take punishment, but it can't take punishment forever. Even with exterior grade plywood, you'll eventually have challenges. Chances are with a house, it's probably may or may not be exterior grade. In this case, the inspector, I didn't take this, lifts up the vinyl siding and sees the water underneath. Now let's talk about that. Do you feel comfortable lifting vinyl siding up that far?
No.
In my opinion, you'd be an idiot, because what happens to vinyl siding over 10, 20, 30, 40 years? It becomes
Brittle.
brittle. Exactly. Thank you. And there's a good chance you do that, it's going to snap. Now, in fairness, this is underneath the deck, so it's probably two things. A, the vinyl hasn't been exposed to as much UV, and B, it's not as noticeable, but C, you break it, you bought it. So this gets also to the essence of what a home inspector is responsible for. An engineer would be responsible for looking out underneath this to look at this plywood. A home inspector would not necessarily be responsible for this. If they can lift it up very gently and they can see there's water damage, they need to follow it a little bit, yes. But your inspection is visual rather than exploratory. That rotting column is about as far as you want to go. And like I was being very careful to explain that he was using a very simple and non-destructive tool. You know, if you're going to be probing my columns with a chainsaw, I think I got a problem. But a cheap plastic mechanical pencil and the column's still falling apart, I kind of get the point that maybe there's a problem with the house. And that damage you did isn't much worse than would be necessary to probe. Again, remember, when you are given permission to do a home inspection, you are, first of all, the permission is usually arranged not for you, not by you. The owner will usually, the buyer's broker or lawyer will usually arrange your access. And as I said earlier, what happens if they tell you to go there and the seller won't let you in? What happens? Document, take a few pictures, take a pictures of the outside, send a report saying unable to access, denied access. Do you get paid? Yes, you do. And this is one of the businesses I strongly encourage that you get paid before you go to the site. Okay, most people do that. Again, they want it, you're paid on the credit card, you're going to deliver. Hey, if you don't deliver, they can try to go after your credit card. But you creating that, and most of them, it sounds dumb, but what often will happen is they'll try to pull the charge. If they don't like your report, they'll try to pull the charge off the credit card, and that report.
I don't accept credit cards for that reason.
Okay.
Particularly Amex, just a bit of advice. Amex is particularly aggressive about, like tracking down the funds and pulling them back. So
that's a very excellent point. And
you don't mind me asking, what platform do you use then for payment?
I use Zelle and PayPal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Anything but credit card, anything wireless is fine. It's just don't accept it coming from their credit card.
Yeah, and
A
like I
check
said,
is fine.
and even you point a great point with Amex. If they try to pull the charge and the bank tries to charge, it's nice to be able to send them the report. Hi, this is what happened. I was asked to, my website says you charge for me to go to the thing at that time. My report and my pictures show I was there at that time. Bank, don't screw with me. So again, it's trust but verify and trust but document. I think that's a mantra. For interior construction, general construction, well, I guess the numbers can vary widely. Somebody did try to pull a black card out on a friend of mine to pay him, and my friend was like, "Sorry, I don't take $120,000 on a black card." But the client, for the client, that was no big deal. But that 4% was a little too brutal on it.
What's a black card?
Just one of the Amex cards.
Oh, okay.
Amex platinum black. And there's a couple of crazy. There's a titanium one. Anyway, all the credit cards have their different brands. Black card is a no limit card.
I see. Okay.
What else? So again, we talk about deck materials. We went through this a little already. Pressure treated lumber. Redwood, now obviously not so common on the East Coast. It's really expensive. What does redwood do? It's awesome because it's great against bugs, and it's really strong and lasts forever. It's great for solar. I'm going to be a jerk and be politically correct and say I don't like using it because I think redwoods are like the coolest trees in the world, but that's just me, again, and that's from my architect side, not from my inspection side. Ipe, this is another interesting wood. This is from Brazil. People, contractors will mention this all the time, or owners will mention this all the time. Ipe, and it's also known as ironwood, and it is an incredibly strong wood. Particularly in Brooklyn, I had this question about once a week, and they'd be like, "I can build out of Ipe. It's fireproof." Let's get those two words right: wood and fireproof. Although, in fairness, the building codes are starting to realize that wood is good, in fact, better than concrete and steel. In fact, they just passed laws this year in New York City to allow, you guys ready for this? Wooden skyscrapers.
What?
I have dealt with fires. I dealt with an 11-armed fire in Brooklyn once with like 6 blocks of factory burn in Greenpoint. Oh, and it wasn't arson. Anyway, this factory was built in the 1860s, and it had 18-inch square, old growth, first cut wood from upstate New York. 18-inch square, 36 hours of fire had only been reduced. They had only lost a full inch of char on the outsides. So it was still 16-inch square. And the point being that the wood chars rather than melts. And I won't get into the technicals of this, but long story short, wood is a really neat material, but for building codes, you can't build things like rooftops out of wood. But again, back to ground level decks, no problems. Actually, on the left side, you see something else, which is a sunscreen. What's the name? Talking all day, you get the words wrong once in a while. Grapevine, trestle.
Trellis.
Trellis. Thank you very much. Thank you. Point is, the trellises actually are something that's becoming more common. And same thing, what are you going to do? You're going to inspect it. It is part of the building. You want to make sure it's stable and it doesn't show signs of rot or anything like that. Again, what if it's covered with grapevines? What if you're there at the time in Southern Brooklyn, everybody grows figs and grapes, a lot of the Italian community. So you'll inspect a house during certain parts of the year and the house is completely covered with grapevines and grape leaves. Again, you send a picture report, say unable to inspect underneath this, and move on. So again, lots of materials, in this case, the metal railings. What do you care about? You care about it's stable, it's strong, it's going to resist force. More materials on decks. I'll let you look at this offline. This is one of the many reference materials. I actually, in the Dropbox, there's about a 200-page book on designing decks. Browse it, please. because you are going to see decks a lot and you want to understand them. Again, balconies in this case, they're attached to the structure of the building, and they are varying effects. In this case, on the left side, a more international style one. Anything wrong with that? No, it's gorgeous. But again, are those railings going to fail over time? On the right side, that's kind of built like a tank, more of and again, architectural style difference. But you can see by the, the trusses underneath that this, this thing's meant to last. But actually, if this were 100 years old, you can imagine where the wood rot's going to become a problem. So how are you going to test? And I mentioned this because balconies fall off all the time. I've seen so many buildings in Brooklyn in particular where the balcony falls off and they're just like, I'm not going to fix it. So they just, close the door. On the left side, again, a very stunningly beautiful Juliet balcony. No, again, nothing wrong with it. What would you check? I always say this is year one. Always imagine what's going to happen to it in year 101. So you're going to be checking for iron corrosion. Right? You see these where this might come out right here over 100 years. To give you an idea, I am really, really religious about this one. I really want you guys to check these railing details carefully. In New York City, it's very common to have metal rails. And there's one type of railing where the iron would go straight into the concrete. And at year 30 or 40, that iron tends to rot away. And all over Queens, you see these balconies on 2-3 family homes. Sadly, you also see it on skyscrapers. And 330 East 39th Street, April 2010, a young gentleman on the 23rd floor is leaning on the balcony on a Sunday morning, having a smoke, and the railing snaps because of the rust here at this intersection right here, where the iron, or this, in this case, wrought iron, but if it's steel, meets the concrete or wood. And at that point, he fell over and fell 23 stories to his death. I mentioned that not to gross you out, but I actually had to then, we as the forensics in the Department of Buildings, we looked at, we saw this railing all over the city. And just that one building we inspected, about 30 railings of the 200 were ready to fail. So we actually vacated 8,000 balconies in the city and made them all get recertified by engineers before people would be allowed back on them. I'm trying to show you just how tough the city can be, or any government agency can be when they have a safety fear. I guess we're all seeing that in other parts of our careers these days. But again, what happens? This is another type of image. This is where the balcony, an extension to the balcony, fell off, and you can see what is a good chunk of very rotten wood underneath the materials. Anybody see what's wrong in the left one? The right one is the example of, oops, it broke off and we didn't have $1,000 to fix it. Pretty common. On the left, it's, hey, we got the door, the original balcony fell off, let's build a new one. Oh, we don't really know how to measure. So obviously the railings are wrong. Actually, I give them a little credit because the trestle, the trellis here actually probably saves it, because this acts as a diaphragm structurally and holds the thing together. But anybody see the railings?
Super tiny.
Right. They're like 30 inches instead of, a little higher up. So that is just a disaster waiting to happen. Again, handrail height, big deal. What else do we have? We have handrail height. We've got spacing of the balusters. We've got spacing the balusters up here. It could be worse, but yeah, is that dangerous? Remember sure. the fat guy with 3 bags of groceries, right? What's the guy gonna do? Boom, gone. Other types of things you'll come across. This is, unfortunately, this is the type of detail I was talking about a minute ago. I forgot I had a picture in here. Is this a problem? You better believe it. This is a big problem. It's very important that, again, balconies are a challenge. We see this. What's this called? Anybody know? That's called spalling.
Spalling.
Right. There's all the time in concrete buildings. Why? Because concrete is, with a few exceptions from the Romans, and only recently discovered after trillions of tons of concrete, or billions of tons of concrete, did we discover that what did the Romans do right 2,000 years ago? I was recently in the Pantheon in Rome, and the Pantheon in Rome is one of the oldest churches, Christian churches in the world. It was previously a pagan church in Rome, built in the 2nd century BC, out of concrete. Here's the really funny part: unreinforced concrete, no steel. That's actually what saved it, because in fact, every building that the Roman concrete had pozzolana, so it is literally waterproof. And we've recently found out how. In this case, the concrete isn't waterproof because the cement wasn't cooked long enough. The concrete slowly dissolves. The water penetrates down through into the rebar. What happened? One of the most beautiful things in the 19th century, a Frenchman figured out as he was building planter pots for gardens, that if you put a mesh of steel inside the concrete, that it would make the planter pot very strong. Some engineers said, wow, steel, concrete, let's build some big buildings with it. And the béton arme, the armored concrete, became what we know today. But unfortunately, what it didn't think of is, as we can see here, the fact that once the concrete gets wet, what happens to the mild number 4 rebar, number 6 rebar here? It rusts, it oxidizes. And what happens to it when it oxidizes? It
Breaks off.
remember our friend water earlier? What does water do? We've got the water inside the concrete expanding. We've got the concrete rust expanding. And of course, spalling is the plague of modern buildings. In fact, some would argue, especially with all the reinforced concrete buildings being erected today, that this simple image on a balcony should scare the living shiitake out of you when you're talking about buildings like 432 Park Avenue, that is reinforced concrete and 1,400 feet tall in the middle of Manhattan. Anyway, that's not the type of construction we deal with. So back to this, we see this. Is this a problem? Yes. Is it an imminent problem? No. Can you patch it? Kind of. Long term, though, this is a repair or replace issue in your report. It's actually pretty dangerous, because at a certain point, I mean, this one's not gone yet, but you'll see them further along. This one on the right side, that's imminently dangerous. Okay. The steel to concrete connection has been compromised by the galvanic effect of the concrete on the steel over time. And, you know, that is potentially, you might want to list this as dangerous on your report. More pictures of good old Queens. I just happened to see these balconies one day, and in this case, they have that concrete, as I described, reinforced concrete with, they kind of got smart, and they put some steel channels on the outside. Now, steel channels are corroding here, but they're not going anywhere yet. So this is actually a pretty good detail. It's ugly, needs painting and maintenance, but at least it's not falling over yet. But these balconies are 70 years old, and they've been reinforced once. Again, buildings don't last forever without maintenance. So this is a thing to think about. By the way, this is the exact type of railing I was mentioning that we ordered 8,000 of these vacated, because, and obviously this one's been repaired, but these, when you deal with steel connecting onto concrete, it literally can fail. So definitely keep an eye out for and respect and be cautious of when you're out on balconies generally, whether any material, but I would mention the steel specifically. Other quick things to look at as we're walking around the outside of the building, the balconies themselves and their structural integrity. You've also got this split system on the outside of the building. Anybody think there's a problem with the split system? Kind of a trick. Two things. One, New York City zoning, 3-family and above, you cannot have it in the front yard. Two, this is actually vertically in this other guy's yard. You guys see that? That's an encroachment. This unit is encroaching into the vertical plane of this yard. This guy could be a real jerk and say, you know, get off my property and remove this unit. So as a general rule, by the way, although we're not enforcement, 3-family and above, you're not allowed to be in the backyard or the front yard within 30 feet. You have to put these units up on the roof. Okay. 2-family, you can put it on the front. everybody's putting them on the front these days illegally. Actually, this is a 2-family, so it's probably okay. But just for reference, for in general New York City work, they are very popular. They're very efficient. And most importantly, they're electric. So that means the tenant pays the heating bill, which is quite important as companies remove boilers. We all know how split systems work. And if you don't worry, we've got an entire day on it. That was the reason split systems is why I was out in Vegas this week. Again, fences, we don't do the inspection as a part of it, but we do want to look for, I like to say that the fences are a good indicator for what I'm going to find in the rest of the house. If I see termites out on the fences, I'm going to be a little attentive to that inside the house. Again, materials, there are lots of different materials and shapes, etc. Just go to Home Depot, walk around, you get an idea of all these different things. And I jokingly say this, but I really mean it. I want you to, when you're doing home inspection, once you've taken this class and a couple of classes back and forth, make a point of going to Home Depot once a week just to walk around. If you're a contractor, you're there every day anyway, but look at the areas that you haven't done and ask yourself, what is that? What does it do? And how will it fail? I'm a forensics guy, so I think about how it fails. Back to fences. When does a fence matter? Obviously, this one is kind of shot, but that's not really part of your inspection. It does matter when you get something like this, where the drain, anybody see the drain pipe? It's running along the top of the fence. Not the best way to drain. And I'd probably, if I were analyzing this property, I would raise that as an issue with improper drainage. On the top one, what do I see here? It's just a basic chain link fence. Anything wrong with that? No problems. This one here, we've got a smaller wood frame building next to a larger masonry building. That is, and of course, the fences to match. Another dumb thing, by the way, for New York City, as we go through quick reminders for those who are in the 5 boroughs, you're not allowed to have a fence. As of 2009, you're not allowed to have a fence in your front yard that's more than 4 feet tall. And this, for instance, is a 6-foot fence, and probably almost 8 feet when you go to the top. And that would not be allowed technically, and the owner would get a violation. Again, that's a little, probably more detailed than the inspections, but just be alert to, there are neighborhoods in the city, South Brooklyn, areas like, well, some Rockaways neighborhoods do this. Garrettson Beach, I know, does it, where people build 8-foot front yard walls. And that is A, a structural problem, and B, a permit problem, and C, a zoning problem. So I actually I had a client I had to defend that she had a 6-foot fence, and her neighbor was complaining that she wasn't allowed to have a 6-foot fence. She was only allowed to have an 8-foot fence, a 4-foot fence, excuse me. And guess what? M12. We were talking about M12 earlier, weren't we? With Derek, was that you?
Yeah, Brian.
Well, here's the kicker. There's no limit on fence heights in manufacturing districts. So I actually got, by this little tiny thing, I got this guy out of a $5,000 violation. Anyway, again, that's zoning issues. We don't want to go far into that, but fences generally we don't deal with, but we do want to make sure that they're not in a position where they're going to damage the building. Nature, we got to keep an eye on for nature. Anybody ever seen these? Brooklyn and Queens, right? I know they're in the Rockaways. They're definitely, this was Garrettson Avenue in Brooklyn. You may not know this, guys, but there's about what estimates as many as 10,000 parrots up on the electric poles of New York City. Of course, they love the electric poles because they're nice and warm. Again, I show this not as a matter of animal loving. I show this for a couple of things. One, the transformers up on the poles, which we'll talk about more with electricity. They are A, potentially very polluting because of the PCBs. They are B, very critical to your power. And C, they might support animal life. And again, if something goes wrong with these, you definitely feel it. Quick reminder of some of the environmental issues. Let me just kind of make sure I cover everything in the chapter. We got to really push the foundation stuff. So let's, again, insects, we'll talk about more later. Yummy. A little reminder of what termites can do. More termite damage. I'll show you this more in the M12 class later on. Again, quick reminder of wildlife. I talked about the raccoons. New York City wildlife does what it does. I've seen big deer in Staten Island. I saw a raccoon the size of a truck in Central Park. I've caught 2 possums and 7 raccoons in Marine Park, Brooklyn. So I generally mention this because they will have an effect. If you leave a house empty, this house in Garrettson Beach, I was walking by, I was going to work at like 6 o'clock one morning, and a wildlife control guy was there. And these poor people in this house in Garrettson Beach, they had a doggy door. Everybody knows what a doggy door is, right? Well, they went away for the weekend and 3 raccoons went through the doggy door. They opened the refrigerator. They completely destroyed the place. And again, just a little reminder of potential challenges. And I say that again because personal protection, when you're going through a house that's been vacant for a while, it doesn't hurt to kind of let things know. Okay, back to appurtenances and garages. We look at the physical structure of an exterior building. Do we care about this one? Yes, because it's a garage. Okay, anything that houses parking is required for the house. Therefore, the garage is part of your inspection. This particular garage is again about 100 years old. It's a separate building, but the most important thing about the garage is it's unheated, and because it's unheated, you get a lot more damage, and you get heave in the concrete and stuff. This image is not bad. There's another image on the other side showing a lot more cracks. But what you do see here is the slate roof. Again, this is right on the edge of Forest Hills. And when Forest Hills was built, they could afford to have slate roofs for the garages. You don't see that very often today. But again, over 100 years though, A, the slate is almost 100 years old and is still there. B, it does take punishment. So these are things that would be part of repair or replace on the garage in your thing. So that was not all of the chapter review. That was just the first chunk of what we want to cover for chapter 5. I'm gonna let's all take a break, and then we'll kick back into it.
All right.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. I'm going to put some more images up, and I want to start talking about roofs quickly, and then we'll go from there. There's my slide deck.
About how long?
10 minutes. Start again at 12 minutes. I'll start again at 4:50. Okay, and then we'll push on till about 9 p.m. Sake.
Thank you. Okay.
Don't worry. Don't feel bad. My voice can't last that long either.